Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 12 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto and Became the Adventurous Ninja with the Gamer System. Let the tale begin. Chapter 276, The Forbidden Scroll Incident, Final. Daichi looked at the situation and noted the position of everyone. Shikamaru and his team led one of them deeper into the forest. But since my clone is with them, I don't have to worry. Kiba and his team are fighting in the clearing nearby in the opposite direction. None of them are hurt. That's a good sign. Irika's lost quite a bit of blood, but he'll be fine in a minute or two. Now all that's left is Mizuki. But that might be a problem. The boy glanced to his side and inwardly shook his head. Daichi was standing near his friend and could clearly feel the rise of the Nine-Tails' malicious chakra emanating from him. With everything that happened today, there's no doubt that everyone would be on edge. If they sense the presence of the Nine-Tails chakra, then even if Mizuki is caught, it might not end well for Naruto. I need to quickly calm him down. The genin placed a hand on Naruto, getting his attention. Naruto saw the seriousness in Daichi's eyes and gave him a questioning look. You need to calm down, Naruto. Are you really telling me to calm down? After everything that happened? After Sasuke almost dash? Yes. Sasuke will be fine. Right now fighting Mizuki angry won't help. Naruto stood still and struggled with himself for a few seconds, but then slowly let out a deep breath of air. The hidden chakra of the tailed beast slowly receded and Daichi internally let out a sigh of relief. But at that time Mizuki spoke. I told you all. He's the Nine-Tails. That chakra just now. It was the Nine-Tails. If he isn't killed, the whole village would be destroyed. Daichi could see that along with anger and hate there was also fear in Mizuki's eyes. The rogue instructor, seeing that his words weren't getting anyone to turn on Naruto, looked at Daichi. Daichi. I know your parents died in the Nine-Tails attack and it's why you became an orphan. The genin was silent for a few moments before he nodded his head. You are right. The Nine-Tails did kill my parents. Naruto held his head down and clenched his fist, but he was silent. He didn't have the strength to look at his friend. But I don't see a giant mountain-sized fox anywhere. So you must be mistaken. The gamer ninja had a smirk as he looked at the Chunin. Naruto was shocked hearing that and turned his head. He saw Daichi giving him a big smile and he had small tears in the corner of his eyes. He's not your friend. Mizuki tried one more time to turn the genin against his friend, but it was useless. Daichi narrowed his eyes as he glared at the gray-haired ninja. Who exactly are you to decide who my friends are? He then looked at his friend and took note of his condition. Naruto's trying to hide it, but he's exhausted. If I had to guess, I'd say he's been using the shadow clone jutsu multiple times already. There are also multiple wounds on his body. The nature of those injuries suggests it came from someone who was much faster. Daichi's eyes then glanced at Mizuki. Of course it's him. His speed in this transformed state is much greater than a normal Chunin ninja. Daichi took a closer look at Mizuki's body and noted something. I see. It won't be long now. I'm sick of hearing him talk. Daichi. Let's kick his ass. Naruto was about to bring his hands to make the shadow clone seal, but his friend stopped him. Naruto, if you don't mind, I'd like to fight him alone. There are a few things I want to find out from him. Naruto looked at his friend and was confused. I'm not gonna let him just get away with everything he did. Neither am I. But right now you're exhausted. You're in no shape to fight him. But dash. And someone needs to protect Sakura and Sasuke. Right now my real self is focused on healing Sasuke's injuries, and if we're both fighting here and someone attacks them, it'll be trouble. Hearing that, Naruto became silent and looked at Mizuki with anger. I promise. I'll make him pay. He will face the consequences of his actions. He's not getting away. Naruto looked at Daichi and finally relented. He turned back and went near Sakura, Sasuke, and the real Daichi while the clone faced Mizuki. You really think one shadow clone is strong enough to beat me? How arrogant. Mizuki sneered at the boy. The gamer ninja chuckled as he looked at his enemy. I could say the same about you. Down an arm, your plans failed and you still have the audacity to make threats. The truth is, Mizuki, you're insanely stupid. The transformed Chunin gritted his teeth as he looked at the genin. This is all your fault. If you hadn't helped that demon dash. Bang! An instant later a punch struck Mizuki's gut, sending rocketing backwards. His back crashed through a couple of trees before tumbling and rolling on ground and coming to a stop. Mizuki felt pain all over his body and was struggling to get up. What the? I couldn't even see him move. As he tried to get up, he heard footsteps getting closer. The rogue ninja looked up from the ground and saw Daichi standing a few meters away, most of his body hidden in darkness. The rogue ninja had fear as he looked at the boy. Daichi got closer and looked at the man with an emotionless face. Call my friend that word again and I'll break your legs next. This is your only warning. The Chunin struggled and was breathing harder and harder. He struggled and slowly got to his feet. Shit. I need to escape. It's too late. I can't get the scroll now. I have to get out of this village. Mizuki turned around and was about to jump when he saw Daichi standing there. How did you dash? That was all the Chunin got to say before he was blasted back to the clearing near Naruto and the others. Mizuki skidded on the ground and rolled several times before hitting a boulder. He didn't even have strength to get up after getting hit with Daichi's two powerful blows. He saw the boy walking up to him and just staring at him with a cold expression. What connection do you have with Orochimaru? Mizuki turned his head and looked at the boy standing near him. This isn't possible. I was supposed to be invincible. He could only look up at the night sky in helplessness as a painful realization came to him. My plans failed. It's all over. At that moment the future Team 10 and Team 8 appeared and went near Naruto's group. Looks like we beat the bad guy first. Kiba had a smirk as he looked at Shikamaru and Choji. It was never a competition. Ino answered while Shikamaru just sighed. He looked at his former teacher lying several meters ahead of them with Daichi interrogating him. The young Nara just shook his head as he thought about everything. Looks like Mizuki is done for. He can't even move. Serves him right. Ino said as she glared at the man. She then turned to Sasuke. His chakra is fading fast. His strength is waning. Shino spoke and Hinata also nodded in affirmation as they gazed at their former teacher. Kiba looked at the unconscious Uchiha and he was concerned. Daichi, is he going to be alright? The medic ninja gave everyone a reassuring smile. Don't worry. I've healed most of his injuries. He should wake up in a couple of minutes. Sakura had a big teary smile. Thank you, Daichi. If it weren't for you. Don't mention it, Sakura. It's my job as a medic after all. Just then, Iruka walked up to them and looked at everyone. His eyes went down to Sasuke and he let out a sigh of relief as he sensed the Uchiha's chakra signature getting stronger and stronger. He looked at his students with a big smile. All of you did well. You're going to be great ninjas of this village one day. Everyone had smiles on their faces except Naruto. He looked down and was silent. Iruka looked at his favorite student and frowned. What's wrong, Naruto? Sensei. I couldn't even protect my headband. Mizuki took it from me and destroyed it. Iruka had a gentle smile and walked up to the boy. He placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder and spoke. Sometimes we meet powerful opponents when we least expect it. Our goal should be to survive that encounter and become stronger for the next battle. Your life for that headband. I would take that trade any day. Sensei. Before Naruto could say more, Iruka took off his headband and tied it around the boy's head. You are my student and a genin of the Leaf Village. Mizuki can't take that away from you. Naruto had a big grin and nodded his head. Suddenly Daichi looked up and turned his head in the west direction. We have company. Don't worry. They're friendly. A few seconds later several ninjas appeared in the area and looked around. Prominent among them were Kurenai, Gunma, Kakashi, his summon Pakken, Asuma, and Anko. They saw Mizuki on the ground with Daichi talking to him while another Daichi healing Sasuke with the students and Irika near him. Anko took a closer look and saw the forbidden scroll on Sakura's back and inwardly let out a breath of relief. Looks like you kids had quite the party. More like a nightmare we wish we could have escaped from sooner. Ino said under her breath. There were 3 other prisoners here. Where are they? Asuma asked. We took care of them. That guy called Hiroshi is unconscious about 100 meters west of here. Kiba replied with a grin. We managed to trap his partner Seiho about 160 meters northeast. Shikamaru answered for his team. Anko nodded to the Chunins behind her and they disappeared to said locations. Gunma saw Sasuke's unconscious state and frowned. How is he? He looked at Daichi and asked. He suffered several internal injuries and an artery was cut near the heart, but I got here just in time. I've healed most of the damage. He'll wake up soon. The Jonins let out a breath of relief and then turned to the culprit laying on the ground a few meters ahead of them. As they looked at the man responsible, he suddenly started screaming. Steam started coming from his body and before everyone's eyes his skin turned dark brown and body shrank. A few minutes ago. As Daichi looked at the defeated Mizuki, he gained memories from the shadow clones assigned to Kiba and Shikamaru's team. He inwardly smiled as he went through the memories. Looks like they learned how to work as a team to take down a stronger enemy before they were even assigned to a Jonin. He focused his attention back on the enemy in front of him and spoke. What connection do you have with Orochimaru? I need to know if there is more to his ties with Orochimaru than what's shown in the story. Mizuki tilted his head and asked the boy. How? How do you know I have something to do with him? Your transformation. You're not smart enough to create something with these effects. Only someone with a great deal of knowledge on the human body can make the drug you took. I'm betting it's him. Mizuki chuckled as he looked at the Genin. So what if I was working for him? I won't tell you anything. Daichi narrowed his eyes and looked to the side. He saw the defeated prisoner Zefrek and asked about the prison break. You were using the prisoners as a distraction to escape with the scroll. Tell me, was that really your idea or was it someone else's? Do you really expect me to just answer your questions, brat? Daichi saw the burning hate in Mizuki's eyes and sighed. As they were talking, several Jonins arrived at the scene and were surveying the situation. Daichi saw that his teacher was among the new arrivals and gave the man a nod. The Genin turned his attention back to Mizuki. This is the end of the road for you, Mizuki. Go to hell, brat. Once I get my strength back, I'll kill you. I wouldn't be too sure of that. Daichi was keeping a close eye on the man's vitals and saw that his body was at the breaking point. A couple seconds later, steam started to erupt from the man's body and he shrank in size. He lost all his strength and looked like a weak, old malnutrition man. Erhar. What's happening to me? Why am I like this? He struggled to stand but didn't even have the strength to sit up. The rest of the Jonins came over and looked at Mizuki. They had no pity for what the man did. Anko whistled as she looked at the former academy teacher's pitiful state. Damn. I didn't know you medic means could do that. Brutal. I like it. She gave Daichi a wild grin and a thumbs up. Please don't give him any ideas, Anko. Kurenai said with a sigh. Actually, I didn't. He did it to himself. Daichi said with a small shake of his head. Pakken, who jumped atop Kakashi, took a couple sniffs in the air, grimaced. Erg. I can smell all sorts of weird narcotics coming from his body. What exactly happened to him? Kakashi asked his student. As I'm sure you all saw earlier, he was in a transformed state. My guess would be that he took some sort of drug to make it happen. A drug I'm pretty sure was Orochimaru's creation. Wait, what? You mean Orochimaru had a hand in this? Asuma asked with a concerned tone. The other Jonins were on alert as well. They knew the threat the snake Sannin posed. Daichi shrugged his shoulders at that. I don't know for sure or what his involvement in this is. That's something you guys in the interrogation department will have to figure out. What I can tell you is that this drug was an incomplete one. It temporarily gives the user an immense boost, but it ultimately destroys the body. No. You're. Mizuki tried his best and with one hand and slowly stood. His attention was entirely on Daichi. The Jonins were half curious to what he would do and say. You're lying. This is supposed to be the ultimate power. Lord Orochimaru. He dash. Daichi shook his head and cut Mizuki off. He used you. Your cells are being destroyed from within. These are the side effects of the drug you took. No, that can't be. As I said, that drug was incomplete. He used you as an experiment. Based on observing your vitals, my understanding is that the drug you took absorbs the power of the animal you want and combines it with the human genome. It gives quite a boost to the user, but that's temporary and then you'll feel the nasty side effects. While it's in use, it puts an incredible strain on the cells. It's damage that can't be reversed. Well, I can probably heal you. But that's the last thing on my to-do list. Daichi looked at Mizuki and scoffed. The rogue Chunin was angry hearing that. You. He was about to step forward, but Anko stepped in and grabbed his arm. Okay. No more of that. You'll have plenty of time to reflect on your actions back at TNI. I'd go easy on him. Physically at least. He's quite fragile. Daichi couldn't help but quip with a chuckle. Anko and a few Chunins disappeared with Mizuki and the unconscious prisoners. At that moment they heard a groan and turned around to see Sasuke awake with Sakura giving him a tight hug. He felt his chest and saw that it was completely healed. Sasuke turned to Daichi and was about to speak, but Daichi stopped him. You're welcome. He gave the Uchiha a smile and pulled him to his feet. The rest of the Jonin smiled seeing their friend up on his feet. The Jonins quickly began escorting the new Jonins and Irika to the Hokage Tower. I saw some small fires in the market and near the civilian district. Is everything all right? Daichi asked Genma. Don't worry. We got it under control. Thankfully there was no serious injury to anyone or any major damages. What? Fire? What are you talking about? Irika, who was near them, asked. It was Kurenai who spoke. Mizuki planned a prison break and it happened while you were all in the forest. A few prisoners said explosions in multiple locations. But the patrol units and Umbu teams are on it now. I can't believe he would go that far. Irika couldn't help but ponder when and where it all went wrong. As they jumped through the trees, Asuma eyes the Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. He knew his father wanted him to be their sensei. How exactly did you capture your enemy? Ino grinned. Well, flashback. Daichi's clone came to assist the three and the clone quickly healed their minor injuries and even restored most of their chakra and stamina. Thanks, Daichi. You're the best. Is Sasuke going to be alright? Ino asked her friend. Don't worry. He'll be fine. I'll make sure of it. The shadow clone Daichi replied with a calming smile and was about to battle Seiho, but Shikamaru stopped him. Daichi. If it's possible, can you lead him to us? This is our fight. The Genin noted the expression on the faces of the three and immediately knew they were serious. They must be angry about what happened with Sasuke. I would be too. Daichi nodded and stepped back. He's yours. But if things turn for the worse, I'll be stepping in. Shikamaru nodded and he, along with his teammates, turned their attention to Seiho. Ino was the first to attack the prisoner with her shurikens. Seiho easily evaded the weapons, but the next second, had to jump from his spot to escape a fast-moving shadow and landed on a tree branch. It won't be that easy to capture me, brats. I'm a chunin. Yeah. The weakest chunin in the village. You can't even defeat us. And we aren't even on a genin team yet. Ino said with a mocking grin, provoking the man. Seiho was angry as he looked at the grin on the girl's face, and at that second a giant body quickly came at him from the shadows. Human boulder jutsu. A large round spinning body quickly came straight at Seiho, but he easily avoided Choji's attack and landed several meters away. As he dodged Choji's attack, he was also keeping an eye on Ino's position and saw that she was trying to use the Yamanaka clan jutsu on him. I won't fall for that trick. I've seen your battle style. So I'll take you out first, girl. Seiho turned his attention and sprinted after Ino. Ino's eyes widened in slight fear and immediately sprinted through the forest with the prisoner right behind. Shikamaru and Choji immediately followed after them. The prisoner took note of the route his prey was running and inwardly smirked. Several meters ahead is a large open clearing. That Nara's hidden attacks and shadow possession jutsu won't work so easily there. I know the speed of his shadow possession jutsu, so I'll be able to escape as long as I keep in mind his position at all times. That Akimichi kid also can't control his movements that well. In that setting, taking them out will be a piece of cake. Seiho was catching up to the girl in front of him quickly, and just as Ino was near his grasp and near the edge of the open space, she increased her speed and threw two kunai to the side, triggering the hidden traps they set up nearby. Several shuriken were launched from the bushes and aimed to where Seiho was going to land. He took his kunai and immediately deflected several weapons. Just as he landed, Choji's giant spinning figure flew over his head and made him look up for a split second. His eyes turned to Ino, who was looking at him with great caution. Seiho smirked, seeing the young Akimichi's attack miss. That Nara is closing in. Based on the speed with which his shadow moves, I still have a couple of seconds. But at that moment, against his calculation, Seiho suddenly found himself becoming paralyzed. No! This jutsu. Shadow possession jutsu successful. The smug tone in Shikamaru's voice was clear to everyone. As Seiho was struggling, Ino stood with a grin and cut a very thin ninja wire that was tied near a tree. The next second, multiple ninja wires sprung up from the ground and wrapped all around Seiho, completely trapping him. Now Choji! At Shikamaru's signal, the Akimichi rushed at the Chunin with everything he got and slammed into him, knocking him out. Just before Choji struck, Shikamaru let go of his jutsu and stood safely observing everything. The three Genins and the hidden Daichi looked at the Chunin and they made sure he was unconscious. The Genin was impressed with what he saw. When Shikamaru used the shadow possession jutsu multiple times, he made sure to showcase its speed to the enemy. Shikamaru made the jutsu speed consistent and made Seiho miscalculate the speed of his technique. He was keeping an eye on Shikamaru's position and became overconfident, thinking he could escape the jutsu when Shikamaru used it. Daichi remembered how Ino was leading the man to this location without making it obvious. Ino lured him here, and then Choji not only distracted Seiho by flying above him, but Shikamaru used Choji's shadow that was cast over Seiho as an extension to his jutsu and instantly immobilized him. Then Ino triggered the traps and Choji ended it with a finishing blow. Not bad, you guys. Not bad at all. Well done, you guys. You three make a great team. Daichi said with a smile. I guess they're all right. Ino looked at Shikamaru and Choji with a smile. But the next moment her smile got bigger as she looked at Daichi. But they're not you. Come on. What do you say I join your team, huh? She quickly rushed to Daichi and linked arms with him. That's not exactly up to me, Ino. Besides, what do you say we go to the others? They're probably waiting for us. Daichi laughed awkwardly and then vanished in a puff of smoke. He's right. We should get back to the others. Choji spoke and the three made it back to the clearing and saw Mizuki defeated on the ground with Daichi standing over him. They saw Kiba, Hinata, and Shino waiting for them. Flashback end. We waited and that's when you all showed up. The Jonins were very impressed with the way they handled the battle. Asuma smiled as he looked at the three. These kids are something else. Not even on a team, and already they took down a Chunin with excellent teamwork. Guess this is going to be a lot more fun than I thought. Kurenai looked at the 3 Genins that the Hokage wanted her to take on as well. Did you 3 have any trouble with your enemy? Nay. Shino drained his chakra while Hinata and I kept him busy with our taijutsu. He didn't last that long. Kiba recalled his memories of that fight. He asked Daichi to only step in if they couldn't handle him. Daichi respected his wishes, and the 3 attacked Hiroshi with everything they had. Since Hiroshi was interested in the Byakugan, he fought with Hinata in hand-to-hand combat multiple times, but with Shino and Kiba also attacking him, the Chunin didn't last for long. Hinata's gentle fist and Shino's chakra-draining insects made quick work of the enemy, while Kiba sent the final attack that knocked Hiroshi into sleep. Irika had a proud look as he heard their battles. He looked at Daichi and he recalled the boy helping him finish his fight with Zefrek as well. His long-range healing skill is really impressive. It's quite effective on the battlefield. Daichi restrained Zefrek's body with chakra strings and turned them into lightning strings, paralyzing the man's muscles. Irika, who was healed, quickly landed several blows to critical areas that put Zefrek under. Soon the large group of ninjas reached the Hokage Tower. The Genins saw the Hokage giving out orders in front of the tower and coordinating the ninjas. Since the Genins were safe, the Jonins left to track and subdue the escapees. Sir, we've confirmed that there are no more explosives or traps set in the village. And Umbu gave his report. Good. Now with the sacred scroll returned and the perpetrators behind this attack under custody, your task is to recapture every escaped prisoner. Yes, sir. The Umbu vanished and the old Kage turned to the Genins and Irika. He had an unreadable expression as he looked at them, and the kids were slightly nervous. Naruto took the scroll from Sakura and stepped forward. He held the scroll up to the Kage. Sorry for all the trouble, old man. Hiruzen looked at Naruto silently for a few more seconds and was inwardly amused as the boy squirmed. He then smiled and looked at everyone present. Well done. All of you. He turned around and started making his way to his office. Come. At his order, Daichi, Irika, and the new Genins followed the Kage into his office. Near the Fire Country border. Lady Tsunade. Nothing's happened so far. Maybe this isn't some bad luck. Maybe you just got lucky and won. Shizune said as she followed her teacher. There is no such thing as good luck when it comes to my winnings. Something bad is going to happen. I just know it. Tsunade was paranoid and was out of the small city they were previously gambling in. At that moment a voice came from the shadows that stopped the 2 leaf ninjas in their tracks. Hello, Tsunade. You look like you're in a hurry. The blonde ninja looked at the man who appeared from the shadows. She narrowed her eyes as she looked at him. Orochimaru. What the hell do you want? Oh! Tsunade. Why the hostility? Is that how you treat an old colleague? Kukuku. Shizune recognized the snake Sannin and was instantly on alert. She concentrated and sensed several chakras nearby. He didn't come alone. Multiple people appeared from the shadows and encircled the blonde Sannin and her apprentice. Shizune was slightly sweating. This isn't good. This isn't good at all. Tsunade narrowed her eyes as glanced at the surroundings and then to her former teammate. So you're the reason for my winnings. Of all people. He's clearly here for a fight. I might have to go all out. Chapter 277, A Night of Revelations. Leaf Village. As Daichi walked up the stairs to the Hokage's office, he was going through multiple notifications that appeared in his view. The first was the quest rewards for the B rank mission he completed. Quest Protect the Mediator completed. Rewards: 20,000 EXP, 3,000 EXP, 4,000 EXP, 600 EXP. Reputation increases with client and everyone else involved. So looks like I even got the bonus 4,000 experience. I thought that might only appear after those 2 stayed at the capital. Whatever. I'm not complaining. The more EXP the merrier. His eyes then went to the next quest reward and he couldn't help but have a small smile on his face. Quest Save Your Friends. Completed. I'm glad I got there in time. To think Mizuki would have planned a prison break and taken the serum Orochimaru gave him. Still, I guess I'll thank my lucky stat that everything worked out well in the end. Daichi looked at the rewards of the quest and he was satisfied. Rewards. 19,000 EXP. 2,850 EXP. Plus 10 points to special stats Charisma, Dignity. Plus 5 points to special stat Indomitable. Plus 2 points to special stat Luck. Plus 3 points to special stat Sense. Reputation increases with Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kensei Isagi, and Kakashi Hatake. Reputation slightly increases with Danzo Shimura. Reputation massively increases with Rookie 9. Reputation massively increases with People of the Leaf Village. 30 points in the special stats. These are some excellent gains. You have leveled up. Level 62 huh? Let's see. Status. Name, Daichi Hakama, the Gamer. Class, Genin ID 012559. Age, 12. Title, Capable Child, Explorer, Prodigy, Species King, Dungeon Warrior, Executioner, Assassin, Mighty Healer, Slug Sannin's Apprentice, Master of the Elements, a Genius of the Continent, Dungeon Master. Level, 62, 16,005 out of 98,000. Health points, 50545. Chakra points, 106512. Stamina points, 51650. Mana points, 42380. Primary stats. Strength 349. Vitality 500. Dexterity 271. Agility 340. Intelligence 500. Chakra 623. Wisdom 309. Special stats. Sense 200. Stamina 456. Indomitable 59. Charisma 82. Persistence 50. Dignity 31. Luck 27. Stat points 266. Rio 312564000. My stat growth has stagnated. With 500 as the limit, vitality, chakra and intelligence hasn't increased at all. I can solve the vitality and chakra problem with the dungeon ninjas, but intelligence will be a problem. So will strength, agility, dexterity when they reach 500. Need to find a solution that doesn't involve using points, or I need to find a way to get more points. Daichi had been pondering on a solution for this dilemma for a while and he has come up with several ideas. But due to missions, training and studying sealing arts his time was stretched thin. I'll need to find some free time before the Chunin exams. Daichi looked at the reputation increases and was mildly surprised. Slight increase in reputation with Danzo? This is a surprise. Not like I care what he thinks. Daichi closed the blue boxes and followed the old Kage into his office. The Hokage stood behind his desk while the rookies were in the middle of the room with Irika standing behind them. Naruto still had the sacred scroll in his arms and was nervous. He knew he was responsible for some of the chaos tonight. Hiruzen looked at each of the faces in the room with a gentle smile that put them at ease. You all went through quite an ordeal today. I'm glad you're all safe. His eyes focused on Naruto and the Kage held out his hand. Naruto stepped forward and handed him the scroll, which the Kage inspected and then nodded to himself. No damage. That's good. Tobirama-sensei would be displeased otherwise. Now I need to address the other matter. He placed the scroll on the table and looked at the new Genins. They were looking for an explanation about the secret they've learned tonight, but they weren't bold enough to approach the topic with the Hokage. Hiruzen looked at the newest Genin from the Nara clan and spoke. I understand the broad outline of the events from the note you sent me, but I will need a detailed explanation on what happened. Naruto turned his head to look at his friend with a puzzled gaze. Wait, you left a note? When? Wait. That reminds me. How did you guys even find me? Before Shikamaru answered, the Kage spoke. We'll get to that. I'm also curious to hear the details. But since Mizuki approached you to take the scroll, why don't we start with you, Naruto? Tell me everything Mizuki said to you. Naruto nodded and began retelling the events since he left Ichiraku Ramen. He told them about the fake test, and when he got to the part where he decided to take the forbidden scroll, he was embarrassed with his head held down. Hiruzen smiled and looked at the boy standing awkwardly. Everyone makes mistakes, Naruto. What you should do is learn from them. That's part of life. Don't run away from your mistake. Embrace them and become better. It's how you grow. Naruto looked up at the Kage and nodded with a big grin. Thanks, old man. I promise I won't mess up again like that. Believe it! Hiruzen chuckled when he heard that. He then turned to Shikamaru. Is this when you found out about Mizuki's trap? Actually, it was Hinata. She was looking for Naruto and came upon their conversation. The Nara replied, and Hinata had a red face seeing the attention focused on her. What? You were looking for me? Naruto turned to the girl and she blushed even harder. I wanted to wish you congratulations for passing the Genin test, she said, struggling to get the words out. Thanks, Hinata. Naruto grinned and rubbed his head. She wasn't the only one who heard them. Sasuke spoke and everyone turned to him. I was walking through the streets near his home when I heard the two of them talk. I knew there wasn't a test like that. It was even more obvious when he said I was participating in it when I clearly didn't. I figured it was a trap and started following Naruto. What? You were following me this whole time? The Uchiha grinned as he looked at the boy. Yeah. Your stealth skills aren't as great as you think. Naruto growled and just huffed, crossing his arms and turning his head away. Humph. And then what happened? Hiruzen asked, and the rookies recapped the events that led them to the forest. Daichi went through events in his head and inwardly sighed. Mizuki made an extensive and detailed plan to get that scroll. The one thing he didn't count on was Hinata and Sasuke overhearing his conversation. Still, if this has changed so much, then what else will happen? I'll have to prepare. As Daichi was in deep thoughts, Iruka stepped forward and looked at the kids with a frown. If you knew Naruto was in trouble and that Mizuki was after the forbidden scroll, then why didn't you tell anyone before he took the scroll? Because they didn't know who to trust. Daichi, who was quiet until then, suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to him with Iruka and the Kage looking for an explanation. That scroll is obviously important. So knowledge about it would be on a need-to-know basis. And I don't think Mizuki would be in that category. So you believe there is a spy helping him? I'm assuming that's one of the reasons you kept quiet. Shikamaru sighed and nodded his head. Among other things, yeah. We thought about telling our parents, but we didn't know where they were. Hiruzen groaned as he listened to the young Nara. He looked at the boy with a serious gaze which set the boy on alert. Shikamaru. I'm going to be blunt. But that was not a wise decision. Hiding this kind of information from me. If you had sent a message earlier, we could have avoided so much trouble. I could have had Umbu disguised as Naruto and trapped Mizuki before things escalated. If Daichi hadn't arrived when he did, Sasuke would be dead right now. The Nara held his head down and slowly nodded. Seeing his friend so down, Naruto was about to speak on his friend's behalf, but Hiruzen raised his hand, stopping him. This is a valuable lesson for all of you. Learn from it and better yourselves. The Genins nodded as they truly realized the seriousness of what had transpired. After that, did you follow Naruto till he took the scroll? Hiruzen asked. Shikamaru shook his head. Well, kinda. Hinata and I were near the tower and were keeping ourselves out of sight and were waiting for Naruto to come. After Naruto got out of the tower with the scroll, we followed. But we made sure to send you a message just before we left. I was hoping for backup to arrive before we had to fight. Hiruzen sighed and sat down, his face marred with a grim expression. I apologize for that, Shikamaru. You see, during your confrontation with Mizuki, the prisoners at the Leaf Correctional Facility escaped. They attacked the village and I had sent a priority order to secure the safety of the civilians. So that's what happened. So the smoke that's coming from the market district. They did that? Kiba asked the Kage. Yes. I believe they used the chaos as a distraction so that they could escape. Hiruzen replied and turned to Daichi. On that note, I received word from the patrol teams that the prisoners you caught were the ones who set off the explosions. Well done, Daichi. It was Kakashi-sensei who identified them as prisoners. If it weren't for that, they might have gotten away. Hiruzen nodded and turned his attention back to the small Nara. So, you followed young Naruto into the canyons and then waited for Mizuki, yes? Shikamaru nodded. Yeah. We watched him train that new jutsu while we set up some traps for Mizuki and anyone else who showed up to help him. Mizuki soon came and tried to kill Naruto, but Irika-sensei showed up just in the nick of time and then we decided to step in. Man. That clone jutsu is really cool. Creating solid copies. That's gonna come in handy. I wonder if I can learn it. Kiba said with a grin. A jutsu like that is really useful. I've been wondering the same, Lord Hokage. Sasuke asked as he looked at the Kage. Hiruzen sighed and burst their bubbles. I'm afraid that won't be possible anytime soon. That jutsu is a dangerous technique created by my predecessor. It cuts the person's chakra in half to create the clone. Someone without a high level of chakra reserves would not be able to perform the jutsu, and if they do, they could faint due to chakra exhaustion or in the worst case scenario even die on the spot. Even I could only create somewhere around 15 or so shadow clones. The new Genin's eyes widened as they heard that information. Wait. But I created like 1,000 of those clones. I feel tired, but not that much. Naruto spoke up and saw the old Kage's expression turning serious. Yes. You did create hundreds of shadow clones. That's because you have such enormous chakra reserves. And it's partially due to what happened the night you were born. Iriko was shocked as he realized what the Hokage was about to do. Daichi slightly narrowed his eyes, and as he heard their version of events that happened, he realized that all of the rookie 9 learned of the 9 tails. Here we go. Looks like the Hokage wants to get in front of this thing and do damage control. You mean the 9 tails that's inside Naruto? Shikamaru asked as he looked at the Kage. Naruto stood in the middle of the room and was self-conscious. Hiruzen looked at the kids with a stern yet kind face. I understand that you've all learned something of great significance today. Naruto clenched his fist and stepped forward. He looked at the Kage with a rare serious gaze. How much of what Mizuki said was true? Do I have the 9 tails in me? Hiruzen sighed tiredly and began to feel his age as he looked at the boy's face. Now that they know, there is no point in keeping this a secret. The 9 tails is a powerful chakra beast that can't be stopped through ordinary means. The only way to save the village was to seal it away. A prison. But ordinary sealing objects wouldn't do. The beast was extremely powerful. To seal the beast, a living container was needed. A newborn with chakra coils that weren't developed yet. Naruto's eyes widened as he learned the truth. Me. Hiruzen gave a small nod. Yes. Both of your parents died that night. To save the village, the 4th Hokage used a powerful sealing jutsu at the cost of his own life and sealed the 9 tails inside you. Naruto stood silently and a few tears escaped his eyes. His friends didn't know what to say as they stood there and learned the truth. Why didn't you tell me? The blonde boy asked Hiruzen through teary eyes. Hiruzen's face softened as he looked at the boy. I felt that you weren't ready. I was hoping to tell you when you became a Chunin, but... Hiruzen became silent for a few moments and then spoke. Naruto. I want you to keep this in mind. You and the 9 tails are 2 different entities. You are the prison and it's the prisoner. You understand that, right? Naruto wiped the tears and nodded his head. Yeah. I understand. Thanks. So Naruto has the 9 tails, huh? That's messed up. No wonder he's treated like an outcast. Kiba said, shaking his head. Thinking it logically, it's an irrational choice. Shino spoke up. It's not about rational or logical choices. Sasuke said in a low tone and looked down as he thought about Itachi. There were many people who lost family members that night. They would hate anyone or anything related to the killer. Even if it doesn't make sense. Just like. He sighed and stood silently with a stoic face. Lord Hokage. Why keep something like this a secret in the first place? Ino asked. There must have been some important reason, right? Shikamaru said with a shrug. Hiruzen sighed and raised a hand. The Genins became quiet and listened. I passed a law that forbade anyone from the older generation from revealing the truth about the 9 tails to the younger ones because I didn't want their hate to pass on to any of you. Blind hatred is a very dangerous thing. The choice was not an easy one and it was made before some of you were born. Seems like a drag, but I get it. If people who didn't know learned this secret, they'd have treated him badly too. Shikamaru said, and the rest nodded. The Nara then suddenly turned to Daichi. So that's why you told me to let it go when I asked you? Yeah. Daichi nodded. Irika and the rest of the rookies were surprised that Daichi knew. Wait. This was the secret? And you knew, Daichi? Sakura asked and Daichi nodded. I've known for a while. I did some digging and figured it out. How long have you known? Naruto suddenly asked and the room became quiet. Daichi looked at the boy who had a calm face and then a few seconds later replied. A few years. Naruto was silent for a few moments and then a big smile appeared on his face. Thanks, Daichi. The Genin smiled and nodded. He heard the unspoken words from his friend. Thanks for being my friend even when you knew that secret. Hiruzen smiled as he looked at the faces of everyone. The purpose of this meeting was not just about the secrets you've learned today but of unity as well. Naruto is one of you. A leaf shinobi. In time you will face challenges that will test your bonds. Remember this moment and stand together. We will, Lord Hokage. Choji spoke up. The village might have their prejudice, but we are not kids anymore. We can think for ourselves. Kiba said with a smirk. Arf arf. It's clear that the village fears the 9 tails. But Naruto is not the beast. That conclusion is obvious. Shino said in his usual calm manner. As far as I'm concerned, you're still the same idiot you were when you walked into class this morning. Sasuke said with a grin as he looked at Naruto. And you're still the same jerk you were since forever. Naruto retorted back with a grin. Irika and Hiruzen smiled seeing the unity among the group. Now, this is still a secret. Naruto's condition should be kept a secret. Do all of you understand? Yes. Lord Hokage. They all replied. Good. Now I need you all to do one more thing. Write your first mission report. Recall as much information about the event from your perspective and create a detailed report. Irika. Help Naruto. Daichi, please assist Sasuke. The rest of you, I'm sure your parents will help you out. Everyone nodded and the Kage dismissed everyone. Everyone left the office except for Daichi. Is there something you need, Daichi? Hiruzen asked. He was confused seeing the serious expression on the Genin's face. After a few moments of silence, Daichi spoke. Permission to speak freely, Lord Hokage. The old Kage heard the tone and immediately knew that whatever the boy was about to say was of grave importance. Chapter 278, Daichi's Request and Investigations. Hiruzen looked at the Genin in front of him and clasped his fingers. Speak your mind, Daichi. The Genin looked at the Hokage's calm expression and he had a feeling the old man had an inkling as to what he was going to talk about. I need to make sure this doesn't sound like a demand. I have to take the diplomatic approach and see where that leads me. Naruto deserves to know the truth about his parents. So he knows. I suppose that shouldn't come as a surprise to me. Hiruzen calmly gazed at the boy and was quiet for several seconds. Seeing that Daichi had a similar stoic face, the old man asked him a question. I won't insult your intelligence by pretending not to know what you're talking about. I'm curious though. How did you find out? I did some extensive research during the last few years. And I did study about the human body and genetics with Lady Tsunade. Inherited traits such as eye color, hair color, shape of the cheekbones, earlobes. They're easy to identify. I found a few pictures of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki and noted the similarities between them and Naruto. Daichi decided to be straightforward and answered the Kage. You realize that their connection to Naruto is a highly protected secret, right? Hiruzen's tone had a slight edge to it, but Daichi stood firm and wasn't intimidated. Yes. It's why I haven't shared this with anyone but you since I found out. Daichi replied in a cool, calm tone. Hiruzen let out a deep breath of air and leaned back in his chair. After a few moments of silence he spoke. You're right. He deserves to know the truth. But do you think this is the correct time? Do you think he's ready right now? He's testing me. Daichi kept a calm face and after a couple seconds of silence he replied. Right now, tonight is not the time. He already has a lot to process. But excuses can always be found to delay this conversation with him. The sooner he knows the better. Why do you think that? Daichi looked at the old man and slightly narrowed his eyes. This guy. Asking me a question he already knows the answer to. Daichi kept his thoughts to himself and indulged the Hokage. The secret about the 9 tails was kept hidden from him. I'm assuming you were waiting to tell him about it after he reached a certain age or rank. But that didn't happen. He found out about it in one of the worst ways possible. It was only luck that everything worked out in the end. If an enemy finds out about his lineage and uses it against him in the field like today, there is a chance he might not be so lucky that time. He needs information to make informed decisions about his life. Hiruzen looked at the boy silently contemplating his next move. I'm aware of the situation and I understand your concerns, Daichi. But right now, the truth about Naruto's parents must remain a secret. I will tell him when he becomes stronger and more mature. This is for his own protection. He is strong. He is stronger than you think. Daichi said with a small tone. Enduring the hatred of an entire community since childhood without even knowing the reason and the fact that he can still genuinely smile and be good to others. It might not seem like much from an outside perspective, but that takes an unbelievable amount of willpower and strength. Hiruzen internally sighed and his clasped palms slightly tightened. The secret about the 9 tails getting out was one of his many failures in the last decade. As Hiruzen sat quietly, Daichi's next words somewhat shocked him. But I guess such is life for those like him. All Jinchuriki are hated by their villages after all. Daichi said, looking straight at the Hokage. The old Kage didn't expect the boy to know so much. Jinchuriki aren't exactly a secret, but ordinary people and most Jonin's and even some Chunins shouldn't know about it. How much do you know about Jinchuriki? Hiruzen asked the boy. From what I found, I was able to paint a rough picture. They are used as weapons of war, have incredible power and can change the tides of battle. But despite all this they are feared and hated by their villages. Some see them as walking time bombs. Daichi revealed a broad outline of his knowledge and nothing more. If I tell him specifics like their identity or that the hidden cloud village treats be better, he'll get a lot more suspicious and cautious. This vague answer is better. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the boy. I see you've been poking around where you shouldn't. I did a lot more than just train medical ninjutsu during my time at the capital. I wanted to know more about the world. About the life I was stepping into and the enemies I might come across. Information is a valuable tool after all. Did Kinsei help you with this? Daichi shook his head. No. I found out about all this on my own. Hiruzen was keeping a close watch on Daichi's chakra and realized that he was telling the truth. He inwardly groaned as he gazed at the boy. Kids today. They think they know everything. We're getting off topic. About his parents. Are you going to tell him? Hiruzen asked the Genin. I will after he passes the graduation test with his team. Daichi replied, looking straight at the Kage. And if I told you not to? Are you making it in order? Hiruzen was silent for a few moments and then spoke. Yes. Let Naruto focus on himself first. He already has enough on his plate. Don't tell him anything. Daichi looked at the stern face of the Kage and sighed. He nodded his head and spoke. I will obey your orders. Good. Now about Mizuki. What have you learned from your fight with him? The Hokage asked, changing the topic. He's definitely in contact or had contact with Orochimaru. I'm pretty sure he's the one who gave him the formula to create the drug that induced such a transformation. It could also be someone else. That's a possibility, isn't it? It is possible, but Mizuki himself confessed that his power was Orochimaru's doing. If I had to make a guess, I'd say Mizuki wanted the Forbidden Scroll as an offering so he could join Orochimaru's protection after leaving the village. I see. What about his condition right now? Will he survive? At that question, Daichi was silent for a few moments before answering. His cells have suffered serious damage and his lifespan has severely decreased. He won't live past a few months in his condition. If additional stress is placed on his body, then that time frame dwindles even more. I understand. Hiruzen nodded. He would need to tell Ibiki and Anko to adjust their interrogation tactics. It seems Inoichi will be better suited for his interrogation. Is that all, Daichi? Hiruzen asked, seeing the thoughtful expression on the boy's face. No, sir. There is one more matter I would like to speak with you about. It's more of a request. The Kage was silent and nodded his head. Kakashi-sensei. I think it would be best if you assigned him to Sasuke's team. Hiruzen sighed hearing that. I take it this is because he awakened his Sharingan during the fight. Daichi nodded. Yes. There is no one else that can teach Sasuke to utilize the Sharingan. I've already learned plenty from Kakashi-sensei. But now I think he would be better suited to lead Sasuke. Hiruzen looked at the Genin's face and understood that Daichi gave this matter as serious forethought. Are you sure about this? Yes. Daichi nodded with a resolute gaze. After everything that happened in the forest, I know for sure this old man will place Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura together. But right now there is no Jonin I trust with them other than Kakashi. He's the key that made Team 7 special. And after a whole year of sparring with me, he's a lot stronger than his canon counterpart. So even if something unexpected happens, I can count on him to protect them. If today has taught me anything, it's that I should be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Hiruzen was silent and then nodded his head. He had been thinking along those lines ever since the incident ended. I'll speak with Kakashi and make a decision in a few days. I understand. If that's all, you're dismissed. I have much to attend to. Daichi nodded and left the room. Outside he saw Sasuke waiting for him. Did everyone else leave? Daichi asked his friend. The Uchiha nodded. Irika-sensei took everyone home. I said I'd wait for you here. Daichi nodded. Come on. Let's finish that report so I can get some sleep. Sasuke smirked and the two left the tower. Leave correctional facility. I thought someone turned traitor and helped them escape, but this. Still, I can't rule out that possibility. The member of the Hokage's guard platoon looked grim as he surveyed the scene. Special Jonin Rado and several of his colleagues examined the bodies of Karai and the two other guards in the ground. Why did the prison have such a small number of guards? Shouldn't there have been more? A medic ninja examining the bodies spoke up. Karai died with his throat slashed, and from examining the wound, I'm sure a sharp ninja wire with wind chakra running through them was used. The other two have poison in their system, but they came from another direction. Rado nodded and stood from his spot. As he looked around, he noticed several more bodies around the prison. But these were prisoners based on their outfits. Get me the logs for the prison. A Chunin nodded to Rado's orders and disappeared. As they investigated the area, the Chunin returned and handed Rado what he wanted. Kirai was the one with the most senior authority in the prison. He must have known or at least suspected something was wrong. Rado examined the document and went through everything with a keen eye. Kirai was the one who put in the request for minimal guards on this day, and he also made the request for the new recruits to be assigned today. That can't be a coincidence. So that means he knew. Rado turned to the Umbu ninjas near him. Kirai is involved in this prison break. I'm not sure how. I'm going to his home to investigate. The Umbu ninja nodded and turned to his colleagues. Let's bring his friends and other guards for questioning. We need to find out if anyone else is compromised. Rado and a small team of Chunins left the prison and soon reached Kirai's home. He quickly scanned the area and made sure there were no hidden traps and then entered the building. Search every inch of this place. The Chunin under Rado nodded and began going over everything. Rado looked around, and as he was about to head into Kirai's bedroom, a Chunin called out to him. I found something. That was fast. It's not a trap. I've checked. The Chunin said, holding up a small scroll. Where was it? Rado asked the man. It was in his desk. It wasn't locked. The note on top of it that says if anything goes wrong. Rado took the scroll and opened it. He examined what was written and his eyes widened as he kept reading. That fool. He couldn't help but curse as he finished reading. What is it, Rado? That idiot Kirai is one of the reasons we're in this mess. He helped Mizuki. He turned to the Chunin and handed him the scroll. Take this to Lord Hokage and update him on the situation. The Chunin nodded and vanished with the body flicker jutsu. Interrogation Department. In a large room, the prisoners who fought Irika and his students were unconscious and strapped to a table. Several Yamanaka members were going through the memories of Seiho, Hiroshi, and Zefrek, with Ibiki and Inoichi Yamanaka overseeing the whole process. It's still surprising that those kids were able to subdue these three without getting seriously injured. It seems the new crop of graduates might be better than I thought. Ibiki said as he looked at the three ninjas who were having their minds read. Inoichi had a small smile as he recalled the scene of hugging his daughter at the Hokage Tower. Yes. You know, I was worried for a while about my daughter's graduation and Jinin days, but now those fears are somewhat gone. Then Inoichi's smile slowly left his face. I still can't believe Mizuki would have the guts to do this. He was a teacher at the academy. We should have caught him sooner. There was already suspicion about his involvement in a death during a mission he participated in a few years ago. We had no concrete evidence, but Lord Hokage felt that limiting his movements was the best option at the time. Ibiki replied in his gruff voice. There are rumors among the Jonins that he's connected to Orochimaru. Ibiki had a grim expression as he nodded. You'll need to find that out and anything else he knows. Due to his poor condition, I can't employ my best tactics, so Lord Hokage has asked you for this. We need to know if Mizuki's attack and everything else that happened tonight was just a distraction or not. If he's planning an attack on the village, things could spiral out of control quickly. Lord Hokage has already put the village on level 1 emergency alert and increased the patrol units and Umbu teams stationed around the village. Mizuki is being prepped for interrogation as we speak. I'll head over and begin once I have a report from the team here. At that moment, the Yamanaka member going through Zefrek's memories ended his jutsu and went to Inoichi and Ibiki. Report. Ibiki ordered, and the shinobi told them what he had found out. After sharing what he knew, the ninja went back to work. So he's been preparing for months. I have something special in mind for Zefrek for all the mess he made. Ibiki said with a chilling grin. Just then a Chunin came into the room and bowed. Captain Ibiki, Master Inoichi. Lord Hokage has ordered all team captains of Chunin rank and above to convene in the tower as quickly as possible. He also specifically asked for 2 of you. We understand. Ibiki nodded and glanced at his friend. The Chunin left and Inoichi sighed. This hasn't happened in a while. But then again, with everything that happened today, it's not surprising. It seems the Umbu squads will be keeping an eye on things till this meeting is over. The 2 interrogation specialists headed to the Hokage Tower and soon saw numerous ninjas gathering. With Kakashi and his group, we managed to capture most of them. The remaining few are hiding in the forest. The tracking teams will find them soon. The copycat ninja said as he handed over an unconscious prisoner to the patrol squad. Man, I was looking forward to a relaxing day before the team assignment started, but I guess it can't be helped. Asuma said as he secured his knuckle dusters into his pouch. The Jonin suddenly heard the sound of a hawk flying above their heads and quickly began making their way back to the village. You know, I'm actually looking forward to teaching. They have potential. Kurenai gave her thoughts as she jumped through the trees. Well, they're clan heirs and they'd had better training. I guess a certain level of skill is expected. But still, they sure did surprise me, Asuma said with a chuckle. He was looking forward to taking the Ino Shikacho team under his wing. The former Guardian 12 ninja then turned to the silver-haired Jonin who was engrossed in his orange book. Hey Kakashi. I overheard the kids talking earlier. They said Sasuke's Sharingan awakened. You think Dad's gonna switch you to his team? I'm not sure what Lord Hokage's decision is going to be. Guess I'll find out in a day or 2. The silver-haired ninja replied with a nonchalant shrug. But do you think that's fair to Daichi? Switching you with someone else right now. Would that affect his performance in the field? Kurenai makes a valid point. Kakashi. You've known him for a year now. What do you think? At Asuma and Kurenai's questions, Kakashi became silent and thought about his student. He had a small smile as he knew Daichi could handle it. He'll be fine. He's a mature kid and knows that it's the logical thing to do. Even if it's another Jonin leading him, it won't affect his performance in the field. The Jonins quickly reached the Hokage Tower and made their way to the meeting room. As Kakashi entered the small hall, he saw the Hokage at the front with the 2 elder counselors behind him. He also noted the presence of Ibiki, Inoichi, and other major figures, including the Umbu captain. There are a lot of people here, but they must be squad captains. To call for this meeting so quickly. It looks like Lord Hokage wants to make sure no one spreads the wrong narrative and no blame falls upon Naruto. Asuma, Kurenai, and other Jonins looked around and noted the presence of several important individuals. This meeting will either be short or really long. Asuma inwardly sighed as he stood and looked at his father. Hiruzen looked at the people present and decided to get started. Thank you all for coming on such short notice. I'll be quick. I've called you all here to update you on the current events that took place in the village. The Chunin Mizuki was the one responsible for all the chaos tonight. All the ninjas paid close attention to the Kage's words. Most of them only knew bits and pieces of information so far. Hiruzen turned towards Inoichi's direction. Tell us what you found out from the prisoners. The head of the Yamanaka clan stepped forward and revealed his findings. From reading Zefrek's mind and going through his memories, it looks like Mizuki approached him months ago. He wanted Zefrek's help to take control of the prison on this day and cause chaos in the village while leaving with the Forbidden Scroll. Their plan was to go to Orochimaru and hide under his protection. This was all Mizuki's plan. He deceived a prison guard to get access to the prisoner and Zefrek killed that guard. Zefrek also found a couple of people and formed a team. The explosions that occurred around the village were the doing of another group of prisoners. Mizuki supplied them with ninja gear shortly after the Genin exams were over, and Zefrek had 4 prisoners set off the explosives to divert our attention. Hiruzen nodded and turned to Rado. Share with us what you have found. The elite bodyguard nodded and began speaking. Kirai was the prison guard who was compromised. I've searched his house. He had a vendetta against Naruto and agreed to help Mizuki. They began planning this since last October. Kirai was the one who requested minimal guards at the prison today. Mizuki would have Naruto steal the scroll and have him come to the Eastern Canyon where the escaped Zefrek would kill him and Kirai would capture Zefrek. But obviously things didn't go that way. Kirai noted down the details and a scroll as a contingency in case anything went wrong and we know what happened. As far as he knows, there aren't any other guards involved. I don't think he knew about Mizuki's connection to Orochimaru. Hiruzen nodded and Rado stepped back. He then addressed everyone. Mizuki and his 3 accomplices were defeated by Irika and the new Genins along with Daichi. The Forbidden Scroll is secured. He's currently in interrogation. Hamura, who was standing to Hiruzen's right, looked at the captain of the patrol squad. Have all the prisoners been recaptured? Almost. We were able to catch most of them. But there are still a few in hiding. But the tracking squads are on them. It's only a matter of hours before we have everyone under custody. The squad captain replied. What about the civilians? Koharu asked. They're safe. Since the damage the explosions caused are minimal, we're also in the process of rebuilding the destroyed structures. It'll be completed before morning. Hiruzen nodded and then gazed at the head of the Leaf Village Barrier Division. Has anyone entered or exited the barrier? Aside from the few prisoners that escaped, no one has left. And no one suspicious has entered. We're keeping a close eye on it. The man replied, and Hiruzen turned his attention to the rest of the ninjas. Good. I'll be keeping the village on high alert. As you may have heard, Mizuki has ties to Orochimaru. We don't know if he's directly involved in this or if he plans to do anything in this chaos. So be on high alert. I'll lift the emergency protocols in the morning if nothing happens. Until then, be prepared for anything. Dismissed. As everyone left, Hiruzen went back to his office. As he opened the door, he saw Danzo standing near the window. The old Kage had a frown as he looked at the man. Danzo was gazing at the village through the glass window, and he had a stoic gaze. Danzo. This is a surprise. I didn't think you'd be here. Hiruzen spoke with a slight edge as he gazed at the man. Circumstances have changed. The old Warhawk said nothing more as his eyes roamed the village. He saw many teams moving about and slowly turned to face his old teammate. If Mizuki had escaped with that scroll, it would have had terrible consequences for the village. I'm glad he was stopped in time. Why are you here? Hiruzen asked calmly. Despite what you may believe, I have the village's interests at heart. The old Kage visibly sighed and shook his head. I don't have time to hear this. I have a lot to deal with. He went to his seat and started going through the documents. I'm aware. Danzo said with a slightly narrowed eye. I know you have my men in custody. I would like you to release them. The old Kage raised an eyebrow as he looked at the one-eyed man standing in front of him. I have no idea what you're talking about. And since when do you have any ninjas under you? I thought I ordered Root to be disbanded that night all those years ago. Danzo looked into Hiruzen's eyes and realized that the man was angry beneath his calm facade. Let's not waste any more of each other's time. You know that Root is still active. You'd have to be completely incompetent if you didn't. There is a reason I sent those two to sabotage that mission. Even without the specifics, Hiruzen knew what he was talking about. Are you here trying to justify your actions? Justify why you refused a direct order from me? Yes. Hiruzen was slightly taken back by the calm yet firm reply. His gaze steeled as he stared at the man. You have some nerve. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't have you in chains and in interrogation alongside that traitor Mizuki right now? I'll give you two. Right now you have more important things to focus on than me and the Root. Orochimaru is a dangerous man. You'll need to keep your attention on him. Hiruzen clenched his jaw as he heard the man. Danzo then slowly took out a scroll from his sleeve and placed it atop the desk. That's the second reason. Read it when you have the time. You'll understand why I do what I do. I won't take up any more of your time. Lord Hokage. Hiruzen's eyes were on the plain scroll that was in front of him even as Danzo left the office. He reached out and slowly opened it and began going through. His eyes widened and he gritted his teeth as he looked at the information in the scroll, but soon he calmed down and he had a stoic gaze. He always has an excuse. I'll need to find out and see the authenticity of this information before I make a decision. But that can wait. Chapter 279, Clash of Legends, Orochimaru vs. Tsunade. Fire Country Border. Tsunade and Shizune were fully alert of the enemies present in their vicinity. The blonde Sannin glared at her former teammate and the now rogue ninja. Orochimaru smiled as he looked at the fury on his teammate's face. Ah, Tsunade. It's been so long. When I heard that you were somewhere nearby, I just couldn't resist the opportunity to reunite with my dear friend. Tsunade smirked, hearing that. You must have gotten hit on the head or something. Her mocking expression turned to one of seriousness again. We are not friends. We haven't been for a long time. Don't think for a second that I've forgotten the atrocities you've committed, Orochimaru. The snake Sannin's lips curled into a wicked grin as he extended his palm, fingers arching like serpents ready to strike. Ha ha ha. I've missed your vibrant spirit. He hissed, a hint of mockery present in his voice. Despite being outnumbered, Tsunade's gaze was resolute. Clad in her distinctive haori, her green necklace shimmering in the moonlight, she fixed her deep brown eyes on Orochimaru with a mixture of anger and determination. You won't find me as easy a prey as those you've taken before. The grin on Orochimaru's face dimmed as he looked at his opponent. Oh, I'm counting on it. The atmosphere crackled with chakra as the two Sannin glared at each other, their enmity radiating like a storm gathering strength. Shizune took a couple steps back from her teacher. This is bad. Orochimaru looked serious. But why now? What does he want with Lady Tsunade? The Sound Five were vigilant as they looked at the two powerful ninjas. Unlike the other times when they faced enemies, they didn't dare insult or belittle Tsunade. Just from the chakra and presence being emitted from Tsunade was enough to put them on edge. Shizune's eyes then went to the others present. Orochimaru wouldn't bring people who aren't capable. So that means I can't take any of them lightly. Taunton whined in fear in between Shizune's arms. It's going to be okay, Taunton. She comforted the small pig in a low tone, but the younger medic was nervous as she had no idea how the situation was going to develop. It was Orochimaru who made the first move. In the fraction of a second he moved and was in front of Tsunade with his right arm extended. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Multiple snakes flew out from the sleeve of his right arm headed for Tsunade's body. Their jaws widened and each of them had a sword protruding from their mouths. The snakes struck Tsunade's body and dug into several places, but the next moment they were covered in smoke. Orochimaru let go of the jutsu and turned his head to the tree nearby. He chuckled as he saw his former teammate standing with crossed arms atop a branch, unharmed. Flawless substitution jutsu. Good. You haven't lost your touch. I'd be disappointed otherwise. I'm not here to impress you, Orochimaru. Tsunade jumped down and Shizune quickly rushed to her side and stood by. Aside from Kimimaro, none of the other sound ninjas could track Tsunade. Kidamaru and Jirobo had slight sweat as they looked at the slug Sannin. I couldn't even follow that speed. I thought for sure Orochimaru would have gotten her. No. I shouldn't have made that assumption. She is in the same league as him. Subduing her won't be easy. Kimimaro gazed at Tsunade and kept his calm expression. Based on Lord Orochimaru's intel, her fighting strength should be slightly diminished during these last several years. But still, it's best not to waste time. With that plan in place, it shouldn't be long before we're able to knock her out. The ninja from the Kagaya clan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the blonde medic. He noted that Shizune had also made her way to her master's side. Orochimaru pressed his belly and opened his mouth wide, looking up. A second later the handle of his kusanagi appeared and the snake Sannin quickly grabbed and pulled it out of his body. Kimimaro. It's time. Let's finish this quickly. Tsunade tensed up as she saw the long sword. I need to be careful with my attacks. The leader of the Sound Five quickly removed the upper garments and was ready for battle. Kidamaru, Jirobo. You know what to do. The rest of you, stick to the strategy put in place. The moment the order was given, various markings began to appear on their bodies and began to spread. What is that? Shizune couldn't help but ask as she saw what was happening. It's a curse seal Orochimaru developed. It increases the strength of whoever wields it. So be careful. Tsunade ordered and her apprentice nodded. Taunton jumped from Shizune's grasp and went to hide under a tree nearby away from the action. Attack! Orochimaru rushed towards Tsunade and alongside him were Kimimaro, Sakan, and Yukon. Tayuya was acting as backup and her role was to distract the blonde medic. Kidamaru and Jirobo went straight to Shizune. The battle between two of the Sannins has begun. Near the Leaf Village. Somewhere in the mountain range near the Leaf Village, a lone shinobi was going through several seals. The winds blew and his silver hair and red eyes could be seen under his black cloak. Tobirama made the final seal and the ground beneath him began to move. Finding this location was more difficult than I thought. I wanted to make sure Madara's grave was forgotten so there were no markings when I created it. But then again, I suppose that was the point. It's been so many years. The landscape and vegetation have changed. A passageway opened up that led to an underground tomb and the reanimated second Hokage slowly began to make his way down. It's taken all day to break through the seal without alerting anyone. But still, that's a good sign. That means the seal was intact and no one had found and opened the tomb. Soon Tobirama reached the room where a large square coffin was resting in the middle. This is it. The torches hanging on the walls automatically lit as Tobirama entered the tomb. The Kage slowly made his way and stood near the concrete box. He let out a deep breath of air and then pushed the lid to the side. Tobirama looked inside and stood still as he saw nothing. There were no bones, no clothes or anything. The coffin was empty. The second Hokage's fists clenched until his knuckles dug into his palms. His body is gone. Either someone found it and took it or he is alive. Tobirama quickly began to examine every inch of the place he built. He soon found some anomalies in a certain portion of the tomb. He examined the stones and his eyes narrowed upon closer inspection. This portion, it was broken from the inside and then put back together from the outside. That's why the protection seals didn't trigger. The attack came from within. That means Madara. He came back to life somehow. And he escaped. Damn it! The second Hokage couldn't help but punch the wall in frustration. I should have destroyed his body. But if only. He remembered his argument with his older brother shortly after the battle at the final valley. Flashback. I want to take Madara's body and perform an autopsy. Tobirama spoke as he looked at the dead Uchiha's corpse. No. The simple yet stern answer from Hashirama made Tobirama frown. He tried to reason with the man. Brother, just imagine what we can learn from his corpse. The secrets of the Sharingan, how they work, how to counteract the Mangekyo abilities. We can create countermeasures by studying Madara's body. In the event the Uchiha clan ever becomes a threat, this knowledge will definitely be of use to the village. Despite the points being made, Hashirama shook his head. I forbid it, Tobirama. You will do no such thing. Why? The younger Senju brother crossed his arms and gazed at the older one who was sitting beside Madara's body. The first Hokage was silent for several moments before he spoke. We just formed an alliance with the Uchiha and created the village. They know that Madara was a threat and they won't hold it against me right now for killing him. But that won't be the case if we desecrate his body. Even if the Uchiha clan didn't follow Madara, they respected his power. He was once their leader after all. If we take his body and start experimenting on it, they will see it as a disrespect against their whole clan and will resent us. It won't help the village. But Brother Dash. Tobarama. I respect your dedication to the village. And I recognize the value of knowledge. But there must be a balance between seeking knowledge and preserving our values. We will continue to study the Sharingan, but I will not condone desecrating Madara's body. The younger Senju looked at his brother and his eyes slightly softened. That's not the whole reason, is it? Hashirama gazed at Madara's face and recalled the memories of his childhood. He wanted nothing more than to protect his brother and safeguard the clan. The truth is, without him, I doubt I could have changed this era. He may have walked a different path at the end, but he was my friend and he should be buried with dignity. It's the least he deserves. Tobarama looked at the steely gaze of his brother and relented. Fine. I'll do as you say, brother. You have my word. Hashirama nodded and the younger brother sealed Madara's body into a sealing scroll and soon left the destroyed battlefield. Flashback end. Tobarama took a deep breath of air and began to think things through. Madara was definitely dead. The seals I placed haven't been activated. So that means whatever happened, happened inside this coffin. Madara must have come back to life somehow. But what sort of jutsu does that? It must have been some kind of a delayed technique. I need to look into this. Still, it's clear now, the Nine Tails attack is connected to Madara. Tobarama began making his way back to the outside, but his mind was distracted. Is Madara still alive? Did he make contact with the clan somehow? I need to know more about the Nine Tails attack and the Uchiha clan. If he's alive, I need to be even more careful. Tobarama returned to the surface and began to close the passageway. He sealed everything back to the way it was and made sure to make it seem like the area was undisturbed. Soon with his work done, the second Hokage of the village left the spot and headed back to the village. Leaf Village. Sasuke finished his report of the Forbidden Scroll incident and stretched his arms. Daichi took the papers and went through everything quickly and nodded in satisfaction. Good. I'll make sure to submit this at the tower. Get some sleep. You've had a long day. Just as the Genin was about to leave, Sasuke called out. Hey! Daichi stopped and turned around to look at the Uchiha. Thank you for saving my life. Sasuke spoke after shoving his pride down. You're welcome. Daichi was about to leave, but the Uchiha's next words stopped him. Can we spar? Now that I've awakened my Sharingan, it's not going to be so easy to defeat me. Daichi's lips slightly curled up as he looked at the boy. Just because you've awakened your eyes doesn't mean you're suddenly all-powerful. The Sharingan may seem strong right now, but there is a flaw. You should figure out the strength and weakness of your abilities before challenging a stronger opponent. Sasuke stood silently and watched Daichi disappear into a whirl of leaves. Weakness of my jutsu, huh? That's not bad advice. Looks like I'll have to review the old scrolls if I want to know more about my eyes. As the young Uchiha made his way to the library and his family, a thought suddenly stopped him. How does Daichi know about such information on the Sharingan? With Orochimaru and Tsunade. The landscape around the two Sannin had changed considerably. There were multiple craters and destroyed trees scattered about. Tsunade dodged a bone spear to her right shoulder and quickly grabbed it, holding it in place. She swiftly brought her other palm in a chopping motion and broke the spear in two and jumped back, dodging Sakon's kick. Tsunade's opponents were in their level 2 cursed seal state. I must say, I'm impressed, Tsunade. You haven't even used your seal and you're still keeping up with us. And here I thought you'd be rusty. Orochimaru chuckled as he looked at the woman. Even as he kept a smiling face, inside he was analyzing her strength. She seems to be on the verge of overcoming her hemophobia. I thought her skills would have dulled after all these years of inactivity, but it seems I'm wrong. Could it be that after taking Daichi under her, she has resumed her training? Just as Orochimaru was keeping an eye on Tsunade, she was making notes of her enemies. They work perfectly as a team. One of them has the Kagaya bloodline and the other has impressive reflexes almost similar to Jonin. And whenever I'm about to land a killing blow, that bastard steps in and protects them. And on top of that, I have to deal with the sound Jinjutsu attacks from that redhead. This is all so annoying. The blonde Sanin's eyes briefly went to her student and saw that Shizen was suddenly trapped in an earth dome. She can handle herself. You don't have time to be worried about her, Tsunade. Orochimaru appeared and swung his sword. Tsunade knew the cutting power of the Kusanagi blade, and so she spread her chakra to the bone spear she was holding and deflected the sword swing. Orochimaru's subordinates also joined in the battle and were slowly wearing the Sannin down. Nearby, Shizen was sprawled on the ground with spider webs coating her torso and legs, trapping her. An earth dome surrounded her and she could feel her chakra being drained. Taunton was inside the dome and tried to go near Shizen, but she stopped it. I can't believe they caught me like that. I need to get out of here quickly before I lose all my chakra. Shizen calmly recalled everything she learned during her battle with Kidamaru and Jirobo. His spider silks are strong and trying to cut it with kunai won't help. When I analyze the silk thread, they have chakra running through them. Wait! If they have chakra running through them. Shizen quickly brought her hands and made several seals. A moment later, green chakra began to glow around her palms. The chakra was moving in the shape of a blade. The Jonin medic closed her eyes and concentrated. Outside, Jirobo smirked and looked at his teammate. She's done for. It won't be long before she loses her consciousness. Kidamaru nodded his head. Yes. But remember what Lord Orochimaru said. We need her alive and relatively unharmed. So don't go accidentally killing her, all right? Jirobo nodded. Yeah. I know. I'm keeping an eye on her. Suddenly Kidamaru coughed up some blood. It seems her poison jutsus weren't completely useless. Jirobo commented, looking at the blood coming from Kidamaru's mouth. He himself had a bloody nose. It was difficult for him to breathe due to Shizen's poison attacks. Kidamaru frowned and reverted back to his level 1 seal state. He took several deep breaths of air and grinded his teeth in anger. She almost had us. If it wasn't for Lord Orochimaru's poison resistance training, we'd be dead right now. Inside the earth dome, Shizen focused on her chakra scalpel and made it as sharp as possible. Once she was ready, she carefully began cutting through the silk thread that had her trapped. I knew it. This is the best way to fight his techniques. In a few seconds she was free and stood from her spot. Oink! Taunton immediately ran into her arms and squeaked. Oink! Oink! I know, Taunton. We need help. Shizen thought about the battle till now and frowned. They aren't aiming for any killing blows or going for the vitals. They're trying to subdue me. And they're doing the same to Lady Tsunade. They're here to capture us. Not kill us. But for what? Shizen tried to think of an answer, but nothing came to mind. It doesn't matter. I need a plan now. What do I do? As she thought that, she immediately looked to Taunton and an idea came to mind. Shizen took a paper and bit her index finger. She immediately began writing something on it and soon closed the paper and secured it into Taunton's vest. She spoke in a very low tone to the pet pig. I need you to listen carefully. Take this letter back to the Leaf Village. Find either Daichi or the Hokage. It's important. I'm going to get us out of this dome, but you need to run and escape as fast as you can. Understand? Oink oink oink. Taunton knew what Shizen was asking but was hesitant to leave its master's side. No. You can't stay. And I don't think we can escape from them. You're our only hope. Get us help from the village. Can you do that, Taunton? The pig finally nodded its head. Shizen smiled and began to think of a way to get out of the earth prison that was sucking her chakra. She threw several kunai in multiple directions and saw that the damage the kunai made was immediately being restored. Damn it! The walls are being rebuilt almost immediately. As she looked around, she suddenly noticed something. The damage done in one spot was healed almost immediately, but the damage done in the opposite side was taking much longer. The medic ninja immediately threw her remaining 2 kunai to the 2 sides opposite each other. 2 small cracks formed on the wall, and she noted one of them regenerating much faster than the other. Shizune was a smart ninja and immediately figured out the weakness of Jirobo's jutsu. This is it. He must be concentrating chakra only on one side of the dome. I need to attack the weak point. The medic ninja immediately took 2 paper bombs and struck them to the side that was repairing slowest. She set the timer and immediately jumped back to the other side while making seals. Earth-style defense wall. Taunton and Shizune took cover under a stone wall that rose up. Seconds later, an explosion rang out, destroying the weak part of Jirobo's earth dome. Shizune used chakra to protect herself and Taunton against the blast. What the hell? What just happened, Jirobo? Under the cover of the smoke and the confusion of the 2 sound ninjas, Shizune made her move. Several figures rushed out of the smoke and stood in front of the 2 bodyguards of Orochimaru. Kidomaru looked at the 7 copies of Shizune and gritted his teeth. Shadow clones. I just need to find the right one. She won't escape without her master, so I'm sure the real one is among them. What Kidomaru and Jirobo failed to notice was that there was one more Shizune who was holding Taunton, quickly moving away from the battlefield. It was a shadow clone, and its job was to quickly get Taunton as far away from the battle and as close to the village as possible. Taunton. Remember. I might disappear at any moment, but you have to keep going. Reach the village and get help no matter what. Oink! Back at the battlefield, the real Shizune and 1 clone rushed at Jirobo while the others headed for Kidomaru. My poison hadn't killed him, but it should have at least slowed them down. The medic ninja rushed at Jirobo, and just as he swung his fist, the 2 medics nimbly dodged. The shadow clone Shizune had thin, near-invisible wires around her hands and immediately tied it around Jirobo's hands and feet. Now's my chance. Seeing the opportunity, the real Shizune rushed towards Jirobo's heart with chakra scalpels in her hands. Heart, liver, and lunges. I just need one shot to end him. Jirobo couldn't defend himself, and just as Shizune's palm neared him, several golden kunai were launched from the trees aimed at Shizune. She had to change her path and cut the muscles of Jirobo's right arm and escape the deadly weapon's rain. A few kunai struck Jirobo due to his large size. He immediately waved his hand and destroyed the shadow clone holding him down. Arg! Damn it, that hurt. Couldn't you have aimed better? Jirobo asked his teammate. Better a few flesh wounds than your life. Kidomaru retorted as he looked at Shizune. Lord Orochimaru gave us a detailed review of your skills and techniques. You were going with a chakra scalpel to the heart with that move, weren't you? Shizune frowned as she looked at the 2. She held a kunai and got ready. Meanwhile, Tsunade was in a taijutsu battle against 3 opponents while also defending against genjutsu attacks. Kimimaro and Sakan/Yukon were in their level 2 cursed seal state. I just need one opportunity for Yukon to enter her body. Then it'll be over. She hasn't released her 100th seal or summoned Katsuya, but that's because I haven't gotten serious yet. The moment I escalate this battle, she will also take things further. I need to finish this before then. Orochimaru knew she wouldn't resort to extreme measures unless needed, but that she also wouldn't hesitate to use her trump cards if she felt her life was in danger. The last survivor of the Kagaya clan looked at his enemy without any emotion. She definitely deserves to be called a Sannin. Even with fighting against us in level 2 state, she is holding her own. More than that, if it wasn't for my defensive skills, Sakan and Yukon's healing ability, and Orochimaru distracting her, we'd be dead by now. This can't go on much longer. If any patrol ninjas come upon us, it'll be even more of a headache. I need to create an opening for them. Just then Kimimaro saw a punch headed for Sakan's chest and blocked it with his own body, blowing the Kagaya several meters back. Orochimaru rushed and attacked with his sword, forcing Tsunade to defend with her bone spear while Sakan kicked from behind with 2 legs. Tsunade then blocked the kick with her leg and was forced to block a punch coming at her face with her free hand. But this was the opportunity they were waiting for. Yukon swiftly exited Sakan's body and entered Tsunade's. With her sight blocked by the fist, Tsunade quickly couldn't defend against the surprise invasion into her body. What the hell? How are you? Tsunade was unaware of their ability to enter others' bodies, so she was taken by surprise. Orochimaru grinned as he saw the scene. Yes. Perfect. He jumped back and quickly made a seal. Paralysis Jutsu Absolute Confinement. Seals immediately began spreading from Yukon's body and covered Tsunade as well. The blonde Sannin couldn't even open her mouth and could only glare at the man. Orochimaru quickly took a gas mask from his sleeve and placed it on Tsunade's face. Once secured, a green gas began emitting from it. Take a deep breath, my dear Tsunade. I made this just for you. The medic held her breath in defiance and Orochimaru only grinned. He turned to Kimimaro, who was making his way back to their location, and just nodded to him. He disappeared, and several moments later Tsunade saw him return with an unconscious Shizen on his shoulder. Kimimaro dropped the sleeping medic on the ground and had a bone spear at her throat. Orochimaru laughed and turned his gaze back to his former friend. Kukuku. She's so devoted to you. All these years, staying by your side. Now you wouldn't want anything to happen to dear Shizen, would you? Tsunade's eyes went to her precious apprentice on the ground and she relented. The next moment she took a breath of the gas and suddenly began to feel dizzy. Orochimaru released the paralysis jutsu and Yukon immediately exited his target's body as he too began to feel the effects. But Sakan gave him the antidote to the gas and Yukon entered his brother's body to rest. Tsunade wanted to struggle, but with the threat against Shizen there was nothing she could do. They want me and Shizen alive for some reason. Right now, I need to buy some time. Those were the last thoughts before the female Sannin went unconscious and drifted off into sleep. Chapter 280, The Abducted Sannin. Orochimaru gazed at his former teammate unconscious on the ground and his face was devoid of expression. So after all these years, it has come to this. Sorry, Tsunade. But to further my goals, your sacrifice is needed. He then turned his attention to his guards. He looked at Kimimaro, Jirobo, and Kadamaru and spoke. He saw the blood flowing from the corner of Kimimaro's mouth and frowned. Even after all the preparations, Tsunade was still able to inflict significant internal damage to Kimimaro. You three. Head back to the base and secure it. This is a delicate time. I don't want any unexpected incidents. The Snake Sannin gave the order. Kimimaro stepped forward and bowed. Yes, my lord. We'll make sure nothing happens till you return. Make sure to heal your injuries. Shizen's poison jutsu isn't something you can simply shrug off. Understood, my lord. The Snake Sannin then turned to the remaining members of the Sound Five. Sakan, Tayuya. We need to move quickly. You know what to do. The two guards nodded and went to the two sleeping bodies on the ground. Tayuya picked up Shizen while Sakan carried Tsunade. Orochimaru looked around and noticed that their pet was missing. He inwardly smiled as he couldn't sense Tauntaun anywhere nearby. It must be on its way to the village. This battle was bound to draw attention. Even if they sent their entire force to search, they wouldn't find me. Let's go. On Orochimaru's orders the group split up and went in two directions. Sakan and Tayuya followed Orochimaru, carrying their captives while Kimimaro and his team went to the main base in the Land of Sound. Shortly after all parties left the area, a strange figure appeared out of the trees several meters away. A figure with the body of a plant and wearing the Akatsuki robes. Zetsu looked at the scene and was confused. Well, that was unexpected. You think she did something to make Orochimaru mad? The white half asked his partner. No. Tsunade had been wasting her time getting drunk and gambling this last year. I doubt she had crossed paths with Orochimaru at the time. That snake must have something planned. Black Zetsu replied. I see. You're probably right. Still, I didn't think she'd put up such a fight. Even outnumbered, she was holding her own. Unlike his other half, Black Zetsu knew that they weren't battling with anywhere near their full power. No. It only looked like that because Orochimaru and the others didn't go for any killing blows. For some reason they want her and her student alive. What do you think Orochimaru's plan is? At the White Half's question, Black Zetsu became silent for a few moments. I have a few ideas, but I can't make any solid conclusions. Let's see if we can follow them. The two disappeared into the ground and tried to pursue their target. As they neared Orochimaru, the snake Sannin suddenly stopped while his subordinates kept going. Cuckoo! Is that you, Zetsu? Orochimaru spoke as he kept looking forward. Zetsu, who was hidden in the ground several meters away, was annoyed. He knows. If you're going to keep following me, I'll see for myself just how durable you really are. Or we can part ways and you can go spy on someone else. With those words, Orochimaru vanished from Zetsu's sight. The Akatsuki spy was hiding underground and decided not to pursue the snake Sannin. His sensing skills are sharper than I thought, the White Half remarked. He must have some method to detect us. Still, it's expected that he's a lot more vigilant than usual. He just attacked and kidnapped Tsunade Senju. This incident will definitely cause an uproar once it gets out. The Black Half spoke. So what do we do now? Should we tell him? Yes. This is a big incident. Let's go find Madara. With the final say from Black Zetsu, the spy began to move in a different direction. Towards the mountain graveyard where Obito was. Leaf Village. It was shortly an hour past midnight. Hiruzen was still in his office going through several documents. As he was working, two Umbus suddenly appeared in front of him. You summoned us, Lord Hokage? Hiruzen looked up from his document and saw the Umbus Bear and Snow standing in attention in front of him. He had tasked Bear with infiltrating the root forces and Snow with investigating his own ninjas. An assignment that was given years ago. Yes. First, Bear, I have a task for you. Hiruzen gave Bear the scroll Danzo had given him earlier and spoke. I'm sure you made a copy of every mission report of the last decade from the Root Archive when you first infiltrated the organization. I need a copy of the reports of the missions mentioned in that scroll. What is this about, sir? Bear asked the old leader. Danzo came to see me a few hours ago. He gave me this scroll and it was his justification for disobeying my orders and continuing with his operations. The missions on that scroll goes all the way back to the time of the Uchiha massacre. Based on the mission's details, it suggests that if it wasn't for Root, the village would have been embroiled in several major fights with other nations. The actions the Root took, mainly assassination and subterfuge missions on certain targets around the world, reduced the tensions between the great nations and smaller villages. So essentially Danzo is saying he's the reason we have peace right now. Snow couldn't help but remark. Hiruzen nodded. Yes. Some of the incidents took place near our border and I've had some jonins investigated at the time. On the surface of most of these events there wasn't much. It looked like a straightforward assassination by people who had a grudge against them. But now with this. The scroll gives a detailed account of what the targets were up to and what their intentions were. If it's true, then Danzo's actions could be somewhat justified, but Bear suddenly understood why the Hokage wanted the report copies he made. You want to make sure the information on that scroll is accurate. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Yes. I need to know the authenticity of this information. They have figured out that they have a spy in their midst. So the reports in their archive might have been edited now to match what Danzo gave me. But that won't be the case for the copies you made. I need those documents by tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. The Hokage then turned his attention to Snow. Have you completed the investigation? Yes, sir. It'll take me a few hours to compile the report, though. The old Kage nodded. That's fine. Make sure to get it to me by morning. So how is it? Is it as bad as we feared? Snow was silent for a few seconds before he replied. No, sir. Danzo was paranoid and limited the number of agents he had within the ranks so they wouldn't be found out. but some of them are in key positions in certain squads. Hiruzen sighed and leaned back in his chair. Get me that list by early morning. Understood, sir. Just then Bear spoke. Lord Hokage. Can I ask you something? What is it, Bear? If the information on my reports corresponds to the reports in Danzo's scroll, are you going to show him leniency? He asked the question that's been on his mind. Hiruzen was silent as he thought about the question. No. I gave him an order and he disobeyed. It doesn't matter what Danzo says. I'm not going to let Root operate for much longer. Under Danzo, the Foundation is an uncontrollable, unpredictable element. I need to talk to Sensei when he returns and update him on everything that happened. If Danzo has proved himself loyal then... No. He's crossed far too many lines for me to back down now. Still, I need to talk to him alongside Sensei. After that I will decide whether I have to kill him or not. Mountain Graveyard. It wasn't long before Zetsu reached the hidden location. He saw a masked ninja meditating on the center of the lair and got closer. Big news. We have big news, Madara, White Zetsu spoke in a sing-song voice. Would you be serious? This is important. The black half reprimanded his counterpart. Obito sensed their presence the moment they arrived near the base. He turned in their direction and spoke. What is it, Zetsu? It's Orochimaru. He attacked Tsunade and captured her along with Shizune. Obito was curious and was slightly concerned with this new development. Orochimaru attacked and captured Tsunade? This is certainly unexpected. What could he be after? The man rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. He then looked to his subordinate. Zetsu, did you manage to track his location after he captured them? I'm sorry, Madara. But he managed to notice me. He made a threat that I have no doubt he would have followed through if I kept going after him. I lost track of him after, so I came to inform you. Black Half replied with a calm voice. It's not surprising that he picked up on you. He's been studying all the Akatsuki members since he joined. He's developed measures to evade your surveillance after all. So losing track of him isn't surprising. That snake is skilled at disappearing when he wants to. Zetsu, did you notice anything peculiar about his actions or any hint of his intention? The masked Obito asked his spy. Orochimaru seemed determined and focused. Based on the way he and his team fought, there was a sense of urgency in their actions. He didn't waste any time subduing Tsunade and her student. Orochimaru and his team took them down before Tsunade could use her summons. Did you watch the whole fight? Yep. We recorded the whole thing for you. White Zetsu replied. Show me. At Obito's command, Zetsu showed him the battle that took place between the Sannin and their subordinates. Obito watched the fight and noticed something. He didn't use any lethal attacks. He wasn't trying to kill them or even seriously injure Tsunade. The same goes for Shizune. He needs them for something. Black Zetsu agreed with Obito's speculation. Yes. That's what I think too. Since he went after her, it may have something to do with her medical skills. Obito had a slightly different theory in mind. Or her Senju bloodline. He always had a fascination with forbidden techniques and unique bloodlines. But why now? Why not sooner? Or is it something else? What should we do? It won't be long before the Leaf Village finds out what happened and they won't be happy. Black Zetsu looked at Obito for the next course of action. The masked Obito nodded his head. We're going to the Rain Village. We need to inform Pain of this incident. Got it. Zetsu nodded and disappeared into the ground while Obito vanished in a swirl. Hidden Rain Village. The masked Uchiha, Zetsu, Konan and Pain stood on the top floor of the tallest tower in the Rain Village. An orange-haired man wearing the distinct Akatsuki cloak looked at the village and the people below through the window. So, Orochimaru is making moves again, huh? This could complicate our plan. Pain spoke with a calm tone. He's always been a wild card. but his actions now have the potential to escalate tensions between the great nations. The masked Madara spoke as he leaned on the wall. Agreed. We need to keep an eye on the situation. Orochimaru's actions could potentially disrupt the balance of power we've been working towards. Konan crossed her arms and gave her thoughts. Pain slightly nodded his head and turned to Zetsu. Continue monitoring the Leaf Village and Orochimaru's movements. If anything significant happens, report it immediately. Pain, shouldn't we inform the other members of the situation? Konan asked her friend. The orange-haired man nodded. Yes. But not now. We need to know more about his plans. Zetsu, gather intel on Orochimaru's movements for the last year. We'll call for a meeting tomorrow and inform them of the situation. Yes. I'll get it done. Zetsu disappeared into the ground moments later with his new task to complete. You should increase the patrol squads around the border. The Leaf will be sending teams to investigate the matter soon, and they won't be some ordinary Chunins. Madara spoke with a grave tone. I'm aware. Pain gave a short reply and returned his gaze to the view outside. Don't engage unless absolutely necessary. We still need some more time. So for now it's best to stay in the shadows and observe. Madara spoke once again, but he got no reply from Pain. Konan kept her impassive face as she looked at the masked Uchiha. Madara didn't say anything more and disappeared moments later, leaving the two top members of the organization on their own. Nagato, what do you think Jiraiya-sensei is going to do? Now that it was only just the two of them, Konan used her friend's real name and spoke in a softer tone. We'll find out soon. One thing is for certain. Something drastic is going to happen in these next few days. I can feel it. Pain replied as he looked at the rain pouring down from the sky. Chapter 281, Trouble on the Horizon. Fire Country. A team of 10 ninjas were moving through the trees in the Land of Fire. Most of them were wearing worn-out attires while a couple others had strange outfits. Each one of them looked unique, with some even looking strange. The most prominent one in the group was a woman who had dark eyes, light blue hair, and was wearing a green dress. She was at the front of the group and wore a stern expression. He should be up ahead. If it wasn't for my lord's orders, I wouldn't even bother with him. Still, I wonder why Lord Orochimaru made a move on his former teammate after all these years? Could it be because of the village? Well, it doesn't matter. At that moment someone nearby interrupted her thoughts. Gurren. Why do you think Lord Orochimaru wants us to find him now? Won't his mission in the Leaf Village be in jeopardy? The woman identified as Gurren glanced sideways and spoke in a cold tone. Our task isn't to question his orders. You would do well to remember that. Yes. Of course. Forgive me. The man quickly became quiet and the group continued in silence. They soon reached a small hill and looked down at the forest below. Gurren, who was in front, made several seals, and immediately several pink crystal birds began to emerge from her hand. They flew high up in the air and disappeared from everyone's view. A moment later a tall crystal in the shape of a mirror emerged out of the ground and images began to appear on it. So that's her long-range jutsu used for spying and observing a territory. The mirror shows the images the birds see, and most people can't detect the crystal creatures because of their high altitude. Evading that is not going to be easy. Some of the members looked at the jutsu from behind. They were studying it and trying to assess its strengths and weaknesses. As Gurren focused, soon an image of a person she disliked appeared on the screen. There he is. As she scouted the area with her special reconnaissance technique, she saw something that made her lips curl upwards. Looks like he's not that great at his job after all. My lord will no doubt be displeased with this. Hi. Oh, I can't wait. Time to pay him a visit. A lone figure with ash-gray hair and glasses was slowly making his way through the small road in the dense forest. As he traveled in the direction of the Leaf Village, his thoughts were on Mizuki and the commotion that should be happening in the village. The perfect time for Lord Orochimaru to strike his target. Mizuki is an excellent sacrificial piece. With the commotion he's caused by now, the whole village would be focused on containing the threat and securing the village. Lord Orochimaru would no doubt have attacked Tsunade by now. With the information on the patrol routes, he'll be able to easily avoid anyone and get to the final location. In the meantime, I'll have to keep an eye on the shinobi movements in the village. I need to alert my lord if anything unexpected happens. The moonlight radiated through the thick foliage and Kabuto's smirking face could be visible. As he slowly made his way forward, he came upon a small clearing. He kept walking, but soon he slowed down. His eyes narrowed and he suddenly stopped. His senses picked up a disturbance in the ground, and the next second he jumped to the side, evading a large sharp pink spear that burst out of the ground where he had stood previously. Kabuto's eyes widened as he looked at the structure that just tried to kill him. This jutsu. It's her. The medic spy didn't have any more time to question the situation before he was attacked again. Kabuto jumped and evaded the attack spears 2 more times before his ears picked up the sounds of sharp objects flying towards him. He immediately made seals and coated his palms with chakra and deflected the pink sharp shuriken. Once he was sure there were no more attacks, he looked around, slightly tense. "Come out, Guren!" Kabuto shouted, ready for another attack. Ha ha ha. A mocking laughter came from the darkened forest, and soon a figure emerged. "What's with the face, Kabuto? Are you happy to see me?" Kabuto narrowed his eyes as he looked at the blue-haired woman. He disliked her very much and didn't know why she was meeting him here like this. "Why did you attack me? What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to kill me? Oh, come now. If I wanted you dead, I'm pretty sure I could do it easily. And besides, if you couldn't even handle that much, you really don't deserve to be on Orochimaru's side. What are you doing here, Guren? We shouldn't be meeting like this?" As Kabuto said the words, he sensed the arrival of multiple other people. He looked at them and saw that they were prisoners of his master. Why are they here? What's going on? Kabuto was silent as he calmly gazed at Guren. What's this woman up to? Especially tonight. The blue-haired woman chuckled as she looked at the bespectacled ninja. "I have a new task from Lord Orochimaru. You have been ordered to return to your laboratory and wait for further instructions. The lab our lord graciously built for you." Kabuto was surprised when he heard that. Orochimaru wants me to abandon my position at the Leaf? But why now? Even if the Leaf is on high alert, I haven't done anything to gain their attention. So won't this be a waste? Is this because of what's happening tonight? Kabuto asked her cryptically. Yes. I've been gathering intelligence on the village and its shinobi strengths for the last few years. It's still not completed, so abandoning my cover would be a waste now. Dash. Ha ha ha. Guren couldn't help but laugh hearing Kabuto's excuse. What's so funny? Kabuto narrowed his eyes as he heard the mocking tone in that laughter. You're not as slippery as you think. You already screwed up. You're pathetic. The last words were said with a sneer and Kabuto was taken back. What are you talking about? Guren sighed and she became serious. I'm saying, your cover has already been blown. Kabuto was shocked and narrowed his eyes. What makes you say that? Because I'm pretty sure the 2 rats that ve been following you are part of the Leaf's Umbu. The second Kabuto heard this, he turned to look behind him. Meanwhile, the 2 Umbu members who were hidden a short distance behind Kabuto were also shocked. She knows. And based on their numbers, it's best if we escape with the information we have now. Just as they made that decision, they sensed several presence coming from behind them. A fireball jutsu immediately struck where the 2 Umbu were hiding and it forced them out. Guren noticed the Umbu following Kabuto with her jutsu and made the decision to split the 10 members with her into 2 teams to ambush the Leaf Ninjas. Kabuto was shocked when he saw the masked ninjas. How long have they been following me? How did I not know this? Despite the questions that were raised in his mind, he immediately focused and chakra appeared in his palms. We can't let them leave here alive. Yes. I agree. Guren jumped and stood near Kabuto and narrowed her eyes. Crystal-style crystal prison. The Umbu were skilled and quickly evaded the deadly jutsu. At that moment several other members of Guren's team began to attack. The Umbu easily incapacitated the ones that came near them with taijutsu, but the next moment they had to defend against multiple crystal spears heading their way. Even though the two Umbu dodged, the speed of the attack caused several shallow injuries on their bodies. What kind of jutsu is that? She must have a special Kekkei Jinkai. The two ninjas saw the amusement on their enemies' faces and understood the situation. She's toying with us, one of them said, and the other nodded his head. He looked around and noticed the grim situation. We need to make sure the information reaches Lord Hokage, no matter the cost. Agreed. The next instant they faced the two teams and went through multiple seals. Wind-style dust expansion. A powerful gust of wind blew in all directions, kicking dust and small earth and covered the whole area. In the cover of the dust, multiple shadows rushed out in all directions. Where are they? Where did they go? One of the members on Guren's team spread his arms and the tip of his fingers opened up. Air pressure cannon. An explosive wind rushed out and cleared the dust, allowing them all to gain visibility again. They looked around and saw that neither the two Umbu nor Guren and Kabuto were present at the scene. Where is Guren and Kabuto? One of them asked, and suddenly they heard an explosion coming from a short distance away. All of them rushed over and saw the two Umbu ninjas heavily injured and kneeling on the ground. The two Black Ops ninjas of the Leaf were analyzing the woman in front of them. Her strength is formidable, and along with her special Kekkei Jinkai, she's going to be trouble. Kabuto and Guren kept track of them even through the smoke and quickly engaged them in battle. The Umbu, while skilled, quickly lost against the combined might of the two and was in a serious state. Orochimaru's spy looked at the two ninjas and took note of their appearance. How did they know about me? Was it Danzo? No. These two don't look like root ninjas. So they're the Hokage's forces. I wonder, how much does he know about me? Kabuto and Guren were standing a few feet in front of them. Did you really think that would work? How foolish. Guren spoke with a smug tone. Kabuto looked at the two and a sinister smile slowly formed on his face. I'm curious to learn how much you know about me. You can just tell me or... His hands slowly glowed green and killing intent slowly emitted from him. The two Umbu were silent. They wouldn't give up information at any cost, and now they realized their time had come. A moment later they made their final hand seal. The next instant they were engulfed in blue flames. In less than a dozen seconds their bodies were reduced to ash. The members who arrived had wide eyes as they saw the scene. They killed themselves? That's kinda pathetic. Guren looked at the two piles of ash and frowned. So they're willing to go that far, huh? She muttered to herself, but Kabuto heard her. Of course. Leave no corpse upon death. It's the Umbu code. Kabuto explained, looking at the scene with a neutral face. Humph. They got off lucky, Guren remarked. Guren. In case you didn't notice, this was a diversion. They used their own lives as a distraction so that their message would reach the village. Kabuto spoke, looking at the woman. Guren looked at Kabuto with narrowed eyes, but the next second she relaxed and chuckled. I'm not as incompetent as you. As she said the words, a small pink object suddenly fell from the sky a couple meters ahead of them. It was a small crystallized sparrow, and on its leg was a small scroll. A second later the crystal broke into a million tiny shards, destroying the message and the bird inside. She then turned to the ash-haired ninja standing near her. Our Lord won't be pleased when he learns that you've let your guard down and slipped up. I'll talk to Lord Orochimaru. And whatever consequences come my way, I'll take it. So you don't need to worry about me, Kabuto said with a stern face. He looked at the scene and sighed. Let's go. There is no point in wasting any more time here. Yes. You should head to your lab. I have some other business to take care of, Guren replied, and Kabuto stopped. He looked around and saw the number of people following Guren and frowned. Why do you need these many people? I doubt it was just for me. Guren smirked as she turned her attention to the ash-haired ninja. I have another assignment in the Land of Fire. What assignment? Kabuto knew of Orochimaru's plan to kidnap Tsunade, but he knew nothing beyond that, and he was curious. Let's just say that I have a package I need to extract. A special delivery for our lord. The blue-haired woman chuckled seeing Kabuto's expression, and soon the whole party left the area. A couple minutes later, several meters away, a small green bird popped its head out the bushes. Seeing that there was nobody around, it immediately took off in the direction of the Leaf Village. Kabuto and Guren failed to realize that the sparrow they killed was merely another decoy. Chapter 282, Sinister Plans. Location, unknown. Building, Orochimaru's base. Time, March 21st, approximately 5 a.m. In a moderately lit underground chamber, Tsunade slowly came to consciousness. A tired groan escaped her lips as she slowly opened her eyes. It only took a second for her to realize what had happened to her. She immediately tried to get up but found that her body was completely restrained. Tsunade was strapped to a medical table with her hands and legs restrained by strong metal chains. She tried to use her chakra to escape but found that she couldn't call forth her explosive power. Hello, Tsunade. You woke up right on time. Hearing the voice, the female Sannin turned her head to the side and saw Orochimaru's grinning face. When I get out of here, I'm gonna bash your skull into the ground. She gritted her teeth and struggled against her restraints, but it was of no use. Ha ha ha. So bold and direct. I've always liked that about you. Orochimaru looked at her and then turned back to the table near him. Several experimental vials and glasses were on it with various substances. The whole room had several scientific and medical equipment. If you're thinking about escaping, I wouldn't recommend it. This whole building is under heavy protection. And I made sure you can't summon Katsuyu, nor will you be able to use the reverse summon technique and escape. Tsunade turned to look at the medical bed she was strapped on and noticed several seals on the chains and on her body. She noticed that she was in a garment similar to a hospital gown, and her eyes narrowed. She turned her attention back to her captor. You sealed my chakra, didn't you? What the hell do you want with me? The snake Sannin chuckled hearing the question, but he didn't look at the woman. Yes. I need you restrained and immobile for what I have in mind. I'm well aware that even without chakra to boost your strength, you're still quite powerful. Orochimaru turned his head and glanced at his former teammate. Those chains were specifically made to handle your strength. You won't be getting out of there without me saying so. As for what I want with you, you'll find out soon enough. Tsunade gritted her teeth and clenched her fist as she looked at Orochimaru. You bastard. Suddenly she remembered that she wasn't the only one that was in trouble. Where is Shizune? I swear. If you did anything to her, I'll dash. She's perfectly fine at the moment. Just sleeping. As long as you cooperate, she'll be fine. Orochimaru's reply didn't ease her worries, but she knew he wouldn't be divulging anything more unless he intends to. Cooperate? With what? Why exactly did you kidnap me? Cuckoo. Soon. You'll know soon enough. You just made a big mistake, Orochimaru. Do you really think Sensei is going to let this go? You'll be hunted down with everything the Leaf Village has got. You're going to die. Orochimaru stopped working and slowly turned to look at the woman strapped on the bed. He had a serious gaze and was silent for a few moments as he looked at the angry Tsunade. Do you think this was just a spur-of-the-moment decision? Do you think I haven't planned for this? The snake Sannin walked to the blonde woman and slowly caressed her cheek with the back of his hand. Tsunade turned her head in anger and disgust to get away from the man's touch. I'm counting on Sensei's response. I've been planning this for a long time now, and I've made the necessary preparations. He won't find us. I can promise you that. Seeing Orochimaru's expression, Tsunade knew he was telling the truth. What does this freak want with me? Since I'm tied up, it's unlikely that he needs my help with medical ninjutsu. That means He plans to use me as an experiment? Having come to this conclusion, Tsunade struggled against her restraints, but she saw no results. Orochimaru looked at the vials as he mixed the contents. It'll take a few more minutes for the solutions to completely mix and unify. He turned to the blonde woman and spoke. Since we have some time to spare, let's talk, shall we? Go to hell, you bastard. Now. Being hurtful isn't going to win you any points with me. Hi hey. The sinister man couldn't help but chuckle. Orochimaru ignored Tsunade's furious expression and just crossed his arms as he leaned against the table near him. You see, I've come to learn about the survival of Jin a couple months ago. Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she looked at the man. The snake Sannin, seeing that he had her attention, kept speaking. He wasn't just alive. It was as if he was completely healed. And curiosity got the better of me. I went to the fire capital in secret and found that he was back to his healthy state. What's your point? The slug Sannin slightly narrowed her eyes and asked. Orochimaru chuckled as he looked at her. I have to admit. That's impressive. He should have died, for all intents and purposes. But when I saw him walking the streets without any difficulty, well, I must say I didn't expect that. Hearing that, Tsunade had a condescending smile as she looked at the other Sannin. He was an interesting project. I knew the type of poison that was making him sick could only be your work. I could tell that you put a lot of effort into it. But it still wasn't enough to kill him. Looks like you're not all that great, Orochimaru. The snake Sannin just looked at the blonde woman with a stoic expression before a wide grin formed on his face. He slowly chuckled, but then it turned into a full-blown laughter. He soon stopped laughing, but Tsunade could see amusement in the man's eyes. Do you really expect me to believe that you're the one who saved him? What are you talking about? Of course I'm the one who saved his life and beat your poison. Tsunade's smile now gone as she gazed at Orochimaru. No matter what, I can't have him going after Daichi. You can't protect him with your lies, Tsunade. I already know. Orochimaru chuckled as spoke. After learning about Jin's miraculous recovery, I gathered as much information as I could about him. I learned that your new student came to see him a couple days before he was completely healed. You prolonged his life, but it was young Daichi who saved it. Isn't that the truth, my dear Tsunade? Hi hey. Tsunade saw the expression on the man's face and knew he wasn't going to believe anything she said. Damn it. If he goes after Daichi. I'm so looking forward to meeting the boy. I've been hearing great things about him. Do you really think Kinsei is going to just let you do as you please when it comes to his grandson? The snake Sannin smile dimmed and replied. He might have been a strong and a powerful force, but that was a long time ago. He's an old withered man now. He's no threat to me. The same goes for Sensei. None of you have the power to stop me. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru's expression and realized that he believed everything he said. What kind of trick does he have up his sleeve for him to have such confidence? I need to learn more information about his plans. Since Jin was poisoned with that complex chemical, he might be the key. You're an idiot if you think that. Careful, Tsunade. You don't want to hurt my feelings and get on my bad side, would you? Especially considering the circumstances. Orochimaru looked at her and then turned back to the chemicals on the table. TCH. She clicked her tongue and focused on the seals restraining and binding her chakra. These seals are more complex than I thought. He's gone through a lot of trouble just to get me here. I'm curious. Why did you go after Jin? As far as I know, you two never crossed paths and he hadn't done anything to antagonize you. So why him? Tsunade asked, trying to get some information. Orochimaru was still engrossed in his work and was quiet for a short while before he answered. His business. He was trying to expand and was unknowingly trying to buy my territories. He had to go. If I had him killed, it would have looked suspicious to his friends, and it was at that time I developed my new poisons. So he became my test subject. An unfortunate fate for him. Orochimaru turned to look at his former teammate and smiled. I thought he would die in a month or two, but unexpectedly you managed to prolong his life. And the reason you didn't bother with him after I managed to save him from death? Orochimaru smiled and replied with a mirth in his voice. He was of no use to me. He was concerned about his own life and I had the needed data in my hands. He knew nothing of me nor had any suspicions about what happened to him. I knew killing him would be more trouble than it was worth, so he got to live. Why exactly did you go through all that trouble? It wasn't the poison you were after. It was the DNA splicing techniques, wasn't it? The whole thing was just another experiment to improve your knowledge and skills in the gene manipulation field. The grin on Orochimaru's face grew wider as he heard that. Very good, Tsunade. I'm impressed. In fact, it's the whole reason we're here. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and was trying to figure out what he meant. What are you talking about? The snake Sannin looked at the restrained Senju and he had a dangerous smile. I'm on the brink of a scientific breakthrough that will change the course of shinobi history. Tsunade struggled against her restraints and looked at the man with anger. And let me guess. You're going to use me for this scientific achievement. You really have become twisted. To use me as some guinea pig. The snake Sannin chuckled when he heard that. Twisted perhaps. But the potential results of this experiment will shake every nation. What are you talking about? What could be so groundbreaking that you're willing to kidnap and experiment on me? You see, I've been working on a little project. A serum of great power derived from none other than your grandfather. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju himself. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock when she heard that. No! That, you're actually experimenting with his blood. Immediately her shock turned into a fury. You really are a sick monster. How dare you? Oh, don't blame me, Tsunade. The village already tried replicating his power. They failed. I succeeded. Or I will, soon. What are you talking about? His blood was found to be too volatile and would kill anyone it was injected on. Tsunade asked with narrowed eyes. That was the case. I've discovered a way to bestow with style upon anyone, even those who lack the innate ability. Tsunade was shocked when she heard that. How is that possible? Is he lying? No. It doesn't look like Orochimaru is bluffing. But grandfather's blood is too strong and the yang chakra in it is too powerful for any person to control it. So how did Orochimaru? What did you do? Tsunade was shocked and at the same time she wanted to know more information. She knew the potential damage something like this could create for the whole world. I created a special serum. A concoction created from Hashirama's blood, containing his with style essence and powerful vitality. A serum that took countless hours and numerous test subjects to create. Even if you made something like that, it would have negative side effects. I doubt even you can create a perfect serum. Yes. Very true. The formula is still a bit volatile and there are side effects. The serum is still somewhat unstable and it causes erratic reactions in some who receive it. So you're right about that. The man lightly chuckled at the end. You don't seem too down about someone who failed in replicating the first Hokage's abilities. The blonde Sannin was wary about the man's motives and was trying to figure out his plans. Yes. Sadly, perfection has eluded me. But you see, I found a solution to that problem. Tsunade had a bad feeling as she saw Orochimaru's gaze. What does any of this have to do with me? Because you are Hashirama's descendant. Your body contains powerful vitality and regenerative properties, unparalleled in the current shinobi world. I believe your blood can stabilize the serum, making it usable without any dangerous side effects. Tsunade was silent as she heard the man's plan. Does he really think this is going to work? What makes you think I won't just die when you inject me with that? The medic ninja asked. Because I've been rigorously testing your blood for the last few hours. Your Senju bloodline and the fact that you're his descendant are the key. There are markers within your DNA that would recognize Hashirama's power and integrate it instead of fighting it. Tsunade gritted her teeth in anger as she heard the man speak about his plans. You're insane if you think I'll let you use my blood for your experiments. My bloodline is not a tool for your twisted ambitions. So you're out of your mind if you think I'd willingly help you with this. Orochimaru chuckled and got closer to the woman strapped on the table. You misunderstand me, Tsunade. Your compliance isn't needed. Willingly, unwillingly, it makes no difference to me. I've already come so far. I'm not going to stop now. Once I have the power of the legendary wood-style jutsu under my command, I'll be unstoppable. But it's not just about power. My goal is to understand the secrets and intricacies of chakra, genetics, and the very essence of life itself. Tsunade scoffed at that. Save your excuses for someone who cares. You're just a madman who's lost his way. Orochimaru looked at the woman with a raised eyebrow. Madman? You wound me, my dear. He couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Tsunade tried her hardest to get out of her bindings, but it was of no use. It's no use. You're not going anywhere. Orochimaru spoke, seeing the woman struggle. My serum with your blood as the stabilizer will change the world. I will inject you with the serum, and after your body adapts, stabilizes, and perfects my serum, I'll extract the required blood. And once I extract the serum from that blood, the true power of the wood style will be under my command. Tsunade pulled on the chains as hard as she could, but it wasn't enough to escape. Your resistance is admirable but futile. You're strapped here, powerless to stop me. Orochimaru spoke as he looked at the blonde woman being defiant. Tsunade glared at the man and her fury was palpable. You damn bastard. You're going to pay. When I get out of here you're a dead man. The playfulness on Orochimaru's face was gone as he looked at his former teammate. Strong words as always. But let's not waste time on futile threats. Once this process is complete, I'll be one step closer to my ultimate goal. You're playing with forces you can't control. This power you seek, it will consume you. She tried to reason with the man, but Orochimaru wouldn't back down now. He ignored her warning and went back to the table and picked up a gas mask. It's like you don't know the nature of a shinobi at all. It's what we all desire. More power to stand above the rest. He turned around and spoke. He slowly walked near the medical bed and looked her in the eyes. And I will have that power, Tsunade, even if I have to extract every last drop of your blood to attain it. As she looked into Orochimaru's eyes, Tsunade saw the hunger for more power and she was frightened. You dash. Before she could say anything, the snake Sannin placed the gas mask on her face and soon Tsunade was unconscious again. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade's face and memories of his childhood and team battles with her and came to his mind. His face slightly softened as he looked at her. This will be the last time we'll see each other, Tsunade. I'll try to make it as painless as possible. Farewell. Chapter 283, Rescue Tsunade Senju. I'll try to make it as painless as possible. Farewell. Orochimaru gazed at the sleeping form of his former friend/teammate for a few more seconds and then turned to a dark corner of the room. Bring her. Orochimaru ordered and a shadow disappeared from the corner. As one of his bodyguards went to bring Shizune, Orochimaru thought about the response the Leaf Village would take. Tsunade's pet should no doubt reach the village by morning or at the latest noon. When Sensei learns what happened, he'll do everything he can to look for me. Orochimaru couldn't help but let out a small laugh. I could have stopped the message, but where's the fun in that? It's much more entertaining to know that Sensei is squirming in panic. He'll know time won't be on his side. Fortunately for me, I've taken countermeasures. He won't be able to get to me here. Now all I need to do is wait for the results. In an eerie, dimly lit room, the pained groan of a female could be heard. Oh! What happened to me? Shizune woke up from her sleep and slowly looked around. She immediately realized she was in an unknown area and her teacher was nowhere nearby. Damn it! It's Orochimaru. Did he only kidnap me or? What's going on? She was on the ground and moved her hands and feet only to find out that they were restrained with heavy chains. The young medic looked around trying to find anything useful for her to use for her escape. Not good. They took all my hidden weapons and poisons. Moreover, I can't bring my hands together to form seals and manipulate my chakra. She focused on her internal chakra and tried to increase the strength of her arms, but it didn't show any results. The medic took a closer look at the chains holding her and noticed small seals on them. So that snake also sealed my chakra. This isn't good. Shizen turned her head and took note of every inch of the room. Okay. Looks like I'm in some sort of a dungeon with my limbs restrained and my chakra sealed. Okay, think. What do I do? As she was trying to come up with a plan, Shizen suddenly heard the door unlock. A figure she recognized from the earlier fight entered the room and came near her. The person had light blue-gray color hair with long bangs that covered one eye. The strangest detail was the second head hanging limply from the upper back of the person. Who are you? Shizen asked. There was anger in her voice. My name is Sakan, one of Lord Orochimaru's trusted guards. Sakan spoke with a condescending smile as he looked at the chained medic. Where am I? Sakan just smiled at the woman. You have a lot of questions, don't you? Well, I'm not here to answer any of them. He moved to the chains restraining Shizen. He was about to release his prisoner but stopped and looked at the woman. We have your sensei. So don't even attempt to grow a brain. If you do anything we don't tell you, both of you will die. Shizen stilled hearing the threat. They have Lady Tsunade? No. This can't be. Seeing that the young medic understood her situation, Sakan proceeded to remove the chains and in a few moments freed her. Follow me. He turned around and began walking with a reluctant Shizen following him. Where are you taking me? To your sensei. Now shut up and be quiet. Shizen was angry, but she knew the dangerous situation she was in. Do they really have Lady Tsunade? If they do, then I need to be more careful. I need to find a way to get us out of here without them knowing. Soon the two reached a large door and Sakan walked through followed by Shizen. She immediately froze upon seeing Tsunade restrained in a medical bed, asleep. She rushed over to help, but a cold, chilling voice stopped her. Don't move. Shizen turned to the side and saw Orochimaru's malicious gaze. His intent and powerful presence was suffocating to her. Sweat dripped down the side of her face as she looked at the snake Sannin. But she mustered her courage and didn't back down. What did you do to her? Nothing drastic, yet. Orochimaru spoke and slowly raised his right hand. Shizen saw a syringe with a blue liquid inside and she suddenly had a bad feeling. Hey, what is that? Orochimaru chuckled and moved closer to the sleeping Tsunade. You'll find out soon. Shizen, realizing his intentions, moved to stop him, but suddenly she heard a strange melody and her body froze. She couldn't move. What is this? It only took her a couple of seconds to figure it out. Jinjutsu. I need to escape it. She struggled and brought her hands together to disrupt the chakra flow. Shizen got free, but by then it was too late. Orochimaru had injected the blue serum into Tsunade's body. What did you just do? What was in that syringe? Shizen rushed near Tsunade and looked at her. A few seconds after the serum was injected into her, Tsunade began to experience pain. Even though she was unconscious, she was in agony. A pain groan escaped her lips and her body pulled the chains tight. It has begun. Orochimaru spoke as he looked at Tsunade. What's happening to her? I created a serum using the first Hokage's DNA. But to stabilize and perfect it, I need Tsunade. And that's also why you're here alive. Orochimaru replied and turned his attention to the young medic. Tsunade's body is currently undergoing a metamorphosis. Her cells are being destroyed and recreated into something new. Her entire DNA is being rewritten. Shizen's eyes widened when she heard that. But something like that. It will kill her. Maybe. But that's why you're here. To make sure that doesn't happen. Now, your teacher needs you. Since the process has started, it can't be stopped unless it's either completed or she's dead. So don't focus on trying to come up with a plan to escape. Concentrate on keeping her alive. Shizen gritted her teeth, but she couldn't do anything against someone as powerful as Orochimaru. She immediately brought her palms atop Tsunade and used her medical diagnostic jutsu. Her palms glowed green, and Shizen immediately found out what was happening to Tsunade's body. That serum Orochimaru injected has already begun to cause biochemical reactions within her cells. Her vitals are slowly becoming erratic. Orochimaru stepped back and kept a close eye on both medics. Tsunade's cells will start to undergo rapid mitosis and differentiation soon, but will it lead to wood-like structures within her body? I made sure to reduce the presence of yang chakra, but what was present is still too much for an ordinary person. Let's see if you can handle the power of the first Hokage. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade's apprentice, trying to keep her teacher from dying. Yes. It was an excellent choice to use Shizen. But it's a shame I'll have to kill both of them. If this experiment is successful, I have no doubt Tsunade would be able to use with style. Maybe not on the level of the first Hokage, but her strength and chakra would definitely increase. She'll most certainly hold a grudge. I can't have that. Once Tsunade's blood is stabilized, I can handle the rest. At that time I'll kill them both. I'll dispose of Shizen, but Tsunade's corpse will be a valuable research tool. Kukuku. While Orochimaru was scheming, Shizen was praying in her heart. Please, Taunton. Hurry. You're our only hope. Leaf Village, March 21st. Time, 6 a.m. Daichi and Kinsei were at the village gates. The guards were verifying Kinsei's documents, and soon he was given the clearance. Daichi looked around and noticed that the patrol ninjas were fewer than last night. The Hokage hasn't completely lifted the emergency lockdown, but the severity has been reduced. Kinsei looked at Daichi and had a small grin. It'll be a while before I get back. Try not to cause any incidents before then. I'll make sure to keep my head down. I promise. Daichi replied with a grin. But the smile dimmed. Are you sure you don't want any escorts for this journey? You are going to the Hidden Sand Village? He asked with a serious face. Kinsei nodded. I'm not that helpless that you need to worry about me, boy. I'll be fine. I'll return within 2 weeks. Daichi nodded and said goodbye to his grandfather. Kinsei left the village and soon disappeared out of Daichi's sight. He turned around and only walked a few steps before he heard a very familiar sound. Oink oink. What the? Is that? Daichi immediately turned around expecting to see Tsunade and Shizen, but was surprised to only find Taunton running straight towards him. Where are the others? As Daichi looked at Taunton, he immediately noticed its panicked body language. His eyes narrowed and he immediately ran up to the little pet pig. Oink oink oink. What's wrong, Taunton? Daichi asked, seeing the restlessness of the pig. He suddenly noticed the bloodstains on its clothes and his eyes narrowed. He carefully examined the garments and quickly found a piece of paper safely tucked inside. He unruffled the paper. As he read its contents, he became shocked. How the hell did this happen? Daichi unknowingly exclaimed out loud. He looked at the message written. Ambush near the border. Orochimaru plus 5 assailants. In trouble. The note contained the location and time of the attack, but nothing more. This is definitely Shizen's handwriting. And it's written in blood. She mustn't have had much time. Daichi immediately opened the minimap and tried to locate his sensei, but it was of no help. Damn it. I can't find either of them on the map. My map now shows most of Fire Country, but the fact that I can't find them. Did Orochimaru take them out of the country? At that moment a quest appeared. One of the most important quests he got till date. Quest created: Rescue Tsunade Senju. Orochimaru has kidnapped Tsunade Senju and Shizen Kato several hours ago for unknown purposes. Their lives are in danger. Their current location, unknown. Find out where Orochimaru is hiding them and rescue your teachers before the time runs out. Successfully bring Tsunade and Shizen alive to the Leaf Village to complete the mission. Time limit, 60 hours. Conditions. Find the location of Orochimaru's hideout. Do not let Orochimaru capture you or anyone with you during the rescue mission. Rescue Tsunade and Shizen before the time limit and bring them to the Leaf Village. Escape from Orochimaru and his guards. Do not die. Defeat/kill Orochimaru's guards, bonus. Defeat/kill Orochimaru, bonus. Destroy Orochimaru's base, bonus. Rewards. 150,000 EXP. New title. Stat points, bonus. Special stat points, bonus. Reputation increases with Leaf Village citizens. Reputation increases with Fire Country citizens. Your name will spread all over the globe. Failure. Possible cancellation of the coming Chunin exams. Possible civil war in the Leaf Village. Failure to rescue Shizen Kado. Possible enmity between Tsunade and the Leaf Village. Failure to rescue Tsunade Senju. Attack on the Leaf Village in the near future / Fourth Great Ninja War in the near future. Death of Jiraiya and several significant others. This quest is automatically accepted. Warning, failure of this quest will have several other unknown consequences in the future. Daichi looked at the quest that popped up and his hands slightly trembled as he saw the consequences of the failure. Damn it! The time limit is 60 hours. That means 2.5 days. Not good. That's too short of a window to find them. No. I can't waste time just standing here. I need to get to the Hokage Tower and alert him. Daichi quickly picked up Tauntaun and rushed straight to the tower. He ignored the ninjas nearby and moved as quickly as possible. Daichi flared his chakra to alert the guards in the tower of his arrival, and soon he burst into the Hokage's room. He saw the Hokage, his personal guards, Inoichi and Ibiki all looking at him with confusion at his brazen entrance. Daichi. What is the meaning of this? Hiruzen asked in a calm tone as he looked at the boy. He then noticed the pig in Daichi's hands and immediately recognized it as Tsunade's pet. Lord Hokage. It's Tsunade-sensei. She and Shizen were attacked by Orochimaru. Daichi spoke without wasting any time. Chapter 284, Speculations. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen was behind his desk going through various documents from the patrol squads. A special jonin stood in front of him and reported the current situation. All the escaped prisoners have been captured and are in custody. We've accounted for everyone. The correctional facility is operational with 4 teams of guards working in 3 shifts. Has there been any suspicious movements near the village? Hiruzen asked, and the ninja shook his head. No, sir. Nothing out of the ordinary. Hiruzen nodded and leaned back in his chair. Good. Dismissed. The ninja vanished and Hiruzen let out a long breath of air. It's been a long time since I've had a troubled night like the one I've had. Looks like Orochimaru hadn't used the chance to cause any chaos. That's good. Still, why do I feel so uneasy? At that time Denma appeared and looked at the Kage with concern on his face. Lord Hokage, you're tired. You haven't slept or eaten anything since yesterday. Perhaps you should get some rest. It's tempting, but there is still much work to be done, Denma. The old Kage yawned tiredly just as he finished his sentence. He rubbed his eyes and let out another deep breath. Maybe a short nap isn't such a bad thing. Genma smiled as he looked at the leader of the village. Yes. Everything's resolved without any complications. So that's good news. Rado and Iwashi also appeared and stood near Genma. They were ready to transport Hiruzen to his home, but suddenly there was a knock on the door. Come in. Hiruzen spoke, and soon 2 highly respected members of the Leaf Ninja Force entered the room. The head of the interrogation department Ibiki Marino and leader of the analysis team Inoichi Yamanaka. Inoichi, Ibiki. What have you learned from the Mizuki and his accomplices? Hiruzen asked, and Inoichi replied first. I have good news and bad, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen sighed hearing that. Of course there's bad news. Just my luck. He looked at the blonde-haired man and nodded to continue. Tell me the good news first. I've gone through the memories of Zefrek, Hiroshi, Seiho, and the others Kakashi's team captured. Mizuki was their contact and he's the one that supplied them with weapons and shinobi gear. He's been planning this for months. The plan was to take the Forbidden Scroll and leave the country. Their goal was to go to Orochimaru protection and the Scroll of Seals was their bargaining chip. It was Mizuki's plan. The team that caused havoc in the village was a distraction so Mizuki could kill Naruto and the others and get the scroll. From what I've learned there is no one else involved. So we don't have to worry about another traitor helping Zefrek. That's the good news. Inoichi stopped and looked at the Kage. Alright. Now what's the bad news? It was Ibiki who answered. It was Mizuki's plan for them to go to Orochimaru. Unfortunately he didn't share it with his team. And when Inoichi did a mind walk on Mizuki he came across powerful barriers and protection in his mind. And because of his unique condition I can't employ other tactics without the risk of killing him. The intelligence and whereabouts he has on Orochimaru will be of great use to us. So I've refrained from any drastic measures to get your opinion, Lord Hokage. That cursed seal really did a number on him, didn't it? Hiruzen mumbled, but everyone heard him. It completely destroyed his body. It's far different from the one used on Anko. If I had to make a guess, I'd say this seal was developed well before the one he gave to Anko. Ibiki spoke. Inoichi nodded. Mizuki doesn't have much time. If he hadn't done what he did, I'd feel sorry for him. Hiruzen leaned back and thought about the predicament they were in regarding Mizuki. The barriers inside Mizuki. Do you know how long it will take you to break through them without causing any damage to his mind? He asked the Yamanaka. If I put all my focus and energy into that task, then a day or two. That's if nothing goes wrong. Hiruzen looked at Inoichi and saw that there was something else the man wanted to say. What is it? The barriers. It was as if they were created to specifically protect against an intrusion from a Yamanaka. Only someone from the Yamanaka clan could have created the barriers he has in his mind. Inoichi's fists clenched as he thought about the traitor that came from his clan. I take it you're talking about Ko Yamanaka. Yes, sir. He has a certain style and signature to his jutsu. I recognized it. This is his work. Hiruzen exhaled and clasped his hands together. You're right. I have intel that says Ko Yamanaka has joined Orochimaru. Or at the very least, working for him. We'll have to capture him soon. He'll have valuable intel on that man's operations. How should we proceed, Lord Hokage? Shall I concentrate on the others while Inoichi interrogates Mizuki? Ibiki asked, and after a few seconds of contemplation Hiruzen nodded his head. Yes. I think that's best. We dash. Before Hiruzen could complete his sentence everyone in the room felt a chakra flare and it was headed straight for them. They sensed the fast approach of a strong chakra. The guards along with Ibiki and Inoichi were tense but Hiruzen quickly recognized the chakra. Stand down. It's Daichi. Only a couple seconds passed after he said the words and Jinin suddenly appeared in the room in a strong gust of wind. He was carrying a small pig that Hiruzen immediately recognized as Tsunade's pet. Daichi. What is the meaning of this? Hiruzen asked in a calm tone as he looked at the boy. He must have a reason to burst in here like this. Lord Hokage. It's Tsunade-sensei. She and Shizune were attacked by Orochimaru. Daichi's words shocked everyone in the room. It took a moment to register those words for Hiruzen but his eyes immediately narrowed. What? How do you know this information, Daichi? The Jinin took out the paper Shizune wrote and handed it to the Hokage. Hiruzen read the contents and his fists clenched and anger was visible on his face. Genma sighed seeing the Kage's response. So much for resolving everything without any complications. That damn Orochimaru. He knew about Mizuki's plan and used the opportunity to attack her. He knew our patrol squads would be busy dealing with the escapees. He ambushed her at the Fire Country border near the road to the hidden waterfall village. And he took a team with him. He's gone too far this time. Hiruzen was furious as he looked at the note. Are you sure that's from Shizune? Inoichi asked Daichi. The genin nodded his head as he addressed the man. That's Shizune-senpai's handwriting. I recognize it anywhere. She also used a code that only I would know. And I'm pretty sure she wrote that in her own blood. Orochimaru has them, Lord Hokage. Oink oink. Daichi spoke and the small pig also nodded its head. Daichi's right. This is Tsunade's pet pig. She and Shizune wouldn't leave it behind for any reason. So for it to be here. Hiruzen spoke as he looked at the small pet. Lord Hokage, if Orochimaru has attacked Lady Tsunade, then do you think it's possible she's... Ibiki didn't finish the sentence as he looked at the angry Kage. She's not dead. Daichi's strong reply brought everyone's attention to him. He looked at them and spoke with conviction. Tsunade-sensei isn't someone who'll go down without a fight. She's not someone who'll die so easily. Even when fighting someone like Orochimaru. But even if that's true, we have to take into account Shizune's presence. What if Orochimaru uses her against Tsunade? Inoichi asked. He has seen such tactics used in the previous war on several occasions. Taking down a strong enemy by exploiting their weakness. What's Orochimaru planning? Why attack her? She hasn't been here for years. What is he thinking? Gimma looked at the Kage and knew that once this news gets out things will become much more chaotic. At that second someone knocked on the door a few times. What now? Come in. Hiruzen ordered and a masked ninja entered the room. He kneeled greeting the Kage and stood. He was silent as there were several others present, but Hiruzen didn't have time for secrecy. Speak. What is it? On the Hokage's orders he gave the scroll in his hands to Hiruzen and spoke. This just came in through the secret Umbu channels. The two Umbu who were observing Kabuto's movements were killed last night. But they managed to send this scroll. Hiruzen quickly opened it and read the information and cursed in his head. A large team of high-level shinobi ambushed the Umbu team. Kabuto has escaped. This isn't a coincidence. Daichi was surprised, but he didn't show any outward reaction when he heard that name. So the Hokage has already put Kabuto under investigation and observation, huh? That's good. If his men had investigated Kabuto's background thoroughly, then there is a chance that the old guys knew Kabuto was once part of Root. That's good. Inoichi remembered the name Kabuto. Wait. Kabuto? Kabuto Yakushi? Isn't he a medic genin in the village? Hiruzen nodded and spoke, shedding light on the situation. Yes. Kabuto's rank is genin, but in truth he is Orochimaru's close aide and his spy in the village. Last night he escaped Umbu surveillance with the assistance of a large team. That's not good news. First Orochimaru attacks Lady Tsunade and now he removes his spy from the village. He's planning something big. The long-haired Yamanaka spoke. Yes. Orochimaru is taking precautions. Hiruzen had doubts in his mind. Does he know? Is he simply taking a precaution, or has he picked up on my team's surveillance before tonight? Daichi knew Tsunade was alive thanks to the quest that appeared. If they believe she is alive, then they'll be far more motivated to find her as soon as possible. But if they think she's dead, they'll still investigate, but they'll spend valuable time on preparing battle plans on how to bring down Orochimaru. Right now the most important thing is to save Tsunade. Hiruzen turned to Reito Namishi and spoke. Make sure the village is on alert. Inform the patrol squads to stay vigilant. But before that, get me Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, and a Jonin tracking squad. Yes, sir. Reito nodded, vanished in a swirl of leaves. Hiruzen walked back to his chair and sat with a heavy heart. If anything happens to Tsunade. If he killed her. I don't think Lady Tsunade is dead, Lord Hokage. Daichi spoke, gaining his attention. What makes you say that? He hates me and he hates the village. He could have gone after her in the hope of hurting me and reducing the strength of the village. Hiruzen didn't want to believe his own words, but he had to be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Daichi shook his head hearing that reasoning. From what I heard from Sensei and what I learned of the man, Orochimaru is a ruthless person, but he also isn't an idiot. He would know that going after Sensei would mean dealing with severe repercussions. I think that's the reason he hadn't gone after Tsunade-sensei all these years. But he has now. Ibiki spoke up. Daichi turned and nodded. Yes. And that means something's changed. Something fundamental. I think Orochimaru attacked Tsunade-sensei and Shizune, not to kill them but to abduct them. What are you thinking, Daichi? Hiruzen asked the Genin. He knew Daichi had good insight and wanted to know what he thought of the situation. Daichi let out a deep breath and focused. There are two main reasons why Orochimaru would go after Tsunade-sensei. I don't think it's to kill her. 1. I think it's to use her talents. To use her medical skills for some nefarious plan he has in mind. Maybe using Shizune-senpai and forcing Tsunade-sensei to help with some medical experiment. Or maybe to heal someone. Someone who could be a threat to the village. Hiruzen clenched his fist as she listened to the scenarios. On her own, Tsunade would never help him. But if Orochimaru threatens Shizune's life, that girl is family to her. If Orochimaru has a sword over neck. Hiruzen sighed and closed his eyes tight. Damn it. This is all my fault. I should have dealt with him when I had the chance. Genma sighed seeing the Hokage's troubled face. What's the second reason? He turned to the boy and asked. At that question Daichi's face became even more grim and the people in the room had an ominous feeling creeping up in their hearts. After a few moments of silence Daichi spoke. Reason number 2. To use Tsunade-sensei as an experiment. When Hiruzen heard those words it was as if his strength left his body. All sounds from the surrounding disappeared for him and the old leader felt numb. For some reason the memories he had of Orochimaru from his childhood days to the day he betrayed the village rushed to the forefront of his mind. Flashback. A young Hiruzen and a preteen Orochimaru were standing atop the Hokage monument and looking at the village below, both bathing in the golden hue of the setting sun. Orochimaru was only 10 years old, yet his intellect and genius talent caught Hiruzen's attention. The young child asked his teacher a question that's been on his mind. Sensei, do you think we become stronger by conquering our fears or by understanding them? Hiruzen gazed at the young child thoughtfully, contemplating the profound question. After a few moments of silence he began to reply with a calm and measured tone. Orochimaru, the path to strength is not a singular journey. In my opinion, it's a delicate balance between conquering and understanding our fears. Each approach has its place in our journey as a shinobi, and the key lies in knowing when to employ each. The young Orochimaru tilted his head and looked at Hiruzen since he didn't fully understand the answer. Hiruzen smiled and began to explain. Conquering fear is like sharpening a blade. It involves facing your fears head-on, summoning your courage, and pushing through the barriers that hold you back. By conquering fear, you gain a sense of empowerment and mastery over yourself. It can give you the confidence to face physical and mental challenges, allowing you to tap into hidden reservoirs of strength. Orochimaru listened to every word Hiruzen spoke and engraved them in his mind. Hiruzen continued. However, understanding fear is also equally essential. It is like studying the opponent's movements in a battle. To understand fear, you must look within yourself and delve into the root causes of your anxieties. This introspection grants you insight and control over your emotional responses. It allows you to anticipate and adapt to fear, making you more resilient and strategic in your actions. I see. The young child finally grasped what the man was trying to impart to him. So, Orochimaru, remember that true strength arises from the interplay between conquering and understanding fear. The two are not mutually exclusive but rather complementary. Embrace both approaches, and you will find harmony and balance. Soon that memory vanished from Hiruzen's mind and another took its place. It was shortly after Team Hiruzen had their first difficult mission and Orochimaru had his first kill. The team was sent to kill a rogue ninja and his bandit group. They completed the mission, but Orochimaru was forced to take a life. Tsunade and Jiraiya stayed to support their teammate, but as night fell, Hiruzen sent them home. Now Orochimaru and his teacher remained. The two were sitting in front of a small fire beneath the starry night sky. Sensei, what is the true purpose of our abilities as a shinobi? Orochimaru asked as he looked at the man. Hiruzen could see that the first kill had shaken the young genin. He looked at the boy with compassion and understanding. He began to reply, his voice carrying the weight of years of experience and contemplation. Orochimaru, the true purpose of our abilities as shinobi is a question that has haunted many generations, and it's one that we must grapple with throughout our lives. Our talents, our techniques, and our strength are tools, much like a kunai or a jutsu. They can be used for good or for ill, depending on the heart that wields them. Hiruzen paused, letting the words sink in before continuing. As shinobi, we are entrusted with the protection of our village and its people. But our true purpose goes beyond mere duty. It is about preserving the delicate balance of this world. It's about understanding that power alone is not enough. It's about responsibility, empathy, and the courage to make the right choices, even when they are the hardest. Delicate balance, huh? Orochimaru was quiet for a while and then he looked at his teacher. Sensei. That man's purpose was to exploit people weaker than him for his own good. But now he died because he was weaker than me. What are you getting at, Orochimaru? Hiruzen asked curiously. Is power the key to understanding life and death? Hiruzen then turned his gaze to the night sky, as if seeking guidance from the stars. Your question, Orochimaru, is a complex one. Power can grant us knowledge, but it's not the sole key to understanding the complexities of life and death. True wisdom comes from a deeper understanding, one that encompasses not only our abilities but also our relationships, our experiences, and our capacity for compassion. Hiruzen continued, life and death are intertwined, like the roots of a great tree that sustains all of existence. To understand them fully, we must look beyond the surface and seek the connections that bind us all. Power can be a stepping stone on that path, but it should never be the destination. It is through the pursuit of knowledge, the nurturing of our bonds with others, and the choices we make that we come closer to unlocking the mysteries of life and death. He then turned back to Orochimaru, a gentle smile on his face. Remember, Orochimaru, as shinobi, we have a duty to protect and serve, but our true purpose lies in striving for a world where power is balanced by wisdom, where strength is tempered by compassion, and where the pursuit of knowledge leads to harmony rather than chaos. It is in this pursuit that we find the true essence of our abilities as shinobi. Orochimaru nodded as he listened to his teacher. I understand, Sensei. Flashback end. That memory vanished and soon several others played in Hiruzen's mind. The many days he trained his students. The countless hours he spent discussing his aspirations with Orochimaru, teaching him various jutsu. Orochimaru's fascination with snakes and reptiles was evident even then, as he would often bring small snakes he had found to show Hiruzen. Their conversations ranged from the ethics of warfare to the nature of power itself. Orochimaru's thirst for knowledge was evident even then, as he sought to uncover the hidden truths of their world. Hiruzen admired Orochimaru's intellect and his ability to make him question everything they were taught. It was a time of innocence and dreams, and Hiruzen even considered Orochimaru as a son. Soon the happy memories vanished and the one that haunts him to this very day started playing in his mind. Flashback. The night of the dark revelation remains etched in Hiruzen's memory with vivid clarity. It was a moonless night when he received reports of Orochimaru's suspicious activities. With a heavy heart, he followed the leads that took him deep into the forests surrounding Konoha. There, in a hidden underground laboratory, he discovered the horrifying extent of Orochimaru's experiments. Hiruzen and his two Umbu guards were shocked at what they saw. The chamber was filled with cages containing creatures fused with unnatural chakra-infused substances. The wails of agony echoed through the room as Hiruzen confronted Orochimaru. Cuckoo. So you finally caught me, huh? That's a shame. Orochimaru turned around and looked at his teacher with a malicious grin. Explain yourself, Orochimaru. What's the meaning of this? Hiruzen looked at his former student with anger and demanded. The snake Sannin sighed and looked at his teacher. After all the trouble I went through to place those booby traps to give me warnings, I wasn't expecting anyone. But I suppose I should have known that you'd be able to avoid them. Sensei. Kukuku. An Umbu stepped forward with his sword down. Several people have gone missing from the village. From Genins to even Umbu. Reports say that most of them were seen with you. And you've been acting strange for the last several weeks. Another Umbu also had his weapons drawn and was ready to fight. You. How could you do something like this? Orochimaru chuckled as he listened to the accusations. Dead men don't need any answers. I'll kill you too as well. Is that an admission of guilt, Orochimaru? Hiruzen asked with a hardened tone. The snake Sannin grinned as he looked at the Hokage. Why ask questions you already know the answer to? So all this is your doing. But why? What exactly are your intentions? Hiruzen asked the man. Orochimaru gazed at the man and replied after a few moments. Oh well, there's no point in pretending now, I suppose. This is all part of my research. I'm developing jutsu. What kind of jutsu would have you do inhumane things like this? One of the Umbu asked with anger. It's forbidden jutsu you're after, isn't it? Hiruzen asked with narrowed eyes. He understood the nature of Orochimaru's work as soon as he laid eyes on it. What do you want, Orochimaru? The smile on the snake Sannin's face vanished. I want everything. What do you mean everything? Hiruzen asked, having an ominous feeling in his heart. I want to know every jutsu in the world. Even those that have not yet been discovered. Just as there are countless shades of color in the world, there must be countless jutsu out there. I want to master them all. Hiruzen was puzzled. But something like that. It would take decades if not centuries. You can't accomplish that task even in several lifetimes. Orochimaru smiled as he looked at his teacher. Very true, Sensei. Our mortal existence is too fleeting. 1, 2 or even 3 lifetimes is simply not enough for me to accomplish my goals. Exactly what kind of forbidden jutsu are you after? Come now, Sensei. I think you've already figured it out. Orochimaru spoke as he looked at his teacher. I want to hear it from you, Orochimaru. Hiruzen clenched his fists and spoke. Eternal youth, immortality jutsu. That's what I'm creating. Hiruzen had no words as he looked at his student. The air was heavy with a sense of betrayal and foreboding. With a heavy heart, the third Hokage spoke, his voice trembling with a mix of sorrow and disappointment. Orochimaru, is this the path to power you've chosen? His eyes bore into Orochimaru's, searching for any remnants of the young, ambitious genin he had once taught. The traitorous ninja, surrounded by the eerie apparatus of his experiments, met Hiruzen's gaze with an unsettling calmness. His eyes, once filled with curiosity and potential, were now cold and devoid of the innocence that once defined him. He replied, his tone chilling, Sensei. I have come to understand that true power lies in transcending the limitations of the human body, in mastering life and death itself. It is a path paved with sacrifices, but it is the only path to ensure my survival and eternal existence. Hiruzen's heart sank further as he realized the depths to which Orochimaru had fallen. He spoke with deep sadness, Orochimaru, power gained through such means is not true power. It is a twisted perversion of the very essence of what it means to be a shinobi. Our abilities are meant to protect and serve, not to commit atrocities in the name of personal gain. Orochimaru's sinister smile sent shivers down Hiruzen's spine. Sensei, you always were too narrow-minded. You fail to see the grandeur of my vision. I will achieve power that transcends the limitations of this world, and I will not be bound by the feeble morality that restricts ordinary shinobi. Hiruzen, his heart heavy with sorrow and resolve, knew that he had a duty to stop his former student's descent into darkness. Orochimaru, as your teacher and as the Hokage, I cannot allow you to continue down this path." With a heavy heart, he declared. "What are you going to do, sensei? Kill me?" Orochimaru took a step forward and asked his teacher with an evil grin. Hiruzen immediately went through several seals and slammed his palm onto the ground. "Ninja art, summoning jutsu." Orochimaru chuckled seeing the Monkey King Enma pop into existence. "I wonder, can you really go through with it, Sarutobi-sensei?" Flashback end. A short clash ensued between the ninjas, but ultimately Hiruzen couldn't bring himself to kill someone he once saw as his own child. Sentimentality and emotions won over logic and cold hard facts. And thus, on that night Orochimaru the Sannin escaped the Hidden Leaf Village and became one of the most dangerous criminals in the world. Chapter 286, Interrogating Mizuki 1. The whole room was quiet as they stared at Daichi. To experiment on Lady Tsunade. His own former teammate? Do you really think he'd go that far? Inoichi asked in a small tone. It was Ibiki who replied to the Yamanaka clan head. Orochimaru is known for his cruel experiments and thirst for power. He might have taken Lady Tsunade for her incredible medical knowledge and her unique chakra control abilities. But it's also possible he intends to use her as an experiment. Ibiki remembered what happened to Anko and knew that Orochimaru was not above using his own former teammate for his own gains. Damn it. To think something like this could happen. Genma knew that soon the world would know what happened, and if the Leaf Village lost someone like Tsunade, it would make the other countries bold and they would try to take advantage of the situation. At that moment Hiruzen sighed tiredly. He clenched his fists and looked down at them as he spoke. "This is all my fault." Genma shook his head as he looked at the Kage. "Lord Hokage, you can't blame yourself for something dash." His eyes. They always had malice and ambition hidden behind them. Almost hidden. I had seen it. But I pretended not to notice. His strength and talent. He was the sort of student that came once in a generation. Everyone had their attention on Hiruzen. Daichi slightly narrowed his eyes as he looked at the old leader. "Yes. If you hadn't let him escape, this wouldn't be happening. So you have a blame in this as well. But then again, this didn't happen before in canon. So I have to take responsibility as well." Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and let out a breath as he looked at his people present. Even though Lord Hashirama brought peace by creating this village, it wasn't true peace. It was still a brutal time filled with war and darkness. We needed shinobi like him. I thought that if I kept training him, I could make him walk the right path. I once believed that he would be the one worthy to succeed me. I was too naive. It was my weakness that brought all this upon us now. This is all on me. Everyone was silent as they heard the Kage's admission. Suddenly Hiruzen's eyes sharpened. But I can't dwell on the past. I'm going to correct that mistake when I meet Orochimaru. But before that we're going to rescue Tsunade and Shizen no matter what. The Hokage looked at the sole genin in the room and spoke. If Orochimaru wanted Tsunade for her medical skills, then it would be for something extremely serious. And Tsunade would no doubt know that she needs to stall for as long as she can. But on the other hand, even if he's using her for some kind of experiment, he won't let her live for long. I estimate at most 4 or maybe 5 days before Orochimaru takes drastic measures. Do you concur with my theory, Daichi? Daichi was inwardly impressed at Hiruzen's deduction. Yes. I've come to a similar conclusion as well. Then we better find Lady Tsunade quickly. Kakashi, who entered the room, suddenly spoke up. Behind him came Asuma Sarutobi, Might Guy, Shibi Aburame, Tsum Inazuka, her ninja dog partner, and Kagemu Hyuga. Is it true, Dad? Did Orochimaru really? Asuma asked. Hiruzen merely nodded his head. To think that bastard has the balls to do something so audacious. We can't let him just do what he wants, Lord Hokage. Tsum spoke up. Tsunade had healed and saved her life when she was young and a new chunin. She would never forget that day and had vowed to repay her. I will personally deal with Orochimaru when I find him. Hiruzen replied in a hard tone. But right now our goal is to find Tsunade and her apprentice and rescue them safely. Your mission is to get to their last known location and see if you can track them from there. According to what Shizen wrote, there were multiple enemies. So you might have to split into separate teams. If you find them, your priority is to rescue Tsunade and Shizen and retreat. Understood, sir. The Jonins nodded. Hiruzen gave Kakashi the paper Taunton brought, and the silver-haired Jonin noted the details to memory. He gave the note to Tsum, and she had her Ninkin partner Kuramaru take a whiff of the scents on the paper. Got it. The one-eyed wolfish canine spoke in a gruff voice. Suddenly Daichi spoke up. Lord Hokage, please let me join their team. The Jonins glanced at the Jinin. They each had different thoughts as they looked at the boy. Hiruzen looked at the boy and shook his head. I'm sorry, Daichi. But I'm afraid I can't allow that. It's too dangerous. But she's my sensei. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Daichi was desperate. I have to find them as soon as possible. If not... She also is my student, Hiruzen said in a hardened voice. But then he sighed and spoke in a softer tone. It pains me as well to just sit here and not be out there doing everything I can to find those two, but we have to make the smart decisions. No matter how hard they might be. Daichi wanted to argue, but Kakashi interrupted him. Lord Hokage is right, Daichi. Besides, we don't know if Orochimaru is after you as well. Right now you need to stay here. We'll do everything we can. Damn it. Daichi looked at his teacher and reluctantly nodded his head. Go! Hiruzen ordered, and the group of ninja immediately left the building. Kakashi and the team of Jonins rushed with Tsum and Kuramaru at the front. Time of departure, 6:20 a.m. March 21st. Daichi stood in the Hokage office as he contemplated his next move. What do I do? I need to know where Orochimaru is hiding them. If he took them to the main base, then I'll need to make my move soon. But what if he's not there? Wait a minute. Just then another thought struck Daichi and he looked at the Kage. Lord Hokage. Mizuki must have some information. He must definitely know something. He had to have met with Orochimaru to get the cursed jutsu. I need to know for sure if Mizuki in this timeline knows more about Orochimaru's operations or not. Hiruzen nodded as he recalled what happened last night. Yes. For him to attack Tsunade last night, Orochimaru knew Mizuki's plan. They must have been in contact. But Lord Hokage, if Mizuki knows something, then it's a problem for us. As I mentioned earlier, it'll take me time to enter his mind and access the information we need because of the barriers. Inoichi spoke. Wait. Barriers? Mizuki has mind barriers? Daichi asked, and Inoichi looked at the Hokage as if asking for permission to answer the question. Hiruzen looked at Daichi and nodded his head. He's the one who caught Mizuki, and he's Tsunade's student. I suppose there is no trouble in him knowing this. A rogue ninja placed powerful defenses in Mizuki's mind. So unfortunately, it will take me time to access his memories. A day or two. Inoichi spoke, looking at the boy. Daichi was tense and looked down in disappointment. By then it'll be too late. I need information quickly. Maybe I can convince him somehow. At that time a system message popped up. It was a new quest. The gamer ninja immediately went through the details. Quest created: get information from Mizuki. Orochimaru has kidnapped Tsunade Senju and Shizen Kato several hours ago for unknown purposes. Mizuki may or may not have some information regarding Orochimaru's plans. Find out whatever information you can from Mizuki through whatever means needed. Time limit, 3 hours. Conditions. Get information on at least one of Orochimaru's bases. Get information on the person who helped him with the mind barriers. Find out more information about Orochimaru or his subordinates. Rewards. 15,000 EXP. Reputation increases with certain Leaf Village ninjas. Increased chances of successfully completing the quest Rescue Tsunade Senju. Failure. Great chance of failure in completing quest Rescue Tsunade Senju. Accept, Y/N. Daichi immediately accepted the quest. An increased chance in rescuing Tsunade-sensei? So that means Mizuki is the key. He knows something that will help me. I need to find whatever information he has in his head. But this quest has a time limit. I need to act quickly. Daichi looked at the Kage and spoke. Lord Hokage. Even waiting for several hours would be too long. Let me talk to him. I want to try and see if I can convince Mizuki to give us any information he knows about Orochimaru and his plans. Daichi, I don't think that's a good idea. I can be persuasive, Lord Hokage. Let me just talk to him. Ginma, who was standing nearby, heard Daichi say similar words before. I have a feeling Mizuki is not going to enjoy a meeting with Daichi. Should we let him do this? Ginma recalled what happened the last time Daichi interrogated someone. Right now Lady Tsunade and Shizen are in danger. We have to take drastic steps. Ginma looked at the Kage and nodded his head. Lord Hokage. I think you should give Daichi a chance. Let him speak with Mizuki. Hiruzen looked at Ginma and quickly recalled what the man said on his mission with Daichi. He read Ginma's report on Daichi's interrogation style and was impressed and a little concerned. Now we're in a dangerous situation. Saving Tsunade and Shizen is all that matters. And this will give me the chance to see what you would do in such a situation, Daichi. After a few moments of contemplation, Hiruzen nodded his head, giving Daichi permission. Try to convince him if you can. If not, we'll try some other methods. Daichi nodded and turned to Inoichi. Sir, can you tell me what kind of mind barriers Mizuki have? Inoichi nodded and recalled the information. He has a stronger than average defense barrier. Based on my examination, if someone tries to poke in the wrong place in his head, traps could be triggered that could kill both Mizuki and the person doing a mind walk. Can he give me the information of his own will? Daichi asked. The Yamanaka clan head nodded. Yes. I believe so. Mizuki was able to tell Zefrek and the other two about his intentions to go to Orochimaru. So I believe he should be able to tell us as well. I haven't seen any triggers in his mind that would activate should he decide to share information with us. Inoichi stopped and looked at the boy. But that's a big if. He hasn't said a word since we brought him into custody. Daichi nodded his head and crossed his arms as he came up with a plan. Ibiki looked at the Genin from the corner of his eyes and recalled what Heiji said a few months ago. Flashback. Heiji had returned to the Leaf Village after the mission in the capital to interrogate a suspect, and he met up with Ibiki. During their conversation, Heiji recalled his experience with the Genin Daichi Hakama. I'm telling you, Ibiki. That kid only needed a short time and he just talked and that man spilled his secrets. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he was trained by you. Ibiki's lips slightly curled upwards as he looked at the man. Now you've got me curious. Daichi Hakama, huh? I'm looking forward to meeting the boy one day. Why? Are you thinking of training him? Heiji asked with a grin. The head of the interrogation department shook his head. No. That kid is already trained by Lady Tsunade and is currently under Kakashi. And if what you said is true, I don't think he'd need my help in the interrogation department. I'm just curious is all. Genin like him are rare. Especially during these peaceful times. Flashback end. Ibiki turned to the Genin and asked in a neutral tone. Do you think you can get the answers you need from him just by talking to him? He isn't like the person you last interrogated. Mizuki hates the village. He won't give up any information unless it's by force. I won't know unless I try. Daichi replied with a resolute tone, and Ibiki turned to the Hokage. Hiruzen looked at the Jonin and nodded his head. Ibiki, Inoichi. Take him to the interrogation cell Mizuki is in. It won't hurt us to try. The Hokage made a decision and Ibiki, Inoichi and Daichi nodded. The two Jonins plus Jinin left the tower and quickly made their way to the interrogation department. It wasn't long before they reached the cell Mizuki was in. Daichi stood outside the cell and looked through the one-way mirror. He saw Mizuki and his heart hardened. Time to see if I'll get an answer to my question. Without wasting another second, Daichi opened the door and entered the room while Ibiki and Inoichi stood outside and observed. Chapter 287, Interrogating Mizuki 2. Hiruzen watched Ibiki, Inoichi and Daichi leave the room with a heavy heart, and the old leader was left to his thoughts. I'm sure Ibiki will get whatever information Mizuki has in his head, but it might take time. This is also an opportunity to see what Daichi would do in situations like this. Hiruzen clenched his fists in anger as he thought about the whole incident. Orochimaru took precautions. That means he's planning something big. Whatever the reason he took Tsunade for. Ultimately, it wouldn't be good for the village. If Kabuto was here, I could have taken him in and interrogated him, but now I need to find them as quickly as possible. I'll have to use all the classified information Deer compiled over the years on Kabuto and use them. But that won't be enough. Ginmon noticed the frown on Hiruzen's face and quickly recognized his expression. I know that face. He's between annoyed and angry. The old Kage turned to his personal guard and spoke. Ginmon, get me Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura. Tell them to come to my office immediately. Yes, sir. Ginmon nodded and immediately left the room. Hiruzen thought about Danzo and his mood worsened. Of all the times. No. I need whatever information he has. He's been in contact with that traitor and there is no chance Danzo would trust Orochimaru. So he must have some damaging information on him. Hiruzen bit his thumb and went through the seals for the summoning jutsu. He slammed his palm into the ground and a small monkey appeared in a puff of smoke. I need you to track Jiraiya and find him. Tell him to get back to the village as soon as possible. Tsunade and Shizen were abducted by Orochimaru. Relay this message. Hiruzen spoke as he looked down at his small summon. Yes, Master Hiruzen. The small monkey wearing a red vest and a bandana nodded and disappeared. Hiruzen sighed and looked out the window. Even though the village looked calm, he knew things were about to get chaotic. The old Kage thought about something and made up his mind. He got up from his chair and headed for the interrogation room. 6:40 a.m. Interrogation Department. Mizuki was already secured in his cell, and because of the damage his body has undergone due to Orochimaru's curse seal, the man didn't even have the energy to resist. Daichi looked at the tied-up Chunin and his eyes slightly narrowed. All this mess happening on the same night. He must know something. And I doubt Mizuki had any powerful mental defenses and cannon. So that means he was prepared for the possibility of capture. Even though it was low. Or was it his idea? I need to know everything. This will also give me the answer to that question as well. Daichi didn't speak a word as he opened the door and entered the interrogation room. Ibiki and Inoichi stood outside and looked at the Genin and the traitor Chunin with stoic expressions. At that moment they sensed Hiruzen coming, and soon the Kage stood near them. None of them spoke as they looked through the mirror. Inside the room, Daichi stood near the door and looked at the prisoner. He doesn't have any energy. He can't answer my questions like this even if he wanted to. Daichi walked up to Mizuki and placed his hands on the man's chest. In a second, Daichi's palms began to glow green, and in moments Mizuki felt chakra rushing to his body. Daichi was giving energy to Mizuki, but he was also careful analyzing his condition. Most of his nerves are destroyed. He's suffered serious damage. He's in a worse state than last night. So much so that he can't feel any sensations. His condition is almost similar to Junichiro. Right now Mizuki can't feel that pain, and any stress on his body could induce cardiac arrest. So this is why Ibiki is stuck. I see now. The prisoner felt some energy filling his body and looked up to see the face of the person he currently hated the most. Seeing that the man had enough energy to talk, Daichi stopped his jutsu and took a few steps back. You. Mizuki's gaze held fury and hate, and everyone could clearly see it. You did this, to me. Mizuki spoke with venom in his tone as he looked at Daichi. There must be something wrong with your memories. I'm not the one who used Orochimaru's jutsu. You did that on your own. Daichi replied in a cold tone as well. Mizuki grit his teeth as he looked at the genin. I'm not talking about this. If you hadn't become friends with that damn demon, if you hadn't helped him, my plans wouldn't have failed. You did this to me. You brought this upon yourself. Daichi was angry inside that Mizuki was accusing him, and he wanted to say what was really on his mind, but he held his tongue. I need to get answers. I can't antagonize this guy too much. Mizuki looked at the genin's emotionless face and could only curse his bad luck. He then took a moment to look around the room. They really sent this brat to help with the interrogation. No, that can't be it. What do you want? Mizuki took a deep breath of air and asked the boy. You have powerful barriers in your mind. How did that happen? Who put them there? Daichi asked. The traitorous Chunin sneered as he looked at the boy. You can't be serious. You really think I'd talk? You were a loyal shinobi of this village once. There haven't been any serious damage done so far. They would show mercy if you cooperate and give up the information willingly. Daichi replied to the man. Ibiki and Inoichi, who were standing outside, frowned. He shouldn't have said that. Now Mizuki will figure out that he has the advantage. Ibiki looked at the Kage and saw the stoic face of their leader, and he decided to see how things would progress as well. Mizuki was confused. Mercy. I've seen them give harsher sentences for people who did far less than what I did. So then why would they? As he thought about it, Mizuki soon had an idea. He slowly chuckled as he looked at the boy. Even through the rasped sounds, Daichi heard the mocking tone. You're lying. Something happened. Didn't it? You almost sound desperate. Daichi ignored Mizuki's hateful gaze and spoke. Information is a valuable currency. You were in contact with Orochimaru. The village wants Orochimaru's head more than yours. So they want to know the extent of your relationship with him. Seeing Mizuki's silence, Daichi continued. Orochimaru did this to you. He used you as an experiment. You were played by him. Don't you want revenge against him? Mizuki was silent as he looked at the boy. After a few seconds, a small grin formed on his face. You still haven't answered my question. Something happened that made you come here. Didn't it? Daichi held his gaze without showing any reaction to Mizuki's deduction. Are you really trying to fish for information from me? Orochimaru hadn't attacked the village, if that's what you were wondering. Mizuki looked at the genin and couldn't tell if it was true or not. If Orochimaru isn't attacking the village, then what's going on? Why is this kid here trying to get information from me? I need to know what's happening. You haven't answered my question, Mizuki. Don't you want revenge against Orochimaru? Mizuki looked down and looked at his hands and feet. What good is revenge? I'll die in a few months. He can't save me. He then slowly turned his head upwards and looked at Daichi. But I'm sure he'll come for all of you one day. I'll die knowing that you failed against him. Daichi looked at the man with slight amusement. You do realize that a Yamanaka can get through those barriers with enough time, right? Your secrets won't be hidden for long. If that's the case, why are you here? Daichi was silent for a couple seconds as he gazed at the man. To find an answer to a question I've had for several months. Months? What is he talking about? Did he know about me even back then? No, that's not possible, is it? Mizuki was puzzled when he heard the genin's reply. What are you? What question? You don't want to know, Mizuki. The truth is, I'm hoping I don't find out the answer today. Daichi replied with a soft tone, and his reply puzzled the prisoner and the people outside the room. He came here to find an answer, but he's hoping he doesn't get it. What is he on about? This was the general thought. Daichi decided to press forward and looked at the man. In your current condition, it's true. You'll die in a few months. But what if I can help you? Mizuki looked at the boy in confusion. What are you, talking about? He completed his sentence after taking several painful breaths. My medical skills are on the same level as my teacher, Lady Tsunade. I can restore the damaged cells in your body and with some time restore you back to full health. Everyone was surprised to hear that, especially the three older ninjas standing outside. Hiruzen, Ibiki and Inoichi had a comprehensive report on Mizuki's condition after the man was examined by a medic ninja. They all thought that the damage was too extensive and couldn't be reversed, but hearing Daichi say that it could be was a shock. Inoichi looked at the boy in surprise. To heal that kind of damage. Is he telling the truth or is he just trying to get Mizuki to give up information? Meanwhile, outside the room, Ibiki had a frown as he looked at the boy. His tactics are some I would expect from a normal genin and a novice interrogator. Not someone who's praised as a genius. He's giving Mizuki too much information and leverage. Lord Hokage. Should we? Ibiki spoke, but Hiruzen shook his head. Daichi isn't an idiot. He knows what he's doing. Let's wait and watch. Hiruzen's reply stopped Ibiki and the man turned his attention back to the interrogation taking place. Even if you healed me, it won't matter. The Hokage won't let this go. He'll just have me in chains, and when he gets what he wants, I'll be executed. Mizuki coughed and struggled to breathe again. He gasped for air several times before he calmed down. Maybe I can put in a good word for you. Get him to show leniency. Who knows? He might be willing to give you a second chance. This brat is willing to do all that? Why? He didn't look like he wanted to show me any mercy last night. And he's right. Even with my barriers, someone will get through them with enough time. So why is this kid? Mizuki looked at the boy and soon a malicious grin appeared on his face. I was right, at the beginning. You really are desperate. Why are you really here, Daichi? The genin kept the same expression and relaxed body language even as he was called out. A few moments later he replied. Orochimaru didn't attack the village. That's true. But he did attack my teacher. He's abducted Lady Tsunade and I want to know whatever information you have so I can save her. So that's it. Mizuki nodded and soon he began to chuckle. So here you are. Begging for my help. Yes. Here I am. Begging for your help. Daichi replied with his stoic expression. Lady Tsunade's life is more important than your punishment. So I'm here to make a deal. Mizuki was silent as he thought about the situation. Soon the evil smile on his face was replaced with a serious face. If I tell you what I know, what is the offer? Tell us everything you know and I'll fully heal your injuries. You'll be restored to full health. But since you've committed several serious crimes, I doubt the Hokage would be willing to just let you go. I can convince him to seal your chakra and let you live out the rest of your days in a corner of the village. You won't be a ninja, but you won't rot away in a prison either. You will get to live a healthy, ordinary life. Considering everything that's happened, that's the best deal you're going to get. Daichi spoke as he looked at the man. Mizuki looked at Jinin and was quiet for several moments. You really think the Hokage will go along with this? You think you can convince him? Yes. I'm sure I'll find a way. Daichi replied and nodded with confidence. How do I know you're not lying? What guarantee do I have that you'll heal me when you get what you want? I'm not you, Mizuki. I'm a man of my word. If you tell me what I want to know now, I'll keep my end of the deal. Hiruzen, who was watching everything, slightly narrowed his eyes. Daichi is right. Saving Tsunade and Shizun is more important. If Mizuki gives up information and it leads to Tsunade's rescue in time, I'll consider moving forward with Daichi's proposal. No matter how much that displeases me. Inoichi looked at the genin and his gaze mildly softened. He hates this. But to save his sensei, he's going to go through with it. I suppose we all have to make compromises in situations like this. Inside the small cell, Mizuki looked at the genin and saw Daichi's resolute gaze. An ordinary life, huh? Mizuki thought hard about the choice, and soon he had an answer. Fuck that. The traitorous Chunin chuckled as he looked at the boy. Now that I know what's at stake, I definitely won't tell you anything. I want you to suffer. Mizuki's response was somewhat unexpected to the three ninjas. They had compiled a profile of the man and thought they had figured him out. Mizuki would put his own life ahead of anyone else. This was evident to anyone who studied his files. The three ninjas outside were sure that Mizuki would accept the deal, and that's why when the man refused Daichi's generous offer they were surprised. Hiruzen looked at Daichi and was tense. Did his gamble fail? Did I make a mistake sending him in? Chapter 288, Daichi's Fury 1. Daichi held a stoic face as he looked at the grinning prisoner. Seeing Daichi's silence, the man felt happy. It's not the answer you were expecting, was it? It was the best deal you were ever going to get. So why did you refuse it? Daichi asked the man. Mizuki's face sported a furious expression as he heard that question. An ordinary life? Are you joking with me? I want power. This village was holding me back. Now, they're going to pay. Is your hatred so big that you can't let go of your grudges and pick the logical choice? The restrained Chunin looked at Daichi and his malice was clear to everyone. I hate this village. But, now, I hate you even more than that. Since I'm already dead, it doesn't matter anymore. I'll die knowing that you'll lose your precious sensei. Daichi closed his eyes, took a deep breath of air and slowly exhaled. He looked at the man and his face softened. Mizuki, there is still a chance to change your fate. Give me the information I need and I'll help you. Outside, Ibiki frowned and shook his head. It's not going to work. Mizuki won't change his mind. This was a mistake. He turned to the Hokage and spoke. Lord Hokage, let me and Inoichi take over. We need to get past his barriers and retrieve as much information as quickly as possible. Hiruzen was silent as he looked through the glass mirror. Just give him a couple more minutes. If his efforts seem fruitless, then you can take over. Inside the room, even though he was dying, Mizuki felt glee at that moment. Watching the genin who ruined his plans, now pleading for his help, made the Chunin happy. Look at you. Begging here in front of me. No matter what you say, I won't tell you anything. I want you to suffer. Orochimaru is going to kill Tsunade. I'm certain. That will be my revenge on you. Daichi looked at the mad grin on the weakened Mizuki's face and sighed. It seems I found the answer to my question. He spoke to himself, but everyone heard his words. Mizuki frowned as he looked at the boy. What are you talking about? I didn't tell you anything. Daichi ignored Mizuki, looked around the room and then nodded to himself. This room will do just fine. Nobody knew what Daichi had planned and they were curious. The genin turned his attention back to Mizuki and after a few moments of silence he began to speak. When I was training with Tsunade-sensei, she made me promise something. She made me promise to never let the shinobi life consume me. That I should never lose to this world and compromise who I am. Compromise my ideals. She saw my talent and potential and saw how much good I could do. But she also saw the misery and horror I could bring to the world if I used my skills the wrong way. Hiruzen closed his eyes when he heard that. The similarities between Daichi and Orochimaru were many. But at the same time, the two couldn't be more different in who they are, and the old Kage knew that. Daichi's tone took a cold edge as he looked at the tied-up man. I promised her that this life wouldn't change me. That I wouldn't become a monster. Hiruzen, Ibiki and Inoichi had a bad feeling in their guts as they heard Daichi talk. Mizuki looked at the boy in confusion and then sneered. If you think you can scare me, then you're mistaken. No matter what you do. No matter what you say. I won't tell you anything. Daichi chuckled and his tone sent danger signals to everyone. Even Mizuki looked at the boy cautiously. Daichi looked at Mizuki with a small smile that sent shivers up the man's spine. You know, it's funny. The person I interrogated a few months ago said something similar. You see, during that interrogation he was stubborn too. I gave that man a choice and I got the information needed. But you know, that wasn't personal. I was just doing what I had to complete the mission. So at that time a question arose in front of me. To save the someone I care about, would I go to any length? Would I break my promise to my teacher and compromise on my ideals? Mizuki was silent as he looked at the genin. I'd been pondering this question for months. I wanted to know the answer, but at the same time I was afraid of the answer. And I was right to be afraid. Daichi's face was devoid of any feelings as he looked at the man. The genin at the moment didn't feel any emotion and it showed in his eyes. Mizuki. I was begging you. But it wasn't to help me save Tsunade's life. I was begging you to help me save yours. Ibiki, who was standing outside the cell, finally understood why the child gave information to Mizuki so freely. This kid. He wanted to know what Mizuki would do. Mizuki looked at the genin and fear began to rise in heart. His body trembled for a moment and the terror was visible on his face. Daichi sighed and shook his head. I was trying to be kind. But since you've helped me find an answer to my query, we'll do this a different way. To save my sensei's life, I'm going to break my promise to her. The genin immediately turned around and came near the one-way mirror in the room. He sensed the presence of the Kage and turned his head in the man's direction. It was as if Daichi was looking at Hiruzen through the glass. Lord Hokage. I'm going to find Tsunade-sensei and Shizen no matter what. I've made my choice. Hiruzen heard the tone in which the boy spoke and knew that no matter what he decided, Daichi would do what he had to do. The genin in the interrogation room took a deep breath and stood firm. Lord Hokage. Requesting permission to have full unrestricted dominion over the prisoner. I'll get the answers we need in less than 2 hours. Tap the glass twice if you agree with my request. Ibiki and Inoichi were silent as they turned to the Kage. Hiruzen looked at the boy and then his eyes went to Mizuki. Time is of the essence. I need to make a decision. Inoichi, if we use every method at our disposal, how long would it take for you to get through Mizuki's mental defenses? Hiruzen asked the Jonin mind reader. If we work round the clock using additional forces, then around half a day. Maybe a little more. Inoichi replied, knowing that wasn't the answer the Hokage was hoping for. If it wasn't someone from the clan that placed those barriers, I could break through them much sooner. But Ko knows all our techniques and the methods we use to break through a barrier. What a troublesome situation. Now I'm starting to sound like Shikaku. It might still be too late by then. Every second counts. Hiruzen shook his head. Perhaps Kakashi's team could gather some information and find her, but Orochimaru isn't someone who's careless. And the information I have on him, I'll have to give it to the analysis team and have them go through it. But still, all those will take time. If Mizuki has any additional vital information that could help us, then it can't wait. After thinking things through, Hiruzen sighed and closed his eyes. Tsunade, please forgive me for doing this. His eyes went to Daichi and the Kage made his decision. He raised his hand. Tap! Tap! And tapped the glass 2 times. Inoichi was surprised. He didn't know of the interrogation that happened between Daichi and Junichiro, so he was shocked that the Hokage would give such control of a prisoner to a genin. Lord Hokage, are you sure about this? The Yamanaka clan head asked. If Daichi says he can get the answers quickly, then I have to trust him. But dash. Inoichi. Let's wait and see what he does. Ibiki spoke and Inoichi's protests died in his throat. Inside the cell, Daichi heard the 2 taps and nodded. He created a shadow clone and looked at him. Go get it for me. The clone nodded and quickly left the room. The real Daichi turned around and looked at the prisoner, who was cautious and nervous. Daichi walked up to the man and placed his hands on Mizuki's chest. Skill Health Manipulation is activated. Skill Chakra Transmutation is activated. A powerful green chakra glow formed between Daichi's palms. Mizuki felt vitality and strong chakra rushing to his body. At first he felt pain, but then it disappeared and the silver-haired Chunin felt pure energy coursing through his veins. He felt his muscles strengthen and chakra rising. His body began to bulk up and the skin that was wrinkled and had dark brown color began to regain its original luster. It took almost half an hour, but Daichi was able to completely heal Mizuki and restore his strength. The ninjas outside were astonished at Daichi's medical skills. To bring someone to full health from such a state. Amazing. Inoichi muttered as he looked at the boy. He certainly wasn't overselling his medical skills. Ibiki concurred. Lord Hokage, perhaps now I can dash. No. Hiruzen knew what Ibiki wanted to ask. This is Daichi's choice. I want to see what he does. To Daichi, the two skills leveled up multiple times after healing someone in Mizuki's state. Skill Health Manipulation has leveled up, x3. Skill Chakra Transmutation has leveled up, x5. Even with his strength restored to his peak, Mizuki was still completely restrained. He looked at the boy in confusion. Even though he knows I won't tell him anything, he healed me. Does he really think I'm bluffing? Your medical skills are certainly impressive. But it doesn't matter if you healed my injuries. I won't tell you anything. Mizuki spoke in a condescending tone as he looked at the boy. I didn't heal you on the belief that you would willingly answer my questions. No. I healed you because I don't want you to die too quickly. Daichi replied and went to open the door. Mizuki was puzzled at those words. What is he going to do? No. No matter what he does, I'm not going to give up. He ruined my goals and destroyed my future. I can't let him win. Mizuki struggled in his chair, but it was useless. Daichi opened the door and his clone was waiting outside with a scroll. The genin closed the door after the clone walked inside the room and didn't say anything to the curious eyes that were on him. Have you heard the story of General Akihiro of the Land of Water? Daichi asked Mizuki. The Chunin was silent as he looked at the boy. Daichi smiled at the silence and walked near Mizuki. He leaned against the wall while his shadow clone stood in the middle of the room. The clone placed the scroll on the ground and gave it some chakra. In a puff of smoke, several items appeared, including several small wooden planks. The shadow clone went through several seals and placed his hands on the ground. Immediately the ground underneath them began to shift and it changed shape according to Daichi's will. From your silence I take it you don't know who I'm talking about. It's not surprising. I doubt anyone outside the daimyo family of the Land of Water would know about him these days. The real Daichi spoke as everyone's attention was on the clone. It began to create a contraption from the earth and wooden planks. What are you doing? What is that? Mizuki asked the real Daichi. You'll get to experience what that is soon. But if you want to know what it is, well, that is something a daimyo in the Land of Water came up with a couple centuries ago. What? Mizuki was confused, and he wasn't the only one. Lord Hokage, do you know what that is? Inoichi asked the Kage since he too didn't know what Daichi was talking about. No. I don't know what he's building. Hiruzen replied with an anxious heart. He also tried to recall any mention of the name Akihiro connected to the Land of Water. General Akihiro. Who is he and what does he have to do with this? Whatever that thing is, I don't think Mizuki is going to like it. Ibiki looked at Daichi's face and he saw no emotion. But that in itself was a tell. That kid is seriously pissed off right now. While the shadow clone was working, meticulously building the contraption, the real Daichi looked up at the ceiling and thought about the predictability of the human condition. It seems even I'm not immune to it. The human condition. Most people in the world grow up with self-imposed rules in their hearts. No cheating, no murdering, no thieving, no torture. Things like that. But we all have that something that would make us break our own rules and the rules society has imposed on us. For many, it's family, for others it's money and fame or their self-interests. For most shinobi, it's protecting our home. But for people like you and Orochimaru, it's power. The power to stand above others. And when you want that something badly or to protect it, you'd be willing to break the rules you'd imposed on yourself. Daichi looked down from the single bulb in the room and fixed a chilling gaze at Mizuki. I care about my teachers very much. So to save their lives, I'm going to break the rules I've imposed on myself. I'm going to dig deep and I'm going to unleash horrors on you the likes of which you've never experienced. Killing intent rose from Daichi as he looked at the scared Chunin. Mizuki, this is your last day on Earth. But before I sent you off to the other side. Daichi came near the petrified Chunin and tapped his forehead with his index finder. I'm going to learn everything I need from that little noggin of yours. It's ready. The voice from the shadow clone drew the attention of Daichi and Mizuki. It dispelled and Daichi turned his attention back to his prisoner. Let's begin. Chapter 289, Daichi's Fury 2. The Hokage and the two interrogators were surprised at the wooden contraption Daichi built in the middle of the interrogation room. It was similar to a chair, but there were several additional mechanisms to it. Daichi walked to Mizuki while making a few hand seals and placed his right palm on the back of the man's head. Mizuki jerked as he felt Daichi use his jutsu on him. You won't be able to control the motor function of your limbs from now on. The genin spoke as he looked at the jerking man. He released the restraints and held Mizuki up. He led the struggling Chunin and brought him to the special chair he made. Daichi made sure to secure the Chunin's head, arms and legs to the chair and made sure there would be no movement from Mizuki. After strapping him down securely in the chair, Daichi took a step back. The chair had a basin attached to the top along with additional two arms positioned vertically. So this is what the minister felt that day. The need to do whatever it takes for a loved one. Daichi looked emotionless as he looked at the trapped Chunin. This is too important. I need to know what he knows. I'm not going to stop now. The genin made a hand seal and the sound of water could be heard above the chair. A few seconds later a drop of cold water hit Mizuki right in the middle of his forehead. The chair had special seals Daichi created with fixed functions. Mizuki was confused at Daichi's methods. What is this? This is an invention a daimyo in the land of water came up with to punish his murderous general around 2 centuries ago. The Chunin looked at Daichi in silence for a few moments before he burst out in laughter. Ptah! Seriously? You really dash? Drip! Mizuki was cut off by another drop of water to the forehead, but he ignored it after a second and continued. You really think a drop of water can get me to dash? Drip! Mizuki stopped for a moment and then ignored it and again continued. This isn't scary. At most it's annoying. And here I was feeling afraid of you. Drip! Feeling the cold drop of water slowly run down his face, Mizuki just tried to ignore it. He thinks he can get me to talk with a bucket of water. Is this kid an idiot? Daichi took the small chair in the corner of the room and sat down in front of the prisoner. You see, Mizuki, during my travels with Lady Tsunade I would try to find rare books about the history and culture of the world. Amongst them I found a very interesting journal. It was written by the minister who served under a daimyo in the land of water 2 centuries ago. That journal told an interesting tale. The Chunin and the people standing outside the room were curious. What are you talking about? Are you here to interrogate me or tell a story and make me go to sleep? Mizuki was arrogant, thinking that he had won against Daichi, and so he tried to be as condescending as possible. The genin only smiled as he looked at the prisoner's face. Yes. I am here to tell you a story. But I promise. You won't be sleeping. The way in which Daichi said that last part made Mizuki somewhat cautious. All the while his forehead was struck by cold water droplets at irregular intervals. Daichi sat in his chair looking relaxed as he gazed at Mizuki. Around 200 years ago there was a daimyo that ruled the land of water named Yushin Denjiro. He had a powerful general under his command named Akihiro. The daimyo was a brilliant, cunning man. And General Akihiro. Well, if the journal is to be believed, then he was the Tobarama Senju of that time. At least when it comes to chakra power and water ninjutsu. Hiruzen, Ibiki and Inoichi were surprised to hear that. It was especially shocking to the old Hokage since he knows just how powerful his teacher is. Someone as strong as Lord Second? Even if it was in a time period long ago, it's still hard to believe. It's written that General Akihiro could manipulate water to such a degree that if he was near even a small body of water, he was said to be invincible. No matter how many enemies he faced, he wouldn't be defeated. The most powerful water-style jutsu user of that era. Mizuki was confused when he heard Daichi talk. What does trip? A dead trip. Mizuki was slightly annoyed but felt nothing more. What does a dead general have to do with this? Because you two are similar. Not in terms of power but your behavior. Mizuki was silent as he glared at the genin, and Daichi continued. With the general's power and the daimyo's cunning strategies, they crushed all opposition and took over many territories nearby and ruled over them. After the daimyo had enough land and power, he began to focus on enjoying his life. He got married to the love of his life, but tragedy struck. She died in childbirth. The daimyo had a son, Yuji Denjiro. A son he loved very much. When Yuji was a teenager, he fell in love with a very beautiful girl. The daimyo approved of the relationship and agreed that as soon as they reached 19, they would get married. Everyone was happy. Or at least that's what it seemed. You see, General Akihiro was secretly in love with the girl, and he hated the fact that she would be someone else's. No one knew he was madly obsessed with her. Daichi stopped and fixed Mizuki with a cold gaze. Can you guess what happened next? Mizuki snorted and gave a nonchalant reply. He killed her? Daichi sighed as he heard that reply. Yes. See. I told you, you two were similar. Anyone else might have said, the general would abduct the woman or kill the son of the daimyo, but you got it right on the first try. He killed her. The silver-haired Chunin sneered as he looked at the genin. If he had the kind of power you said he had, then there is no problem for him to do what he wants. Power is what's important in this word. Nothing else matters. Yes. You and that dead general are so much alike. That girl died, and even though the general did it in secret, the daimyo's son found out about it and confronted him. In anger, the general killed the boy too. After that, he knew he would have to kill the daimyo as well, since Akihiro knew how much the daimyo loved his one and only son. So he launched a coup. But unfortunately, the cunning daimyo had already taken precautions against him. He spent a good chunk of his wealth and fortune and hired a small army from various clans to confront the general. After many sacrifices, the general was defeated and imprisoned. Mizuki let out an intentional yawn as he looked at the genin. That's a great story and all. But what does any of that have to do with us? Daichi was silent as he looked at the man. But the silence was broken a few moments later by the sound of a drop of water hitting Mizuki's forehead. Daichi smiled at Mizuki's irritated expression. Hatred is a powerful emotion. When someone you love is taken from you, even the kindest person can take the most cruel actions. Like that water daimyo. He wanted revenge for his son, but he wanted the general to suffer an unimaginable pain. So the daimyo tried to come up with different torture methods, but nothing worked. Not to his satisfaction anyway. In today's standards, the general would have been a high Kage-level ninja after all. He was strong both in mind and body. And the daimyo didn't just want to break the general's body, but he wanted to break the man's mind as well. He wanted to use the man's greatest strength against him. The daimyo wanted to use water to torture the traitorous general. Outside the room, Ibiki and Inoichi glanced at each other as they had a bad premonition in their hearts. Hiruzen stood still and looked in with a stoic expression as he listened to every word Daichi spoke. Daichi slowly stood from his small chair and walked to Mizuki. Soon one day, he saw a snake lying under a tree in his garden. The water from the leaves hit its body at random times, and the daimyo could see that the snake was irritated. As he kept watching, he saw the snake biting its own body, and the daimyo was confused. He asked a doctor in the palace to take the snake and examine him. He wanted to know why the snake didn't just crawl away. Mizuki and the others were silent as they listened to Daichi's tale. The jin encircled Mizuki and nodded to himself as he saw the seals on the wooden machine working as they should. After examining the snake, the doctor found the reason. A large portion of its body was paralyzed, and it could only move a small portion near the head. But what the daimyo wanted to know more was why the snake was so aggressive to the point it would harm its own body. So after several tests, the daimyo found a new method of torture. The water dripping method. Mizuki could help but let out a small laugh. Even as his face was dripping with water, he grinned. "Are you kidding me? You really think a few drops of water to my face is torture? Haha. There is no way something like this works." Daichi sat down in front of Mizuki and smiled. A smile that erased the grin on the Chunin's face. "That's because you don't know the effects of this method. That general. Despite his cruel nature, he was strong and a powerful warrior. But with this method, the daimyo broke him in just 4 days. You see, the daimyo found out that if cold water is slowly dripped into the scalp, forehead, or face for a prolonged period of time, it would cause fear and mental deterioration on the subject. The pattern of the drop is often irregular and the cold sensation is jarring. It slowly causes anxiety as the person tries to anticipate the next drip. Ibiki and Inoichi were surprised to hear such an interrogation method. "Have you heard of such a method, Ibiki?" "No. Not using water drops. There are ways to inflict damage to the psyche, but I've never heard of such a method before. So I'm also skeptical. I don't know how effective this is going to be." Nearby, Hiruzen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the boy. A shinobi is more resilient than a normal human. So to inflict such psychological damage in such a short amount of time using such a simple method. Can it really be done? But still, even if it's possible, it might take hours for this to take effect. Unless Daichi has something else planned. Just as the Hokage had this thought, Daichi took 3 small syringes from the scroll. Mizuki was tense as he looked at them, and he glared at the genin with all the hatred he could muster. Daichi looked at Mizuki with a cold, emotionless gaze and spoke. "That method, while effective, was a bit too slow for my taste. So I perfected it with the help of these. One of these vials will weaken your optic nerves and you'll be blinded. The other will make your nerves far more sensitive than normal. The third will increase your brain activity." Daichi injected the contents, and soon Mizuki's eyes lost their vision. "I can't see. Damn it, I can't see. What did you do to me, you bastard? I told you. This is my own version of that method. I'll be back in an hour when you're in the mood to talk." Daichi left the room after speaking those words. He ignored the screams and curses that came at him. Hiruzen looked at Daichi with a complicated expression. This method relies on the psychological stress caused by sensory deprivation and the incessant repetition of a small, seemingly harmless stimulus. Over time, this can lead to intense mental distress and even madness. I never would have expected something like this from Daichi. How long will it take for this method to work? Ibiki asked, looking at the boy. The original method would have taken days, but my method will get the results in an hour. Daichi replied to the man. What's different? It was Inoichi who asked this question. I hypothesized various ways to intensify the experience. Alternating the temperature of the water could heighten the sensory input and make the experience more disorienting and distressing for the victim. Using cold water could cause discomfort and potentially lead to hallucination of hypothermia over time, making the victim more susceptible to the psychological effects of the torture. Hiruzen's eyes slightly widened as he looked at the boy. On the other hand, hot water might cause mild burns or heightened skin sensitivity, making each drop more noticeable and uncomfortable. Switching between hot and cold water could also disrupt the victim's ability to acclimate to the sensation. Humans can become somewhat accustomed to unchanging stimuli over time, but if the stimulus is constantly changing, it's much harder to ignore or adapt to. The three adults were shocked when they heard that. Ibiki turned to look at Mizuki, who was already beginning to show the effects of this method. It would be as if he was being frozen 1 second and then being burned alive the next second. What a terrifying method. How long would it take before Mizuki would be willing to answer questions? The Hokage asked in an unusually serious tone. Daichi looked at the Hokage and sighed. He knew the Kage would be cautious when it came to him from now on with this stunt. Regardless, he answered. My vial has increased the sensitivity in his body by multiple times. In the first 5 minutes, Mizuki would try to suppress the effects by trying to meditate and center his mind to dull the sensations. But by 10 minutes he'd start to feel irritated and he'll struggle to maintain his meditation. In 20 minutes frustration will begin to creep in. Then anxiety. His mental strength will be pushed to the limits. And what happens after an hour? Hiruzen asked the child in a low tone. Daichi was silent for a few moments and then replied. A growing sense of despair. His thoughts would become chaotic. His mind will begin to wander, imagining worst-case scenarios and outcomes. He will hallucinate. His sense of reality will start to distort. He will then begin to experience a profound sense of isolation and loneliness. He'll start to lose track of time. Each moment would feel like an eternity. His sense of self will begin to dissolve. A few minutes beyond an hour. His mental state will deteriorate further. He will begin to experience extreme stress, paranoia, and delusions. He may even lose his sense of identity. The silence that followed Daichi's answer was deafening. The ninjas looked at Daichi and tried to hide what they were thinking, but the genin knew that surprise and maybe even slight fear was among the emotions. Why? Why would you come up with something like this unless you weren't intending on using it? Hiruzen suddenly asked Daichi. His face was devoid of expression as he looked at the boy. Daichi looked down as he heard that question. I originally created this for Obito in the event he ever came for Rio, but now. The genin looked at the Hokage and his face softened. I had truly hoped this day would never come. I never wanted to use this method on anyone. But I'm not someone who will be unprepared when it comes to a ruthless enemy. Hiruzen sighed as he heard that. We've done things far worse to our enemies during the wars. The Hokage looked at the boy and he had to remind himself that Daichi wasn't an ordinary child. This is the nature of a shinobi. There is nothing I can do to change that. Do you want us to question Mizuki or? Daichi shook his head negatively to the Hokage's question. No. I'll be back in an hour. I have an idea as to how to get some definitive answers from him once he's ready. Chapter 290, The Hokage's Ultimatum. Hiruzen internally sighed as he observed the genin. He then looked at Mizuki inside the interrogation room, who was slowly starting to struggle against his restraints. Will he survive? After this? Daichi was quiet for a few moments before he replied. If he's subjected to the current stimulation for about an hour and a half or more, his mind would be gone and no treatment would be able to heal him. For all intents and purposes, he'd be nothing more than a walking corpse. Hiruzen kept his attention on Mizuki and didn't show any reaction to hearing Daichi's answer. But if it stopped in around just an hour or so, he can still be saved. At Daichi's answer, Hiruzen turned to look at the boy and nodded. What are you going to do now? He asked the genin. I'm going home for a while. So many things happened in such a short time. I need to clear my head. Just then Genma appeared and gave a small bow to the Kage. They're waiting for you at the office, sir. Hiruzen nodded. He looked at Daichi and after a few moments of silence spoke. Do what you think is needed. But you shouldn't forget Tsunade's words. Daichi nodded and soon both Hiruzen and Daichi went their separate ways while Ibiki and Inoichi observed the changes in Mizuki's behavior patterns. Hiruzen quickly made his way to his office and soon could sense the presence of his 3 former teammates waiting inside. He looked at the 2 guards and nodded. Don't let anyone inside until I'm finished with this meeting. Yes, sir. The two Chunin stations stood straight and replied. Hiruzen entered the room and saw the curious gaze of the three. It seems they don't know yet. Why have you called us so suddenly, Hiruzen? What happened? Hamura asked the man. And why is the village still in the level 1 emergency state? I thought the escaped prisoners were recaptured. Koharu also spoke. Danzo merely looked at Hiruzen with a stoic gaze and stood silently. Something serious must have happened that he's even asked for me to come. Does this have something to do with the root agents that were caught? Hiruzen's eyes roamed the faces of his three teammates and he soon took his chair. A little over an hour ago I received credible intelligence that Orochimaru had attacked Tsunade and Shizune. The news was like a thunderstorm for the other three. Even someone like Danzo was surprised at this piece of information. What? Hiruzen, are you sure about this? Hamura couldn't help but ask. Yes. The information is credible. And I've sent a team to investigate it. The Kage replied. This isn't good, Hiruzen. Tsunade may not be an active shinobi, but she is a deterrent against other nations. If they realize that she's missing or even dead, then it will create chaos. Koharu spoke with slight dread in her tone. Did Orochimaru kill them? It was Danzo who asked this question and Hiruzen became silent. A few moments later he replied. The truth is I don't know. Tsunade's pet came here this morning with a message from Shizune saying they were ambushed last night near the border. Whether they were killed or Orochimaru took them, I'm not sure. But I'm hoping it's the latter. That way there is still a chance to save them. The sadness and tiredness in his voice wasn't missed by his friends. Why would Orochimaru do something like this now? He ignored her and never caused trouble for her all these years. So why now? Hamura knew Orochimaru wouldn't antagonize them without a reason. He couldn't understand the man's motives. If he took them, then there might be a couple of reasons. He needs her help for something or he's planning to use her in some way. Regardless, it's not good. Hiruzen replied. Danzo thought about the unusual movements Orochimaru exhibited during the last few months and he was also concerned. Despite his displeasure at Tsunade, he knew that she was an important part of the village. What is he thinking? I didn't even hear any wisps of an attack planned on her. If he's avoiding even me, then this isn't good. Hiruzen, this is no small matter. We need to mobilize the forces and secure the border. This information can't get out. Koharu spoke and the old Kage agreed with her. I'm aware of that and I've taken the necessary steps. What do you need from me, Hiruzen? Danzo suddenly spoke up. You wouldn't have called me here otherwise. Hiruzen frowned as he looked at the man he once thought of as his closest comrade. Danzo, I know you've been in contact with him even after he's left the village. Hiruzen, I haven't. Danzo, don't waste my time and test my patience. Right now my concern is Tsunade and her student. So, I want all the information you have on Orochimaru, his associates, his hideouts, and his network. Everything. Danzo looked at the man and saw the cold glint in Hiruzen's eyes and it made him nervous inside. The old Kage looked at Danzo with narrowed eyes. His mind was still on Daichi and what happened several minutes ago. He was willing to go that far and break his ideals and promise to Tsunade. Some might say that he was taking the easy way out, but I saw it at the end. He really hated himself for choosing to go down that path. But he's willing to do that anyway to save her. If a Kage like me doesn't even have such strength to put aside my personal feelings, then it's time I step down from my position. Danzo. The cold hardened voice in Hiruzen's tone and the dangerous intent surrounding the man set the old warhawk on edge. Hi Hiruzen. Hamura didn't know what had been going on between the two, but before he could say anything further Hiruzen's eyes stopped him. The old Kage looked at Koharu and Hamura and then turned his attention back to Danzo. The old Kage leaned forward and clasped his hands as he looked at the one-eyed man. I realize that in all these years, I haven't really made myself clear to you, Danzo. Never really said these words out loud. So here it is, so that there is no misunderstanding between us. You will never become Hokage of this village. Ever. I have already put contingencies in place for when I die. You will never take this seat, even after I'm dead. So your only choice is to obediently follow the orders given, or else I'll have you executed for treason. Danzo stood silently and could only look solemnly at the Hokage. Koharu looked at the two and couldn't believe there was such animosity between them. Hiruzen. That's going too far. Danzo has served the village dash. Hiruzen nodded as he looked at the old woman. He has. I'm not denying that. But he has also operated beyond his authority multiple times and even crossed the lines a few times. I won't allow it anymore. I can't have a rogue element in this village with their own agendas. Not anymore. Hiruzen looked at Danzo and crossed his arms. What do you say, Danzo? Do you want to resist, or do you want to comply? Danzo closed his one eye and sighed. He then looked at the man and nodded. I will obey your orders. Lord Hokage. You'll have everything I have on Orochimaru in an hour. Hiruzen looked at the man and slowly nodded. The four discussed the measure to be taken and were soon dismissed. Hiruzen looked at Danzo's figure and recalled the information his Umbu had sent him. It's time I used that. Nara clan. Shikaku's house. The Jonin commander was in his yard feeding a small deer that wandered in. He soon heard slow footsteps and turned his head to see Shikamaru looking at him, still sleepy. Morning, Shikamaru. Had a good night's rest? He asked with a small smile. After hearing about everything that happened yesterday, he was proud of his son for standing up for his friends. Not really. He looked at the deer and very slowly walked towards it. Where did he come from? Must have wandered away from his herd. Shikamaru took a handful of grass from his father and slowly fed the small creature. Do you have any plans, or are you just going to stay here and sleep all day? Shikaku asked his son. I was thinking, sleeping. I got nothing better to do. And after becoming a Jonin, I'm pretty sure my free time will be a lot less. The Jonin commander just nodded as he listened to his son. After a few moments of silence, Shikaku spoke. Are you satisfied with the answers you got? Shikamaru knew what his father was asking about. The Nine Tails. When I first saw Naruto in the academy, I never would have guessed that there was more to him. That there was such a story. Mostly. Shikamaru replied with a slight yawn. Mostly? The older man cocked an eyebrow as he looked at the boy. Shikamaru, seeing his father's gaze, clarified. There are still some things that don't make sense. But for now, I'm mostly satisfied. The Nara turned his head back for the small deer and spoke. Till you reach a suitable rank and attain sufficient strength, the answers you have now will have to do. I understand. The Jonin sighed and nodded his head. It'll be too much of a headache if I still keep poking my nose into this. Guess it's time to just let it go. For now. As they were enjoying the morning fresh air, an Umbu suddenly appeared nearby, startling the Jonin. Commander Shikaku. Your presence is urgently required at the Hokage Tower. Shikaku sensed the tone in the Umbu ninja and he immediately knew something was up. I'll be right there. Receiving the reply, the masked ninja nodded and vanished. You don't think this has anything to do with last night, do you? Shikamaru asked his father. He was slightly concerned since their group was a part of the incident that happened with Mizuki and the prisoners. It shouldn't be. You don't need to worry. Shikaku soon vanished in a pile of leaves, reassuring his son. Shikamaru fed the small deer and soon it licked the boy's hand as a thank you. At that moment, a large deer came near the yard with its eyes fixed on the two. Looks like your mom's here. See ya, squirt. Shikamaru stood and watched the deers leave and he made his way back inside. He got ready and was soon in his usual attire. I want to sleep in, but it's better if I go check up on those guys. Mom, I'm going out. Don't be late, came the reply from inside. When the Jonin reached the streets of the village, he could sense the strange atmosphere. He saw several shinobi running on rooftops and he felt the gaze of multiple patrol ninjas. What's going on? I thought Dad said the emergency alert would be lifted by now. So why is it still in place? The Nara quickly made his way to Choji's home. He was surprised to find that Choji's dad had left on a mission several minutes ago as well. The two quickly found Ino next. They found the Yamanaka Jinin behind the counter of her flower shop with her best friend. Sakura? Why are you here so early? Shikamaru asked the pink-haired girl. I just wanted to buy some flowers for Sasuke. You know, as a thank you. She replied with a small blush. Right. Shikamaru clearly recalled the scene where the Uchiha jumped in front of Naruto and Sakura, saving their lives. I always thought he only cared about himself. I never would have guessed he would do that for Naruto of all people. There was a small smile on the Nara's face. He may not like Sasuke's attitude, but he has great respect for his fellow Jinin. We can see him on our way. That was a serious injury he had last night. I guess it's no problem checking up on him. Choji spoke at that time. Right. By the way, what are you guys doing here? Ino asked the two boys. The village is still on high alert. I don't know why. I thought you'd have an idea. Seeing your dad is the head of the analysis department and all. Shikamaru replied. I don't know what's going on. Dad came home for a couple hours and had to leave again. Ino spoke up. She saw the worry on her father's face and was concerned. You don't think this has anything to do with last night, or us do you? Choji suddenly asked. Ino and Sakura looked at each other as they had no answer to his question. Shikamaru shook his head. I don't think so. We caught Mizuki and everyone that helped him. I don't believe this has anything to do with us. Sakura nodded. You're probably right. Well, we better get going. I'm sure Sasuke has woken up and is probably preparing for his training. Oh, we can go to Daichi's home after. Oh, this is going to be fun. Ino said excitedly. Don't you have to manage the store? Shikamaru asked with a questioning look. No. Mom can manage it. Mom, I'm going out with my friends. Ino yelled and quickly left her position without waiting for a reply. You sure? The Nara asked again and Ino gave him a flat look. You got a problem, Shikamaru? Nope. Shikamaru quickly replied and sighed in relief when he saw Ino turn her attention to pick some flowers for Daichi. What a troublesome girl. I thought that was you guys. A voice came from nearby. Shikamaru and Choji, who were standing near the door, saw Kiba, Akamaru, Hinata, Shino, and Naruto coming towards them. Hey. I thought you all would be home. Shikamaru spoke. Kiba shrugged his head. Nay. I figured I'd go for a walk. I came across Naruto and we picked up Shino and Hinata. Arf arf. So what's guys talking about? Naruto asked excitedly. Well, we were on our way to see Sasuke and Daichi. Ino replied. You want to tag along? Shikamaru asked Naruto. Since you guys are going, sure. Naruto replied. As they walked to the Uchiha's home, they noticed the patrolling ninjas roaming the area and less civilians than usual. Man. I can't believe they still haven't caught all those prisoners who got out. Guess there must be some strong ones who escaped. Naruto spoke, looking at the ninjas quickly moving about. You might be right about that, Naruto. Kiba replied. What do you mean, Kiba? Shikamaru asked. An hour ago a Jonin came to my mom for a mission and told her something. It was the same Jonin who came to help us last night. I don't know what they talked about, but Mom was really pissed off by the end. I can't remember the last time she was so mad. Kiba shivered as he saw the angry look on his mom's face. Strange. Something similar happened this morning at my home too. Shino spoke up. I think it was the same Jonin who came and talked to my father. I could sense that his Kakechu became restless after hearing the news. What do you think is going on? Hinata asked in a timid voice. I don't know the whole deal, but I do know one thing. I heard them mentioning Daichi's name. What? Kiba's answer startled the whole group. Daichi? Are you sure? Shikamaru asked the Inuzuka Jinin. Yeah. I heard them saying Daichi's name. But I don't know much more. Kiba replied. Do you think he's in trouble? Or maybe something happened? Ino spoke and no one had an answer. There is no point in standing here and worrying. Let's go to his house and see for ourselves. Shino spoke and they all agreed. But then came a problem. Does anyone know where he lives? Naruto asked and they all looked at each other. We could go find Sasuke. He might know. I know they're training partners. So he might know. Sakura spoke and the group nodded with that logic. And so the group of 8 new Jonin's quickly began making their way to the Uchiha's home. Chapter 291, Daichi's Strategies. Hokage Office. The Jonin commander of the Leaf Village let out an audible sigh after he was made aware of the ongoing crisis by the Hokage. What a disastrous situation. That Orochimaru is becoming more and more troublesome. Shikaku. I need you to draw up battle plans. We'll be going into a direct conflict with him and his people. Alert all the Jonins and Chunins and have them on standby. Yes, sir. Shikaku nodded as he looked at the old leader. Seeing the thoughtful look on Hiruzen's face, Nara spoke. What are you thinking, Lord Hokage? Orochimaru had been planning this for a while. I'm sure of it. What do you think his tactics would be? Hiruzen asked the man. Shikaku was silent and carefully thought about the answer. After a short while he replied. This whole thing, he strategically planned his encounter with Lady Tsunade. Now to keep us from rescuing her he'll most likely use false information and diversion tactics. Maybe even brute force. Hiruzen leaned back as he listened. So there is the possibility of an attack to keep our attention away, huh? Yes. The commander nodded. I need you to assemble a small team with an interrogation specialist and a tracking specialist. Orochimaru must have gathered intelligence on Tsunade's whereabouts and routines. Shikaku quickly understood what the Kage was implying. Someone must have observed her movements and habits and reported back to Orochimaru. That's valuable intel and he must have used it to plan his attack. Hiruzen nodded. Yes. Mizuki's attack last night. There is no doubt in my mind. It must have been a diversion to keep us occupied. Keep the patrol squads occupied while he carried out the attack and abduction. But if we can retrace Lady Tsunade's steps and investigate, we might be able to gather some information. I understand. Hiruzen sighed as he turned his head and looked out at the village. It's a long shot. But we need to pursue all avenues. Go! I'll leave it to you to pick the team. Shikaku nodded and vanished. Tsunade, Shizune. Please be safe. Hiruzen closed his eyes and prayed. Oink! The sad whine of the small pig was heard and Hiruzen looked at Taunton with a soft gaze. Do you miss her? I miss her too. Uchiha compound. Sasuke was home standing in front of the mirror wearing only his trousers. Even though his eyes were on his reflection in the mirror, his mind was far away. Die! Sasuke saw the moonlight glint on the blade as it came down on him. He felt Mizuki's killing intent along with pain spreading in his chest. His Sharingan recorded every moment and he could only stand by helplessly and watch. The blade was only several inches away before Mizuki was blasted away by Daichi. Sasuke suddenly let out a long breath of air and closed his eyes. He was slightly sweating as he recalled how close he came to death. I can't believe I almost died to Mizuki. Even more than that, I can't believe I would risk my life for Naruto of all people. Damn it. I put my own ambition at risk to save his life. Sasuke opened his eyes and his hands went to his chest. He looked and felt the area where Mizuki's sword first pierced. Not even a scar. Daichi's an excellent medic. I don't feel any abnormalities with my body. So everything should be alright. He then turned his attention back to his eyes. Sasuke's onyx eyes soon changed color to crimson. A tomo in each eye. The young Uchiha looked at the Sharingan with pride. Well, at least I awakened my eyes. So it wasn't a waste. He turned around and took his iconic blue shirt and quickly dressed. I need to train. I have to quickly master the Sharingan as fast as I can. From now on, I might stand a chance against Daichi. He stepped out the front door of his house with the intent to head to the training ground but stopped seeing Shikamaru and the others coming towards him. Sakura, who was at the front, smiled brightly as she saw Sasuke and quickly ran up to him. What are you all doing here? The young Uchiha asked with narrowed eyes. We wanted to see how you were doing? And I wanted to give you this. Sakura showed the flowers in her hand hoping Sasuke would accept her gift. Thank you for saving us. Sasuke initially wanted to reject her gift but he recalled her desperate cries for help when he was bleeding out. H.N. Not wanting to seem ungrateful he gave a small nod and took the flowers inside his home and placed them in a watering pot. Sakura was excited to see Sasuke not reject her gift. Cha! Yes! He's into me. Her inner self screamed with excitement. Sasuke came back outside and looked at everyone. As you can all see, I'm fine. Now if you'll excuse me, I have somewhere to be. He turned around and was about to walk away when Kiba spoke up. Where are you going? Sasuke let out a small breath and rolled his eyes before he gave a short reply. To train. Wait. Sasuke was about to walk away when Shikamaru's voice stopped him. What? Sasuke turned around and asked with slight irritation in his voice. Shikamaru sighed seeing his classmate's annoyed expression. This guy. He's still the same as before. I don't know whether I should be relieved or not. Sasuke, you and Daichi spar a lot, right? What of it? Sasuke asked. Do you know where Daichi lives? Naruto immediately and bluntly asked before Shikamaru could speak and Nara could only sigh tiredly. What if I do? Sasuke crossed his arms and looked at the group. Can you tell us? Ino asked. Why are you looking for Daichi so early in the morning? Sasuke found it strange that they would want to see Daichi at this time. I clearly remember him saying that he's going to take a day or two off to relax. We think something might have happened. Look, can you help us or not? Shikamaru asked, looking at the boy. Sasuke slightly narrowed his eyes and finally nodded his head. Fine. I'll show. But you need to tell me what's going on. Shikamaru nodded and soon the group was making their way to Daichi's home. Kinsei's house. Daichi quickly arrived home after he left the interrogation building. He went to the backyard and quickly created 3 shadow clones. After making sure no one was near or spying on him, he nodded to his clones. The 4 Daichis sat down and quickly started using parallel processing to create strategies and figure out Orochimaru's plans. The real Daichi opened the quest and looked at the conditions required to complete the quest. He began going through them one by one and discussed options with his clones. Conditions. Find the location of Orochimaru's hideout. Do you think Orochimaru took them to the main base in the Land of Sound? One of the clones asked. It is the perfect hideout. I mean, not even Jiraiya with his spy network could find it for years. Another clone spoke. The real Daichi shook his head. No. I'm not so sure about that. The main base is too valuable. If anything should go wrong, Orochimaru would lose too much. Is that what you're getting at? A clone looked at the real Daichi asked. The Genin nodded. Yes. From the quest details and the given time limit, it can be inferred that Orochimaru needs Tsunade-sensei and Shizen-senpai for something. It's most probably for experimentation. Orochimaru didn't find Tsunade even when his prized ninja Kimimaro was in danger. But the fact that he's gone to her now, it means it's most likely not for her help with healing someone. So the probability of using her for some kind of experiment or having her help with some delicate experiment is the most likely answer. Another clone deduced. But whatever it is takes 2.5 days to complete. So during this time, if the village finds and attacks him, it will be problematic. So the probability of Orochimaru creating a temporary base for whatever his purpose with Sensei is high. I think that's why the quest said location unknown. The real Daichi agreed with that theory. Yes. I think if Orochimaru and Tsunade were at any of the locations Amachi told us about, then perhaps the mission would have said the name of the specific location. But then again, it's also possible the quest says unknown location because we don't know where they are, even if they are in one of the bases we know. A clone suddenly looked at Daichi with a serious gaze. But this also means that Orochimaru might not be in the bases we know. The eyes of the other three Daichis slightly widened as they immediately realized what the clone was getting at. The real Daichi crossed his arms and thought about it. You want to raid the main base and take that item, huh? Not just that, but we can take their blood samples too. If we can get our hands on their DNA, we might have the answers we're looking for and we could finally complete that quest. Daichi was silent for a few moments before he spoke. As I recall, Orochimaru also has several other valuable items like the Horn of the Eight Tails. If we can retrieve a piece of that, we'll be able to study Tail Beast's power. Not to mention the detailed information he has on Akatsuki, Zetsu, and other villages. If we can get access to that information. With that jutsu, we'll be able to finally start building a powerful force. But we can't forget our number one priority. Tsunade and Shizune are our topmost priority. We have to save them before something unfortunate happens. The clone reminded everyone and the others nodded. The clones turned to their creator and waited for his decision. After a short while, Daichi made his choice. We need to do both. We need to rescue Sensei, and we need to raid Orochimaru's base. If Orochimaru has taken Lady Tsunade and Shizune to the main base, then things will become easier. With our mana skills, we'll be able to easily sneak in, avoid the traps, and get what we need and rescue those two. But if they are in two locations, we will have to split up. Or create two teams. This is all on the premise that Shizune is with them. If they are all separated, then things will become even more complicated. The clone opposite Daichi pointed out. I'm aware. The Genin nodded. Let's do both. But I don't think our mana will last long if we use it here. We need to get closer to the Land of Sound. Then we can create clones and have them infiltrate his location. Should we destroy the base and kill his people? Daichi disagreed. No. Let's keep this a stealth mission. We get in, get out, and make sure they never know we were even there. One of the clones looked at the next condition on the quest and frowned. Do not let Orochimaru capture you or anyone with you during the rescue mission. This is going to be tricky. If it's a large force, then chances are that Orochimaru or his guards will capture or kill whoever is with us. Assuming the Hokage lets us go into his base. So it can't be too big of a team and they can't be weak. A high-level Jonin team. Maybe a total of 3 or 4 people including me. Do you think Kakashi-sensei and his team will find them? Chances are slim. I doubt it would be that easy. Orochimaru would no doubt have erased his presence. Unless he intends to lure them into some trap, I don't think they'll find anything. The real Daichi replied with a sigh. Rescue Tsunade and Shizune before the time limit and bring them to the Leaf Village. Daichi was tense as he looked at the timer. 2.5 days. We have a very short time period. If they're not in the Fire Country, it will be troublesome. Escape from Orochimaru and his guards. Do not die. If we play this right, we'll have a chance at completing this quest. But if anything goes wrong, the outcome will be catastrophic. Defeat/kill Orochimaru's guards, bonus. Defeat/kill Orochimaru, bonus. Destroy Orochimaru's base, bonus. What do you think about the last 3 bonus conditions? A clone asked his counterpart. I don't plan on confronting Orochimaru directly. If it's possible, I'd like to escape without a fight. But still, I won't be unprepared. I'll have to create powerful jutsu that instantly kill. Destructive war jutsus. The real Daichi replied. Creating new jutsus of that level will take some time. So you're going to increase the power of the Rasengan variants, aren't you? The clones looked at their creator and already figured out what he was thinking. Yes. If possible, I'd like to complete this mission without a direct confrontation. But if it comes down to it, I won't be unprepared. You'll have to use the saved stat points. Otherwise, it's difficult. A clone spoke and Daichi agreed. Yes. This situation is far too serious and our enemy is too dangerous. Holding back or not using the points is not a good plan. The clones smirked as they looked at their creator. Looks like it's time for another power-up. Daichi nodded and made a seal. The next second the clones dispelled and their plans, ideas and strategies came flooding into his mind. Daichi opened the status page and looked at his stats. I can't hold back. This time my enemy is Orochimaru the Sannin. I guess it's time to power up my attributes again. Chapter 292, Powerful Ninjutsu. Daichi stood with his arms crossed and opened the status screen. He looked at every stat and the save points. No point in holding back. I have 266 stat points saved up. Time to use them. He looked at the first stat in the primary stat category. I'll definitely need strength. Strength 349 to 400. Daichi used 51 points to increase the strength of his body. As soon as he did, he felt the power flowing through his muscles. He let out a breath and clenched his fists. Good. Very good. Time for the next stat. Dexterity 271 to 300. Dexterity stat has reached 300. You have gained the passive skill Physique Modification 1. Physique Modification 1 Passive, LV, max a passive skill given to the player when dexterity has reached 300. This skill increases the user's control over his muscles, bones and joints. Muscles can be tightened and can become almost as hard as iron without the use of chakra. Bones and joints can be broken or bent beyond normal, increasing evasion rate. Healing broken bones will also become much faster. The user can use this skill in the middle of a battle without losing any combat power. Daichi looked at the new skill that appeared and after reading the details, he couldn't help but smile. Tighten muscles to make them as hard as iron? It looks like Iron Body skill from One Piece. And with the ability to even control bones and bending it beyond normal. This might be similar to Orochimaru's evasion style. Not a bad skill at all. Daichi looked at the remaining stat points saved up. I've used up 80 points. Now 186 points left. Which one should I increase next? After quickly thinking it through, Daichi made a choice. I'll need speed. Orochimaru is a Sannin. I can't underestimate him. My base speed should be much higher than him. Agility 340 to 400. This should do. I can't use up all my stats. If needed, I'll increase it again in the middle of battle. But for now, this is enough. Daichi's eyes went to the remaining stats in the primary set and his eyes fell on wisdom. I need to increase my mana pool if I want to complete my objectives. Right now wisdom is at 309. Even if I use all my remaining points, I won't even get it to 450. Daichi internally sighed and made his choice. Wisdom 309 to 370. That should be enough. Status. Name, Daichi Hekima, the Gamer. Class, Genin ID 012559. Age, 12. Title, Capable Child, Explorer, Prodigy, Species King, Dungeon Warrior, Executioner, Assassin, Mighty Healer, Slug Sannin's Apprentice, Master of the Elements, a Genius of the Continent, Dungeon Master. Level, 62, 16005/98,000. Health points, 51,820. Chakra points, 108,960. Stamina points, 52,670. Mana points, 44,820. Primary stats: Strength 400. Vitality 500. Dexterity 300. Agility 400. Intelligence 500. Chakra 623. Wisdom 370. Special stats: Sense 200. Stamina 456. Indomitable 59. Charisma 82. Persistence 50. Dignity 31. Luck 27. Stat points 65. Rio 312564000. With his stats increased to a satisfied level, Daichi opened the skill list and looked at an important skill. Jutsu Creation Active, LV 87. This skill increases the user's understanding, talent and ability to create new ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Effects: 92% success rate to create new ninjutsu. 87% success rate to create new jinjutsu. 30% less chakra points requirements for new jutsu created. With my high-level chakra control, Master of Elements title, and this skill, I'll be able to create stronger variations of Rasengan successfully. But the problem is that I would have to physically create it and it would need time. But with parallel processing, hypercognition and brain augmentation. Is it possible? Daichi decided to test a theory that popped into his head. He quickly sat down and calmed his mind. He closed his mind and quickly began a mental stimulation. His mind took the experience he had till now and began to form a mental stimulation. Hand seals, the way chakra moved through his body, what seals to use to create what jutsu. Daichi's goal was to create S-rank or above jutsus. Just like he used the mana skills to identify the poisons when he saved Jean, now he used his mana skills to create ninjutsu. Every aspect of the jutsu would be created in the mental stimulation. Everything from which seals were needed, how much chakra required to execute the jutsu to the power, aftermath and the backlash if there was any. And in less than a minute Daichi had begun to get results. Ding! The system notification sound rang in Daichi's mind. Ninjutsu created. Daichi suddenly opened his eyes and let out several deep breaths of air. Sweat formed on his face and his heart was pounding in his chest. Daichi thought about the simulation and what he experienced inside his mind, and now his body was reacting accordingly. What a monstrous jutsu! Unbelievable! I didn't think I would experience the feeling of death during the simulation. It felt so real. The gamer's mind quickly calmed Daichi and his vitals quickly returned to normal. The gamer ninja looked at the new ninjutsu he acquired. Lightning Style Rasengan Divine Particle Active, LV-01. This jutsu is an upgraded version of the Divine Rasengan. This powerful destructive jutsu uses lightning and charged particles as its weapons. Note: since the strength stat of the player has not reached 500, the player will experience damage when creating this jutsu. This is a highly destructive jutsu capable of erasing a large amount of area. It is highly recommended to move several kilometers away from the blast zone before the jutsu detonates. Effects: completely eradicates all targets within the electrical field. Jutsu automatically expands and increases range. Chakra points cost, 12,000 minimum. If the aftermath of this jutsu is anything like what I experienced in mind, then I definitely don't want to be anywhere near this thing when it goes off. But that's also a problem. This thing goes off in less than a second after coming into contact with its target. I don't have any teleportation skills, so I'll be caught in the blast radius and be killed. Not what I want. I'll need to find a solution for that before using this jutsu. At that moment another notification appeared. You have used mental simulation skills to successfully create ninjutsu. Wisdom stat has increased by 5 points. Skill jutsu creation has leveled up. Unexpected, but certainly not unwelcome. Daichi had a smile as he looked at the stat increase. Even if it was small, he was happy. Now that I know what to experience, I'll be able to control myself. I need something else as well. With that he closed his eyes and began his next simulation. In a couple minutes he opened his eyes with a smile and looked at the new jutsu he came up with. Fire Style, Hellguard Hydra, Active, LV-01, a supreme fire style jutsu created from a giant firestorm of wind and fire Raisengans created by the user. This is a powerful destruction jutsu that burns all things it touches to ash. This is a giant jutsu that takes the form of an 8-headed hydra. Each head can be individually used to attack different enemies. Speed and proficiency of the body of this jutsu increases with higher levels. Note: since the player's strength stat has not reached 500, it is recommended to keep some distance away from the jutsu or use defensive skills. Effects: burns the targets to ash and can destroy all physical defense skills and most chakra-based defense skills. 8 heads can be used independently to attack multiple opponents. Chakra points cost 6,500 minimum. Daichi looked at the new technique and grinned. The chakra cost is almost half of the divine particle jutsu, but that's because I have to use wind style and fire style Rasengan as a precursor to create this jutsu. So to use this technique I'll have to expend more chakra. But I don't have to worry about instant death if I'm near this thing. Wisdom stat has increased by 5 points. Skill jutsu creation has leveled up. Will my wisdom increase with every jutsu I create or just the really powerful ones? I'll have to find out. Since I can create jutsu from my simulation, is it possible to train and increase their level in my mind? As soon this idea sprung up, Daichi got to work. Soon he found out that it was possible. Daichi immediately spent the next half hour increasing the level of his powerful jutsu and creating new techniques. During this time he also realized that wisdom stat only increased when he created extremely strong techniques. It wasn't just ninjutsu that Daichi created but jinjutsu, sealing jutsu, and several new mana skills. It took Daichi only a little over 40 minutes to create jutsus that would take others weeks or months to create. The gamer ninja stood up and let out a deep breath of air. At that moment he sensed several chakras standing outside his compound. He immediately identified them and was confused. Why are they here? Outside Kensei's home. Naruto looked at the large gates and tried to open them, but it didn't budge. Are you sure we're in the right place? The blonde genin asked Sasuke with a frown. We are. The Uchiha gave a short reply. We've been standing here for the last 10 minutes. He would have come out by now. Maybe he's not home. Kiba said as he looked at the large house beyond the gate. Shikamaru looked around and placed a hand on the door. There is a barrier of some kind. I've only seen barriers like this in major clan compounds. Should we leave? Choji asked and Ino immediately rejected that idea. Let's wait a few more minutes. Just then they saw the gates open and Daichi appeared before them. Hey! What are you guys doing here? How did you even find this place? You know, you say that like you don't want us here. Naruto said with a deadpan. Daichi smiled as he looked at the boy. No. Of course not. I was just curious. He then looked at Sasuke and figured out that the Uchiha led them there. Now, back to my previous question. What are you all doing here? Did something happen? Daichi was slightly tense and wanted to know if Orochimaru had done something else. We should be the one asking you that. Are you alright? Ino stepped forward and asked with concern. What do you mean? Do they know about Tsunade's abduction? A jonin came an hour ago to my mom for a mission. I don't know what he said, but she was mad by the end. But I did hear him saying your name. Is there something going on? Kiba spoke and Daichi understood what happened. He must have been nearby when Genma told Sum what happened. At that time Shikamaru also looked at his friend. More importantly, does this have to do with the increased patrol squads around the village? Are you in any trouble, Daichi? Daichi smiled at their concern but inwardly sighed as he looked at his fellow classmates. Orochimaru's attack and Tsunade's abduction. That's dangerous information. I can't tell them about it. But lying to them won't do me any good. Something did happen, but I'm afraid I can't tell you guys. And don't worry. I'm not in any danger, and this doesn't have anything to do with what happened in the village last night. So you guys don't have to worry as well. The genin replied with a small smile. What? Why can't you tell us? Naruto asked, slightly tilting his head. Sorry, Naruto. It's confidential information. Do you want to hang out or anything? Ino asked with a small blush on her face. Daichi had an awkward smile as he looked at the girl. Sorry, Ino. I'm in the middle of something. Like torturing your former teacher. I won't be here for the next several days or so. Probably running around the country trying to find my teacher and stop the next great war. I would invite you guys inside, but I'm currently on my way out. Are you going on a mission? Choji asked. Well, before Daichi could answer, a Chunin suddenly appeared nearby, startling the fresh Genins. His eyes were on Daichi and his face exuded seriousness. Daichi Hakama. Master Ibiki asked for you. It's an emergency. Something must have happened to Mizuki. Daichi nodded. I'll be there quickly. The Chunin nodded and disappeared, and Daichi turned to his friends. Sorry guys. I have to go. I'll see you all another time. Without wasting another second, Daichi disappeared in the body flicker jutsu. What was that all about? Sakura wondered out loud. Shikamaru frowned as he looked at the empty spot. Is it just me, or did he look tense? Anyone know who Ibiki is? Sasuke asked the group. I think I know that name. Where did I? Ino spoke and tried to recall where she heard it. Suddenly her eyes widened. I met him once with my dad. I think he's the head of the interrogation department. What does he want with Daichi? Shino asked with crossed arms. How should I know? Ino shrugged her shoulders. She looked at the flowers and sighed. I didn't even get to give him these. Well, I'm going home to train. Sasuke turned around and was about to leave when Sakura came near him. Hey, Sasuke. Do you want to go on a date? No. The Uchiha quickly left the group while Naruto had a sheepish smile. Hey Sakura. Maybe we can go on a date. Sakura gave a small sigh. No. But maybe we can get something to eat. But it's not a date. Hey. Why don't we all go? We didn't get to celebrate becoming Genin. Kiba spoke with a grin. Not a bad idea. Ino and the others agreed. As they made their way to a restaurant, Shikamaru frowned at the piece of information he had. Head of the interrogation department, huh? What does someone like him want with Daichi? Does this have anything to do with Mizuki? Chapter 293, Vital Clues. Outside the cell, Ibiki and Inoichi watched with a cold-hardened gaze as Mizuki screamed for help. A medic Nin was checking Mizuki's vitals and quickly informed Ibiki of the prisoner's condition. The head of the interrogation department frowned as he looked at the scene. I never thought such a simple method would have such results. Just then he sensed the arrival of the Genin. He turned to the boy and spoke. His vitals are climbing. Blood pressure, heartbeat. If this goes on for much longer, his body won't be able to handle it. How can a drop of water cause such a reaction in the human body? Inoichi, who was standing nearby, asked the boy. It's one of the drugs I injected into him. It increases his sensitivity among other things. In normal cases something like this would take hours, but I accelerated the process. The body is reacting to what the mind is saying. Right now Mizuki's mind is telling him that he's being burned alive and frozen to death. And his body is reacting in such a way. Daichi had no sympathy for the man screaming for his life. I gave him a chance. He should have taken it. But if that's the case, his body won't be able to handle such stress. He'll go into shock and die soon. Ibiki spoke as he turned his attention to the man in the cell. He won't. The concoction I injected into him will make sure his heart won't stop beating. But still, it's time to see if he's in the mood to talk. Without saying another word, Daichi entered the room and stopped the water flow in the wooden contraption. Daichi brought his palms atop Mizuki's head and they glowed green. Daichi injected healing chakra and soon the man calmed down, but he was breathing hard. He was still blind as the Genin had taken away his sight. The Genin looked at Mizuki and used mana puppetry. He implanted a simple thought into the man's mind. No more. Just tell them everything. It's not worth it. To Mizuki, it's as if his mind was making a decision and he immediately agreed. Target has accepted the suggestion. Daichi took a step back and looked at the blind ninja with a calm gaze. I'm going to give you one chance. If you don't, I'll dash. I'll talk. I'll talk. Please. No more. The silver-haired Chunin didn't want to go through what he just experienced. Ibiki and Inoichi were not all that surprised that Mizuki gave in. They had been watching him screaming in agony for that last hour. They paid close attention to every word spoken in the room. Daichi immediately made several chakra strings and connected them to Mizuki's body. This is your only chance. I'm monitoring your vitals. If you lie to me, you'll experience hell. There will be no second chance. Hearing that, Mizuki struggled in his chair. Please. No. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. His mind was on the verge of collapsing in on itself. He didn't want to experience the feeling of going insane. First question. When did you meet Orochimaru? I only met him once when I was on a mission before I became an instructor. At that time he saw me kill my teammate. He gave the formula for the curse seal. You told Orochimaru about your plan to steal the Forbidden Scroll and the prisoner release, didn't you? Yes. Mizuki replied without hesitation. He knew his situation and he didn't want to make it worse. How did you send this information to him? If you met Orochimaru only once, then that means you must have been in contact with one of his spies, right? Yes. Orochimaru has someone at the capital acting as a spy and messenger. His name is Nam. I sent the information to him. Give me the description and your contact method. Mizuki immediately told everything he knew regarding Orochimaru's spy, and the two interrogators outside quickly noted it down. Daichi continued. Whose idea was it for you to get those mind shields? It was Orochimaru. A week after I sent the information, Nam made contact and told me that I would need to have my mind protected. He told me about Ko Yamanaka and where to find him. Daichi's eyes slightly narrowed. So this was Orochimaru's plan. But something doesn't add up. If the goal was to protect Mizuki's mind, then when and where did you meet up with Ko Yamanaka? 10 days before the graduation exam. In a hut 3 kilometers northwest of the fire capital. Outside the room, Ibiki looked at the records he had of Mizuki and it noted his travels. He's telling the truth. Based on this, he made a request to go to the fire capital and returned a few days later. Inoichi nodded and the two men turned their attention back to the interrogation cell. What was the plan after you left the village with the scroll? Daichi asked, and the two interrogators outside paid close attention. To go to Orochimaru for protection. The Forbidden Scroll was my way in. Tell me the location. Where were you going to meet him? Daichi asked. This was the main information he wanted to know. Nam told me to come to the Valley of the End. He said he'd be waiting to take us to Orochimaru once he confirmed I had the scroll. Do you know where Orochimaru's hideout is? I only know he created the Sound Village. In the Land of Rice. I don't know anything more than that. Please, you have to believe. I don't know anything more. Mizuki sounded desperate as he thought that Daichi wouldn't believe him. Daichi kept a close eye on the man's vitals and sighed. Looks like he's not lying. I believe you. Did Orochimaru tell you about any plans to attack Lady Tsunade? Daichi had little hope of getting any information on this question. No. I was told nothing. I don't know anything about the attack on her. Of course not. Orochimaru would never tell this idiot anything of such importance. This guy was just a pawn. Daichi sighed and slightly shook his head. At that moment the system notification appeared indicating that the quest was completed. Quest: get information from Mizuki completed. Rewards: 15,000 EXP. Reputation increases with certain Leaf Village ninjas. Increased chances of successfully completing the quest: rescue Tsunade Senju. Daichi looked at the notification and slightly frowned. How strange. I didn't get much information from him, and yet the system deems that I completed the information. Increased chances of rescuing Tsunade, huh? So that means there is a vital clue in the information I got from him. Then I should stop wasting time with him and let Ibiki take over. But before that, Daichi looked at the man and spoke in a clan tone. I have one more question. Think very carefully before you answer. Lie and you'll go back to that hell and you'll never come back. Daichi's tone sent shivers up Mizuki's spine. Do you regret what you did to Naruto? Mizuki opened his mouth and was about to speak but stopped himself. He was quiet for a few moments and then replied in a small tone. I only regret getting caught. Daichi looked at the man and stopped using his chakra strings. He turned around and walked out of the room. The Genin looked at the two jonins without showing any emotion. He's all yours. I'll report to the Hokage what I've learned. Ibiki and Inoichi glanced at each other for a second and then looked at the boy. They nodded and the head of the interrogation department spoke. Thank you for your help. I hope we can rescue Lady Tsunade in time. Me too. Daichi nodded and left, quickly making his way to the Hokage Tower. As he walked closer to the tower, he analyzed every word Mizuki said to him. There must be a clue in there somewhere. Otherwise the system wouldn't reward me. This clue determines my next move. Daichi's mind went through every answer Mizuki said to him. I already know about Orochimaru and Mizuki's first meeting. So that's not it. The next important clue is Orochimaru's spy Nam. But since Mizuki didn't show up at the final valley, Nam should know by now that the plan failed and Mizuki is either dead or captured. So even with Mizuki's mind protection there is a chance that Nam wouldn't be at the capital. There is a good chance that he wouldn't take such a risk. Then that means the only clue is Ko Yamanaka. I need to get to him. I need to start with the hut where Mizuki last met him. It must be the clue. Daichi came to the conclusion and soon made his way up the steps of the Hokage Tower. Hokage Office. Hiruzen listened to the information Daichi was able to find out and nodded. There is something that I don't understand though. Daichi spoke and Hiruzen looked at the boy. If Orochimaru wanted to make sure that information about him wouldn't leak, then there should have been some other contingency besides the barriers. Daichi had learned a great deal about seal jutsu and sealing jutsu used on the mind. If he wanted absolute secrecy, then he should have added something like Danzo's curse seal, where his body would become paralyzed if he shared information with the enemy. But there were only mind barriers. Daichi looked at the Hokage and explained his doubt. Why didn't that Yamanaka implement such precautions when he set up the barriers in Mizuki's mind? Hiruzen looked at the boy and let out a small breath of air. After a few seconds of contemplation, Hiruzen decided to tell the boy certain secret information. Because Ko Yamanaka is a spy my Umbu cultivated inside Orochimaru. Daichi was surprised to hear that. A year ago I had my Umbu investigate Orochimaru. During your mission at the capital where you healed the third minister's nephew, you learned information about a rogue Yamanaka who placed barriers inside the enemy. Daichi recalled that information. Junichiro had powerful mind defenses. That was Ko Yamanaka. He began to work for Orochimaru many months ago. My agent found him and instead of killing him decided to turn him to spy on Orochimaru. Since Ko was the one who placed the barriers in Mizuki's mind, he must have known about Mizuki's plans and figured out the chances of it succeeding were slim. He had to make sure the barriers were strong in the event Orochimaru checked, but he deliberately didn't add more extreme measures. Daichi looked at the Hokage and immediately found his next path. So then this Ko must have more information on Orochimaru, his base of operations, and much more. Yes, I believe so. The Hokage agreed with that assessment. Lord Hokage, has he sent any more information about Orochimaru? Daichi asked the old leader. Orochimaru is very careful. So Ko hasn't been able to communicate much. But he did send one piece of intelligence a few days ago. I already have a team looking into it. The Hokage said nothing more and Daichi nodded. I need to start somewhere. That meeting place where Mizuki and Ko met is a good start. Lord Hokage, please grant me permission to go to the capital and investigate the information I have. I can't just sit here and do nothing. Daichi wanted to use mana puppetry on the Kage to let him go but then decided it was too dangerous. This guy is not like the others. I can't make reckless choices. Hiruzen looked at the boy silently and weighed his options. He did get information from Mizuki. And from what Kakashi has told me, he is strong enough to protect himself. After several seconds of internal debate, Hiruzen made a decision. Very well. Pack your gear and be at the gates in 20 minutes. I'll have 2 members join you. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Daichi nodded and left. The genin returned home and immediately got his ninja gear. He soon made his way to the village gates and waited. I hope whoever he sends is strong enough. This might be a tough mission. Daichi waited for a few minutes before he felt 2 familiar chakra signatures coming his way. He turned around and saw the 2 jonins smiling at him. Hey kid. Daichi gave a small smile and nodded. Genma-sensei. Anko-sensei. Are you here for me? Anko smiled as she looked at the boy. Yup. You'll be joining us on this mission. Come on. I'll explain our objectives on the way. Genma said, and the 3 documented their departure at the village gate and quickly left. Chapter 294, Danzo makes a move. Anko, Genma and Daichi left the village around 9 am and were quickly making their way to the last known location of the missing nin-turned-spy Ko Yamanaka. Genma, Anko and Daichi were moving in a close triangle formation with Daichi a few feet ahead of the other 2 ninjas. The team leader Genma began to address the mission. Alright. This is our objective. Orochimaru has attacked the Umbu team that was sent to monitor Kabuto. That means he's taking extraordinary precautions. So our chances of finding his spy nom is slim. But that doesn't mean we can't investigate his whereabouts. So are we going to the fire capital first? Daichi asked. No. We are going to the place where Mizuki met Ko. The hut a few kilometers ahead of the capital. Obviously he won't be there, but if can find some clues that can help us track him down, then we're that much closer to Orochimaru. Genma said to the 2. But don't we need a tracker ninja for that? Like someone from the Inuzuka clan or the Aburame clan? Daichi asked as he looked at the team leader. At that time Anko had a grin. Hey. Why do you think I'm here? Daichi turned his head to look at the female jonin. I may not be from Inuzuka or Aburame, but I'm a pretty good tracker too. The genin nodded and turned his attention back to Genma. While Anko investigates that lead, you and I will be heading to the capital next. We're going to investigate Nam. If we find anything useful, we follow up. If not, we head back to the village. Daichi was slightly tense as he heard the last part. I need to find some leads. I can't go back to the village. Not without Sensei and Shizune. As they traveled through the trees, Anko and Genma glanced at the boy who was slightly ahead of them. You know, I heard about what happened with Mizuki. It was Anko who spoke. She didn't address who she was talking to, but the 3 knew. Daichi held no sympathy for the former academy instructor. He should have taken my offer. Things would have gone a lot smoother then. A few moments later Genma spoke. I still remember that moment when Yondu asked you that question. Do you regret finding out the answer, Daichi? The genin was silent for a few moments as he thought about it. The morals and rules I learned in my previous life won't help me here. Still, I won't abandon them completely. But now I know that I'll break those rules in times of crisis. No. Daichi replied after giving it some thought. I found out who I am. And I know who I am and when to not go over the edge. So to answer your question. No. I don't regret it. After all, this is who we are. You're not like the other Genins, are you? Anko asked with a slight questioning look. Not that Daichi could see. No, I'm not. Why did you even learn such a method of torture? It was Ginma who asked Daichi this question. Well, that method wasn't written down. But most of the information regarding it was documented and I simply recreated it out of intellectual curiosity. Mostly. Using the simplest method to cause damage to the human psyche in the shortest time. Did Lady Tsunade know? Anko asked. Daichi had a small smile as he remembered that day when he discussed this with his teacher. Yeah. Who do you think gave me the tips to make it more effective? As the two Jonin were silent, Daichi spoke again. We came up with it mainly to understand what kind of damage it could do to the mind so we could create healing methods to reverse the effects. But after recreating it, we came to the same conclusion as the people from the Land of Water. This method was too cruel. So we simply put it away. I never thought I would have had to use it on someone. As they jumped through the trees, Daichi turned his head to look at the female Jonin. Anko-sensei. Orochimaru was your teacher, right? The special Jonin's face scowled as she nodded. Unhappy memories flowing into her mind. Yeah. Do you think he would really experiment on Lady Tsunade? His own former teammate. Anko was silent as she remembered the memories of her childhood. How she spent time helping her teacher with various tests and how finally she became the experiment itself. That bastard has no morals. He would do anything to achieve his goals. So yeah. If Lady Tsunade was indeed taken, then there is a good chance he's gonna turn her into his lab rat. Anko replied to the boy. Daichi clenched his fist and slightly gritted his teeth. Anko looked at the Genin and her eyes softened. I'm sorry, Daichi. Daichi only nodded as he kept moving forward. We'll find them. And remember, Lady Tsunade isn't some average kunoichi. You know that, don't you? She is one of the legendary Sannin too. If anyone can survive Orochimaru, it's her. Ginma said, trying to reassure the boy. Daichi nodded as he looked at Ginma with a small smile. The trio was quickly moving through the forest. They were moving much faster than normal and Anko was impressed that the Genin could keep up at such speed without showing any signs of fatigue. His speed and stamina are certainly above even some Chunins. As they jumped through the thick forest of the Fire Country, Anko looked at Ginma. Orochimaru should know that we'd be looking for him. What do you think his strategy would be? Daichi also glanced back at the team leader at that question. Ginma was silent for a few moments before he spoke. He would definitely try to keep a low presence in the next few days. Maybe even spread false information on his location. Try to confuse us to buy himself time for whatever it is he's doing. By that logic, he would definitely build fake bases. Maybe to keep us busy or spread our resources thin. Anko also gave her thoughts. Daichi internally sighed as he heard the theories. Yeah. All those sounds like things I'd do if I want to distract the village. And then a thought he feared the most came into Daichi's mind. And if she's not in the country then? If Orochimaru took Tsunade-sensei and Shizen out of the country, then we might be in serious trouble. Daichi spoke and the two Jonins also grimaced at that thought. If the other great nations find out, then things will definitely get ugly. And if they capture them? This is such a mess. Ginma couldn't help but sigh out loud about their situation. The trio slowly increased their pace towards their destination. The sooner they find something, the better. Leaf Village Root Base. Around 10 minutes after Danzo left the Hokage building, he reached his root base. His mind was still on the words the Hokage spoke. You will never become the Hokage of the village. Danzo's fists clenched in anger as he thought about what Hiruzen said. How dare he? After everything I did for the village. This is how he treats me? Danzo kept his cold gaze as he walked through the dark halls of his underground base. He reached his private office and sat down in silence. A few moments later he looked at the shadows in his room. A ninja clad in black umbu gear and mask appeared. He half knelt in front of the one-eyed leader. He is second in command of Root. Lord Danzo. It seems our suspicions are correct. Hiruzen has Tao and NG. They're in umbu custody being interrogated. Danzo spoke looking at the masked ninja. That's strange. I haven't heard anything from our spy in the umbu division. The second in command replied looking down on the ground. Danzo leaned back and tiles his gaze to the single bulb in the room. Hiruzen built a top-secret wing for highly classified operations and enemies. It was built after the Uchiha massacre. Only a few people even in the umbu know about it. I only came by that information through sheer luck. And I only know of its existence. Not its location or its operational leader. And the spy in the Root? Yes. It seems my old teammate has become quite resourceful. There is a traitor amongst us. The people capable of bypassing even the contingencies we put in place against such infiltration tactics is very small. Does the Hokage know about my identity? No. I'm sure he's aware of your existence, but nothing more than that. Danzo let out a small breath of air as he looked down at his ninja. If Hiruzen knew your identity, he would definitely be shocked. And moreover, he would inform Kinsei. If that happened, he would stop at nothing to try and kill me. Right now, we have bigger concerns. Orochimaru attacked Tsunade and her apprentice last night at the border. As to why he did such a thing, it's unknown. His movements were strange during the last several months. This must have been the reason. The masked ninja spoke. Yes. I think I might have a way to identify the spy. Draw him out into the open. I need you to do something. After informing the Root Ninja of his plan, Danzo went to a large hall and summoned several high-level members of his organization. There was a table in front of him with a large map of Fire Country and several places were marked on it. Last night Tsunade Senju and her student Shizune were attacked by Orochimaru. Danzo looked at the Root Ninjas assembled and spoke. That information shocked the Root agents. They knew how important Tsunade was to the village despite her absence. The Root leader continued. I have been studying Orochimaru's movements for the last several months and have come up with 3 locations where he might have set up a base. Your task is to investigate these locations. The ninjas nodded. At that time one of them spoke. Lord Danzo, are we going to share this information with the Hokage? Danzo looked at the Root Ninja with an expressionless face. I will, but not at the moment. There is still much work to be done. You have your assignments. Danzo didn't need to say anything further and the ninjas vanished. As the ninjas disappeared and made their way to the exit, all but one of them deviated from their route. The masked ninja moved deeper into the base and quickly opened the mission records section. He quickly found intelligence on Orochimaru and memorized them. He was the spy Hiruzen sent to infiltrate the Root forces. The Umbu looked at the intelligence and he couldn't help but frown behind his mask. If this intelligence is correct, Orochimaru would have 2 more bases hidden in the Land of Fire. There is no way Danzo would have missed that. Which means he's deliberately trying to hide information. Hiruzen's spy memorized the information and quickly left the room. Instead of heading out of the village, he took a secret entrance and went straight to the Hokage to report the situation. What he didn't know was there was someone hidden in the records room. Someone who saw everything the spy did. The second in command of the Root. He quickly reached Danzo's office and confirmed the identity of the spy. Danzo nodded his head and a small smile was on his face. The news of Orochimaru attacking Tsunade would be shocking. I knew Hiruzen's agent would know the consequences if something happened to her. He just couldn't take the chance that I might have hid more information that could help them. Danzo spoke with a cunning smile. But now the Hokage will know you're keeping important information to yourself. Not if I give him that information and some more. Danzo looked at his agent and a small grin disappeared from his face. This is also my chance. I'm not giving up. It's time to wake them up. Our sleeper agents. Should I give them the order, sir? Yes. Tell them to prepare for war. While Hiruzen is busy trying to find Tsunade, we're going to take control of the village. Danzo gave the order and his right-hand man nodded and disappeared. I will become Hokage of this village. Just you wait, Hiruzen. That position is mine. Chapter 295, Point of No Return. Danzo Shimura held a cold gaze as he made his way up the steps of the Hokage Tower. His mind was on the events that would take place in the next few days. I'm doing what's best for the village. If we remain passive, the other villages will take action and destroy us. Yes. This is for the best. Danzo only went to the Hokage Tower after he had confirmed that Hiruzen had met with the spy he embedded en route. Hiruzen will no doubt be confused. But with this information his forces will be stretched thin and I can initiate my plan. Danzo soon reached the door to the Hokage office and took a deep breath of air. This is it. My point of no return. If this fails, I'll be executed. But if it succeeds, I'll be the next Hokage. Only a few will remain a problem. Once I deal with Hiruzen, I'll have to deal with Jiraiya as well. No matter how strong he is, Koto Amatsukami will put him under my control. Just a moment later the door to the office opened and two Aburame and a Hyuga Jonin walked out. Danzo looked at their body language and saw that they were tense, and he knew it was not because of him. I wonder what's happened. No. Now isn't the time to worry about that. Danzo quickly moved forward and stood in front of the old leader. I have what you asked for, Hiruzen. The Hokage merely leaned back in his chair and looked at the one-eyed man in silence. He remembered the information his spy sent him a short while ago. Let's see what your game is, Danzo. The old warhawk put the scroll on the desk and activated it. Several papers and maps appeared and Hiruzen quickly began going over it. His eyes widened as he saw the information on it. These are Orochimaru's secret transportation channels, approximate location of his base of operations, and an estimate of the manpower he would have under his control. The Hokage quickly went through the information and his eyes narrowed. According to these, Orochimaru has around 7 bases of operations built in the Land of Fire. Yes. He's been busy the last few months. He was very careful about it, but he couldn't move such large shipments of materials and people without me noticing it. Danzo replied as he stood stoically. Hiruzen raised his head and looked at the commander of Route. I've been keeping an eye on Orochimaru's movements, but I didn't find anything. So how did you come across such information? I have my methods, Hiruzen. You have what you asked for. The old Kage was silent as he looked at the information on his desk. I'll need to investigate and make sure this information is accurate before I take action. Danzo only nodded his head. This information. Do your agents know about this? Hiruzen asked while keeping a calm expression. They knew a few details, but not much. All this information is kept classified and under lock in my vault. I've sent my men to investigate 3 locations to make sure I'm not wrong and Orochimaru isn't leading us into a trap. Hiruzen nodded and soon dismissed the man. Danzo was expressionless on the outside, but his heart was beating faster than normal. The information I gave you is all true. You'll need a large force to attack Orochimaru's hideouts. Once you make your move, the village won't have much force to defend you, and then I'll take charge. The sleeper agents I've sent to infiltrate your ranks will soon help me take control. I'm the one who will lead this village into a new era. The Hokage watched the man leave with a calm gaze, but as soon as Danzo left, the old leader's expression turned cold. I need to verify this information before I take action. Sparrow. The Hokage called out, and the next moment Umbu appeared and stood before him. Take all this information to the intelligence department for analysis. While they go through the data, I want you to assemble 7 long-range tracking and reconnaissance teams. There are several locations marked on the map. We need to search and confirm them all. Right now our priority is rescuing Tsunade and her apprentice. The umbu with the mark of a sparrow on its mask nodded. I'll take charge of this operation. I'll assemble the teams for this mission. Hiruzen nodded. We need to find Orochimaru's hideouts, confirm the layout and assess the strength of the enemies before I send in the assault teams. Yes, sir. I'll have the teams ready for departure in less than an hour. Good. I'll leave this to you. The umbu vanished and the old Kage got up from his chair and walked to the window. Things are about to get chaotic. It seems the time is near. 10:30 a.m. Several Chunin and Special Jonin tracking teams leave the village. Kakashi's team. Around the time the Chunin teams left the village to investigate Orochimaru's hideouts, Kakashi and his team reached the location mentioned in the note. A large area was completely devastated with several craters and uprooted trees. Multiple sharp, long bones were sticking out of several places. There were obvious signs of fire ninjutsu used along with multiple earth jutsu. Asuma and the others were surprised to see the destruction. Man, they really wrecked the place, didn't they? Such destruction. What kind of a battle must have taken place here? Guy couldn't help but exclaim as he looked around. We're not alone. The Hyuga in the group spoke in a low voice. The Sharingan ninja of the group nodded. Yeah. I know. Something like this is bound to get everyone's attention. The team was near the Land of Fire and the Land of Waterfall border, and they could already see several ninjas from minor villages investigating the area. I smell blood. Kuramaru, Tsume's ninja dog, spoke with a small growl. Yeah. I do too. Tsume spoke and the team moved to the center of the devastated land. The team soon reached a certain spot and observed the area. The scent is strong here. It's definitely Lady Tsunade's scent. And yes, that bastard Orochimaru's scent is also here. Tsume spoke. There was anger in her tone and everyone could understand her emotion. The team spread out and searched the area for a while looking for any clues. I see several long bone spikes buried in the ground. The Hyuga spoke as he looked around. Bone spikes? Kakashi and the rest were puzzled. The Hyuga took a few steps and knelt down. He added chakra to his fingers and plunged his hands into the earth. He retrieved a long sharp bone that looked broken. Strange. This doesn't seem like a bone in the human body. Asuma spoke as he inspected the item. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he examined the long sharp weapon. This bone. It's created with chakra. In the Hidden Mist village, there used to be a clan that used bones as weapons. I've never met them, but I've heard stories about the clan. Kakashi spoke as he recalled some information his teacher had told him. Wait. Now that you mention it. Tsume had fought in the war and suddenly recalled seeing something similar. Yes. You're talking about the Kagaya clan, aren't you? Kakashi nodded. They're a bloodthirsty clan. Always looking for a battle. But I heard that they were all dead and the clan was extinct due to the Mist Civil War. Tsume spoke. Well, apparently I think one or two might have survived. Wait. So Orochimaru has members of the Kagaya clan with him. Asuma and Guy looked at Kakashi and their faces were grim. I believe so. He's someone who's fascinated with rare bloodlines. So it shouldn't come as a surprise. The Sharingan ninja replied with a small sigh. My insects have spread through the area and found multiple strong scents going in different directions. But something strange. Shibi spoke as he looked around. What's wrong? Kakashi asked. Tsume and Kuramaru also took several whiffs before their faces turned grim. Yes. I think I know what you're getting at. East, west, north and south. The scents move in these 4 directions. I think he's trying to confuse us. What do we do, Kakashi? Orochimaru should know we'd be tracking him. This most likely is a false trail. If we go these 4 directions, we'll just be wasting time. Asuma spoke as he looked around. But not following up on this is also not an option. We need to find something. Guy spoke. We can't not investigate. Ideally, I would say split up and follow the tracks, but I have another idea. Kakashi spoke and immediately went through the seals for the summoning jutsu. Poof! Pakken and his team appeared in front of Kakashi. You know, Kakashi, I was just about to relax and have a long nap before you called us. Pakken spoke in a deadpan tone. The ninja dogs with him also whined. Sorry, Pakken. But this is an emergency. The Ninkan immediately stood in alertness as they heard the words. What's wrong? Orochimaru has attacked Lady Tsunade. Based on the intel we have, he might have abducted her and her student. There are multiple scents leading away from here in 4 directions. I need you to split up and investigate them. Understood. We'll get it done. The dogs disappeared and Kakashi stood up. We could have looked into it. Why did you use your summon? Sum asked the Jonin. Because if I'm right, then those leads won't take us anywhere. I've been following Orochimaru for a while after he defected. I have a good idea as to how he operates. Those tracks are to mislead us. I'm sure of that. But as I said, I can't not look into it either. The Jonin replied with a sigh. So assuming those tracks are there to confuse us and waste our time, where do we start? Kagemu Hyuga asked the man. He was a recently promoted Jonin, but his tracking skills are top-notch. Orochimaru must have had Lady Tsunade under surveillance to attack her here where no one could interfere. I doubt he would have personally taken the time to spy on her. So one of his men must have done it. Asuma deduced and Kakashi nodded. We need to retrace Lady Tsunade's steps. Find out where she was before she came here. If we can track the person who was watching her, maybe we'll have a better chance of getting more information on Orochimaru. The Jonins agreed with the plan. It wasn't long before they found some clues to help them with their search. I got tracks. Sum spoke. Lady Tsunade and Shizen were coming from the east. Let's go. On Kakashi's orders, the team began to quickly follow Tsunade's tracks through the forest. What can you tell us? Kakashi asked the head of the Inuzuka clan. Based on these footprints, Lady Tsunade and Shizen were definitely moving in a hurry. It's almost as if they were trying to get away. Sum was an excellent tracker ninja. She could tell what the intentions of a person are correctly most of the time just by analyzing their footprints and gait. The Jonins were surprised to hear that. What could scare one of the Sannin? Did she find out about Orochimaru before she was ambushed? The team hurried and quickly moved through the forest. With each minute they were getting closer and closer to the village Tsunade had spent the day before. Anko, Daichi, and Genma. The trio was standing several meters in front of an old wooden hut. They reached the location Mizuki gave at around 2 p.m. Daichi used chakra and mana sense and didn't find anything living in or nearby the area. I hope we find something from there. Genma spoke with a serious gaze. Anko summoned a small snake and had it go near the wooden house. It's better to be safe. Right. Check for any booby traps. The snake slithered through the cracks and was soon inside the house. Daichi looked around the area and his gaze finally settled back on the small wooden building. Observe. Secret cabin. This building was created by Orochimaru several years ago as a means to communicate with his spies in the fire capital. It was deliberately created to look like a dilapidated building to avoid suspicion. Orochimaru has decided to abandon this cabin and modified it a week ago and made it into a trap in case anyone comes here. A trap, huh? Damn it. So he was expecting Mizuki to fail, huh? But this was modified weeks ago. Was it just a precaution or? Regardless of the case, I'll need to be careful. The team waited for a while before they saw the small creature returning to Anko and hissing. There doesn't seem to be any traps inside. Anko spoke and Daichi couldn't help but frown. Are you sure, Anko-sensei? Since this location is linked to Orochimaru, shouldn't there be defenses in place? Daichi asked. He couldn't tell them what his observer told him, but he wanted them to be cautious. Yeah. Orochimaru is not someone who's careless. But this place looks like it's going to fall apart anytime soon. I don't think he's going to waste his time on this place. Daichi frowned at Anko's reply. I have a simple solution. Genma spoke and told them his plan. Daichi had a smile. Just what I was thinking. A few seconds later the ninjas were slowly making their way to the front door. They slowly opened it and looked inside. The cabin had several chairs and a table. And on top of the table they saw a scroll. The three ninjas looked at each other and nodded. They slowly walked inside as they looked around. There doesn't seem to be any traps here. Maybe he really did give up on this place. Genma thought as he looked around. The three soon came near the scroll and observed it. It looks like a storage scroll. Anko spoke. There doesn't seem to be anything around it. Genma spoke as he examined the small scroll. Daichi used observed skill and immediately found that it was a scroll that contained the body of Ko Yamanaka. We should open it. Daichi spoke and the two special jonins nodded. They opened the scroll and out came the body of the dead missing Yamanaka ninja. Wait. This is... The eyes of the ninjas widened as they recognized the person. But at that instant Daichi and the two jonins' danger senses went off. A seal instantly spread from the corpse and trapped the three-leaf ninjas. Damn it. Can't move my legs. Suddenly they heard a loud hissing sound. And the three immediately recognized what it was. Shit. Paper bombs. Boom! The next instant the whole cabin and everything nearby went up in flames in a giant explosion. Chapter 296, Akatsuki Moves, Target. Daichi Hakama. In an unknown location Orochimaru was leaning against the wall watching Shizen desperately try to stabilize her teacher with a malicious grin. Just as I thought. Her vital reaction is much better than all of my previous test subjects. But this is still a delicate moment. Things could go wrong at any moment. But if I can succeed, I'll be that much closer to achieving my ambition. As he watched the young medic work he noticed a paper with a seal on the nearby wall suddenly burned to SSH. The snake Sanin's grin slightly widened as he saw the paper go up in flames. So they found the body, huh? They must have gotten the information from Mizuki somehow. Well, it won't matter. Orochimaru's mind went to the last time met with Ko Yamanaka. Flashback. Knock! Knock! Orochimaru only had to wait a couple seconds before the door opened. He saw the surprise on Ko's face and couldn't help but grin. Lord Orochimaru. Please come inside. I just finished the task you assigned me. Kukuku. Hello, Ko. I take it that everything went well. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Mizuki just left a few minutes ago. I did just as you asked and got the payment right here. Orochimaru could see that the blonde ninja was nervous and trying to hide that fact. Good. I knew I could count on you. There is one more thing I need you to do. Whatever you need, my lord. Ko replied and gave a small bow. Orochimaru's grin widened as he looked at the man. The grass sword suddenly appeared from Orochimaru's sleeve. The Sannin grabbed it and slashed at Ko with murderous intent. Die for me. The Yamanaka ninja quickly reacted and was able to avoid the killing strike, but he was still wounded. There was a deep slash across his chest. Orochimaru smiled as he saw that. Very good, Ko. You wouldn't have been able to avoid that strike if you weren't vigilant against me. And if I wasn't toying with you. Hi hey. Ko was grim as he looked at his opponent. He knew just how dangerous the man in front of him was. Why? I have served loyally. Hearing that excuse, Orochimaru's expression changed into one of mock disappointment. Why do you lie to me, Ko? Hi. The Yamanaka ninja was silent and was thinking of ways to escape. He knows. Damn it. But I was so sure that I wasn't followed. The smile on the snake Sannin's face vanished and Ko began to feel his killing intent. I followed you to your meeting with the Leaf Umbu. I saw that move forcing your hand. I know you're spying on me under threat from the Hokage. I could have killed both of you then and there, but... well, I had a better idea. Ko immediately knew what Orochimaru did. You want to use me to feed them false intelligence. Yes. That was the original plan. I know you were keeping an eye on my shipments and their routes. I thought about using you to send them on a wild goose chase, but I've changed my mind. Before Ko could use any seals to and try to escape, Orochimaru vanished from his position and Ko was stabbed through the heart from behind. It's better if they had no intel at all. The cruel Sannin whispered in Ko's ear. He sensed the man's vitals drop, and in seconds the spy was dead and on the ground. Orochimaru looked at the dead man bleeding on the floor with no outward reaction. My plans can't have any wrinkles. I need to make sure all the variables are in my favor. He quickly sealed the body in a scroll and left the cabin after setting up the trap. Flashback end. No loose ends. Orochimaru thought as he looked at Shizune and the unconscious Tsunade. I wonder who triggered my trap. Boom! Daichi, Anko, and Genma watched the explosion from behind a tree several meters away from the blast. That's a big explosion. I guess he really did lay a trap for whoever came here. Genma said with a raised eyebrow as he saw the fiery smoke rising into the sky. Shadow clones for the win. Anko said with a whistle. The three ninjas got the memories of their clones and couldn't help but sigh. So much for collecting evidence and clues. Genma spoke as he looked at the destroyed cabin. We do know a few things. Daichi suddenly spoke and the two jonin turned their attention to him. I saw the wounds on that man's body. A slash wound across the chest from a sword and a stab wound to the heart. And he died about a week ago. Daichi looked at the destroyed cabin and then turned his attention to the inventory list in front of him. In it the latest item was the hand of Ko Yamanaka. This will definitely come in handy. Orochimaru is being too careful. Something tells me we won't have any luck following our other leads. Anko spoke as she looked at the burning cabin with a dark frown. Daichi's eyes narrowed as he looked at the inferno. I can't waste any more time. This is the best opportunity. Time to put my plans into action. I'm going to expand my search. We can't give up. Daichi spoke while making the seal for the shadow clone jutsu. 5 solid clones popped up in a large puff of smoke. Under the cover of the smoke and in just a split second the real Daichi gave 2 of his clones a scroll. Of the 5 shadow clones created, 2 of them had very specific instructions. With Daichi's 2 clones, the 5 clones vanished in different directions. But 2 of them had certain goals in mind. One was making his way towards the fire capital. He jumped into a thick vegetation part in the forest and immediately used Mana Scout. Alright. Good. I'm alone. The shadow clone immediately used Mana Cloak skill and became invisible. This skill bends light and makes the user invisible and also masks the scent. But there is still the problem of chakra sensing. Knowing that a sensor ninja could find him, Daichi used chakra suppression skill next. Now I'm undetectable. Time to meet that man. A near undetectable Daichi quickly began to make his way to the capital. The second clone was making his way to the border. Unlike the first clone, after making sure he was alone, the shadow clone opened the scroll the real Daichi gave him. In it was Adamagai's invisibility cloak. He quickly put it on and rushed toward his destination. The clone's target, Orochimaru's main base in the Land of Sound. Time, 2:30 p.m. With the real Daichi. The trio of ninjas were quickly making their way to the capital. Daichi's mind was on the 2 clones he sent out for the special operations. All the information Amachi gave me has been examined. If Orochimaru is not in that base, this is the best time for me to infiltrate it. But if someone like Yugo is there, then it's best that I not use the cloak inside. The cloak will help me stay under the radar and save me a good chunk of my mental energy. I'll save my mana points till I reach the base and then I'll switch to using mana concealment skills. Daichi remembered the information his observed showed him on the cloak. This cloak absorbs, stores and when activated, uses nature energy in conjunction with mana energy of the wearer. Note: sages who are proficient in utilizing nature chakra can detect the cloak even when it is active. Yugo utilizes nature energy. Even if it's uncontrolled, if he somehow senses me, things will get much more complicated. I better not take that chance. I don't know if things changed in this timeline, so I better not risk it. At that time Dimma spoke. Orochimaru is taking every measure to ensure that we know nothing about his plans. But we still need to investigate Nam's whereabouts just to make sure. But if we don't find anything in a few hours, then we'll return to the village. Anko and Daichi nodded, and soon they reached the capital gates. The ninjas showed their identification and soon entered the capital and began their search. Land of Rain. Conan walked through the dimly lit hall of her base. She was soon standing behind an orange-haired man who was looking out the window with a stoic gaze. The sound of heavy rain made them feel almost peaceful. Almost. Pain. It's time. Conan spoke in a soft tone to her friend and the leader of the organization. Nagato nodded and closed his eyes. Moments later, when he opened his eyes, he was standing on the fingertips of a large statue in a giant cave, and all the members of the Akatsuki were present. About time you got here. Kakuzu frowned at his partner's tone. Show our leader respect, Haydn. Yeah. Haydn stuck a pinky finger into his ear as he listened to his partner and gave a nonchalant reply. Kakuzu could only growl at his partner's antics. Hey Kakuzu. Are you gonna take that disrespect, my man? Deidara looked at the two with a grin, trying to fan the flames of tension between the two. Mind your own business, you ugly bomber. Haydn looked at Deidara's shimmering holographic image and spoke. Who are you calling ugly, you stupid cultist? Calm down, Deidara. Sasori spoke in a gruff voice. Hey, come on, Sasori. Whose side are you on? Itachi, Conan, and Zetsu were silent as they watched the antics of the other members. At this time Kisame looked at Pain and Conan and spoke. You know, Itachi and I were in the middle of tracking our targets through the land of snow when Zetsu showed up. He said it was something important. So what happened? Everyone quieted down and turned their attention to their leader. Pain was silent for a few seconds before he replied. Last night Orochimaru attacked and abducted Tsunade Senju and her student Shizune at the border of the Fire Country and the Hidden Waterfall Village. The eyes of several people widened as they heard that news. Wow! He actually went after his former teammate? What a ruthless guy. Deidara spoke with a small chuckle. You're one to talk. Sasori mumbled under his breath. That should be near impossible. The Leaf would have patrol squads near that area. How did they miss such an attack? Itachi asked in a calm tone. He was the one who was most familiar with the defenses of the Leaf Village in the room other than Zetsu. Orochimaru killed one of the patrol squad near the border, and the Leaf at the time was more focused on containing the prison break that happened last night. Zetsu replied. Prison break? Looks like a lot of exciting things are happening in your former village, Itachi. Kisame said with a chuckle while the Uchiha remained silent. Zetsu began informing them about the situation at the Leaf Village. From the theft of the Forbidden Scroll to the prison break and finally Orochimaru's attack. Do we know why Orochimaru would go after her at this time? Kakuzu asked Pain. It could be for her bloodline. He's had a fascination with wood-style jutsu and the power of the first Hokage. Black Zetsu replied. Itachi meanwhile was trying to figure out a way to inform the village of the information he was gathering here. If anything happens to Tsunade, it would make the other villages bolder and they would start to act. Things are bound to go out of control in such a scenario. They need to find her as quickly as possible before anything happens. Has information about this incident spread to the other villages? Itachi asked with a calm tone. No. Based on my observation, even amongst the Leaf Village only a handful of people know the matter. Several high-level jonin who are investigating the attack, her student Daichi and the Hokage. Black Zetsu replied. Where do you think that snake hid them? Deidara asked. Attacking one of the Sannin and a member of the Senju clan is bound to bring Orochimaru trouble. But abducting them? If it were me, I wouldn't even stay in the country for a while. But then again, I might, just to see who would come after me. Kisame said with a bloodthirsty grin. Any information on Orochimaru's movements? Itachi asked with a nonchalant tone. Black Zetsu was silent as he heard Itachi's question. He knew the man was a spy. Obito didn't say to keep the information hidden. So he must have a way to stop Itachi from contacting the village. I was able to analyze his travel patterns for the last several months, and I might have something. There is a chance he's in the Earth Country. Black Zetsu replied after careful consideration. I don't think he could be in the Stone Village. That damn old Tsuchikage wouldn't trust Orochimaru one bit, and he wouldn't give him any assistance or hide that snake in his village. Deidara quickly shook his head and replied. I didn't say the hidden Stone Village. I said he might be in the Earth Country. And you're right, Deidara. Based on my intel, Orochimaru didn't go to the village. He met with someone in the Stone Royal Court. But I don't know anymore. He managed to keep things hidden even from me. Deidara nodded in understanding. Oh, that makes more sense. Oh man. That old man is not going to be happy if anything happens. He chuckled as he imagined Inoki's angry expression if he heard the news that Orochimaru and Tsunade were in his country. If the other villages find out about the situation in the village, they would definitely try to take advantage. Sasori knew that everyone would be looking to tear a piece of the Fire Country if they showed any signs of weaknesses. Yes. That's why we'll need to monitor the situation closely. And if the opportunity arises, then we can take advantage as well. Pain replied. What about Tsunade's student? Kakuzu suddenly inquired. Shizune? She was also taken. Whereabouts unknown. Zetsu replied. No. Not her. I'm talking about Daichi Hekima. Kakuzu had a grin as he asked this question. Hey Kakuzu. You going after that kid? Hayden asked his partner. I'm considering it. Based on my information, he left the village this morning with Jonin's Anko and Ginma. What do you think of, Kakuzu? Pain asked the man. Based on what we know, that kid is quite the medic ninja. He could be a valuable bargaining chip for us. Maybe even hold him for a nice ransom. Pain was thoughtful as he heard that. If he could heal my legs, then I'll be that much stronger. The Leaf Village is on high alert. All movements throughout the country are being monitored. Black Zetsu replied. Where is Daichi now? Pain suddenly asked Zetsu. If I'm right, his team should be near the capital. Are you planning on going after that kid, Pain? The leader of the Akatsuki organization nodded. He turned his attention to the zombie brothers. Kakuzu, Hayden. Your tasks have changed. Track Daichi Hekima and subdue him. Then bring him to me. All right. Let's go kill some Leaf villagers. Hayden's excitement was visible to everyone. No. You should only go after Daichi if he's alone or if there is only minimum protection. You're not allowed to attack the Leaf Village or cause too much chaos in the Fire Country. Our organization still needs to maintain anonymity. Pain gave the order. What about the rest of us? Kisame asked while Itachi remained silent. You'll complete the current tasks and wait for further instructions. Depending on how this situation develops, we might have to take action. Understood. That is all. With that, Pain's figure disappeared from the cave and then everyone else left as well. Somewhere in the land of snow. Itachi opened his eyes and slowly stood from his spot. He began to make his way towards the nearby woods while his partner stood and stretched his arms. Itachi only took a couple of steps before he saw a masked figure hidden in the shadows of the woods. Madara. He's making it obvious that he's watching me. It seems I won't be able to send any help to the village. What is it, Itachi? Kisame came up from behind and asked. It's nothing. Let's go. Itachi gave a short reply and started moving in another direction. Chapter 297, Ambush 1. Fire Capital. Daichi, Genma and Anko were investigating the man they know as Nam. They had spent almost 3 hours, but there wasn't much useful information they could gather. They had split up and searched for information through several avenues, but the results were disappointing. Genma sighed as he rejoined with the other two. Anything? Anko asked. Genma shook his head. Nothing other than the usual. A mid-level merchant who moves all over Fire Capital and the bordering countries. Nothing stands out about him. Just an ordinary guy. Standard background for espionage agents. Yeah. The same. The people I talked to barely had any impression of him. Anko spoke as she sat on a nearby rock. Genma-sensei is right. That's by design. He's someone who people will forget easily in just a short time. Daichi spoke up. From what I learned, he left the capital a few days ago on business. The few people who were in contact with him don't know where he went. His home was a bust as well. There's nothing that points us anywhere. He didn't keep any relevant information that could help us. Anko told them about her side of the investigation. Well, this wasn't a total waste of time. We now have a picture of the guy. With a clear description, our odds of finding him are much higher. Anko and Daichi looked at the special jonin. The guards here make sure the people who come here aren't in any disguises. So we can be certain that the description we got is real. So this trip wasn't a complete waste. Still, I was hoping to find much more. Genma spoke as he twirled the senbon from one end of his lips to the other. Daichi crossed his arms and frowned. Damn it. Time is running out. There was nothing useful in that cabin, and now this Nam guy has disappeared. Orochimaru is well prepared. He's taking every precaution possible. Daichi looked at the position of the sun and let out a deep breath of air. It's almost 5 in the evening. There isn't much point in waiting around here. I just hope my 2 clones can find something useful. One of the 2 shadow clones went to the palace of the 3rd prince. He found out that the prince was on a trip and would only return in the evening, so he was waiting patiently hidden from everyone. The 2nd clone was swiftly making his way towards Orochimaru's main base. Daichi thought about it and decided that he could only wait till he got more information. There must be some crucial information in Orochimaru's hideout. We should head back to the village. I've made a copy of Nam's travel history. We'll give it to the analysis team when we get back to the village. Maybe we'll get a clue as to where Orochimaru's hideout is after they analyze the information. Genma spoke and the 2 nodded. They began to leave the capital city. A few kilometers away, a team of 6 shinobi were standing atop a small hill overlooking the dense forest. A woman wearing a green dress and light blue hair, who stood at the front of the team, turned her attention to the side. Have they entered the forest yet, Renji? Guren asked the man standing near her. I'm afraid not, Guren. There is a chance we might have to wait a lot longer. The man with dark brown hair and loose-fitting purple vest spoke. A ninja from the land of sound and the underling of Orochimaru. Hearing the reply, Guren frowned and looked ahead. So they haven't left the capital yet, huh? This is going to be tricky. We followed their trail, but it seems we were too late. I wanted to intercept them before they reached the capital to avoid wasting time. We could capture the brat from the capital. One of the ninjas on the team spoke. No. Renji shook his head. The fire capital has several powerful guards. Once we cause a scene, we'll be in trouble. Our best chance is to wait for the leaf ninjas to leave. Once they put some distance and enter the forest, we'll get them. Renji then turned his attention to Guren. They went to the fire capital after going to that blown-up cabin. I wonder why that is. Guren stayed quiet as she heard Renji's question. They don't know that it belonged to Lord Orochimaru. That cabin was built for communication between several of Orochimaru's agents throughout the Land of Fire. The fact that the Leaf Ninjas got to it, it means the information has been exposed. So the fact that they went to the capital right after. There might be a chance that those leaf ninjas are investigating Nam. This is a problem. Looks like after I capture that brat, I'll have to kill the two who's with him. She slightly sighed and recalled the last meeting with her master and the orders he gave. Flashback. In a base in the land of sound, Kimimaro led Guren to his master as soon as she arrived. She is here, my lord. Kimimaro spoke and Guren half knelt in front of Orochimaru. Ah! Guren. How nice of you to come so quickly. Orochimaru had a wide grin as he looked at the woman. Of course, my lord. How could I make you wait? Guren replied with a smile. Hi. So eager to please. My lord. Kimimaro told me that you're planning on attacking Tsunade Senju. Have you called me to take part in that mission? Guren asked the snake Sannin. Orochimaru smiled and shook his head. No. I already have a team assembled and ready for that. I called you here for a different reason. Guren's eyes widened as she heard that. Whatever it is, it must be extremely important. I must not fail him. No matter what task it is, I'll complete it, my lord. Guren spoke with absolute loyal fervor. Cuckoo. I know I can trust you. Guren, I need you to complete 2 missions for me. Both of them are extremely vital to my plans. Guren knelt and silently waited for her master's orders. Your first task is to locate Kabuto and inform him that his mission in the Leaf Village has come to an end. The information he's gathered is enough for now. After tomorrow's attack, the Leaf will be on guard. They'll definitely be looking for any spies who've infiltrated their ranks, and I don't want Kabuto to be caught. Orochimaru gave her the first task, and at that moment Kimimaro gave her a small scroll. That scroll contains information on Kabuto's current mission given by the village. It also includes the routes he's taken. Intercept him and inform him of the change in the plans. But remember, you should only make your move tomorrow night. Guren nodded. Yes. Of course, my lord. What is the second task you want me to complete? Tsunade's student. A genin named Daichi Hakama. He's extremely talented and is crucial to my plans. I want him. Guren's eyes widened as she listened. Wait. Does that mean? My lord. Is he your next vessel? Am I not worthy? Guren kept her thoughts and emotions to herself and listened. Orochimaru looked at the woman in front of him and spoke. Once news reaches the village that Tsunade was attacked, I doubt the boy would be able to sit still. He will definitely try to find her. When he leaves the village, I want you to capture him alive and bring him to my base at that location. Kimimaro gave another scroll to the blue-haired woman. This contains detailed information on Daichi Hakama. From his appearance to his skills. Use it to form an efficient plan. Yes. It will be done, Lord Orochimaru. Guren. Remember. I want him unharmed. So try not to damage him. Your mission is to subdue him and bring him to the location marked on the scroll. Memorize the information and destroy the scroll. Yes, my lord. If he's just a genin, completing this mission won't be a challenge at all. Guren spoke with a confident tone. The snake Sannin chuckled hearing that. Hey. I wouldn't be too sure of that. His strength is far beyond genin. His talent and potential. It might even be greater than yours. Guren was startled to hear that. What? A child with such power? No wonder. It's no wonder Lord Orochimaru wants him. I understand, my lord. Good. Make sure to destroy the scroll. The information on that should only be known to you till the task is completed. Once you've brought him to that location, wait for my further instructions. Guren bowed her head and spoke in a respectful tone. Yes, my lord. I understand. Excellent. Kimimaro will take it from here. I have to prepare. With those words Orochimaru disappeared into the darkness and Guren stood. Come. I already have a team assembled. The last member of the Kagaya clan spoke and led the blue-haired woman through several hallways. Soon that reached a large room. 12 people were waiting in that room. All of them are Lord Orochimaru's experiments and have been bestowed with special abilities. Kimimaro spoke as he looked at them. The 12 individuals were prisoners of Orochimaru that had undergone various experiments. They had strange appearances and some of them had different weapons attached to their bodies. The member of the Kagaya clan then pointed to 2 people who stood in the corner of the room. Among the 12, those 2 are the strongest. Renji and Gozu. You can use them as you see fit to complete the 2 tasks. Yes. I'll be done with my assignment soon. Girin nodded. Kimimaro looked at the woman and knew just how strong she was. So he had faith in her abilities. But he still gave a short warning. Good. And remember, failure is not an option. With those words he walked away. Girin slightly frowned but didn't say anything as she looked at the leader of the Sound Five. She turned her attention to the rest of the people in the room and then walked to a nearby chair. Alright, listen up. I'm your team leader now. We have 2 very important missions to complete. We move out in an hour. Girin spoke as she looked at the large group. She had an arrogant smile as she looked at them. 3 of the prisoners got angry as they heard her condescending tone. This woman. Who do you think you are, huh? A man almost 7 feet tall with bulky muscles stepped forward and looked at Girin. Gathering courage, 2 others from the group also stepped forward. You don't look like you could beat any of us. Yeah. Maybe Lord Orochimaru made a mistake. If you want to be the leader, you're gonna have to prove your strength to us, little girl. The person who spoke had light skin, several scars on his face and body. The most notable detail was the large machete that was attached to his right elbow. Girin chuckled as she looked at the 3. There's always a few idiots. Hearing those words, the 3 got angry and took a step forward. The next moment Girin made her move. She made a hand seal and several long, sharp pink crystals shot at the tall bulky man at the front. The crystals came from the floor, the ceiling and the walls surrounding them. The fast attack instantly ripped through the man's body, shredding him to pieces. Seeing this horrific scene, the 2 others who were arrogant a second ago were suddenly afraid. But it was too late for them as well. Crystal style, crystal prison. A second later, pink crystal appeared below their feet and completely covered them before they could figure out what was even happening. The 2 people were completely encased in her jutsu. Girin chuckled seeing the terrified faces of the people in the room. She raised her hand and snapped her finger once, and the next instant, the 2 crystals shattered into tiny pieces. Does anyone else have a problem with me being the leader? Girin asked, and everyone was silent and averted their gazes. After showcasing a fraction of her power, Girin focused on the task her lord gave her. She opened the second scroll and read through the details and was very surprised. A student of the legendary Sannin Tsunade Senju. His medical skills are rumored to be almost on par with his teacher. His chakra control and physical skills are all exceptional. Based on this information, this brat might be a high Chunin level ninja or maybe even a low Jonin. Not bad for a brat. This is going to be tricky. Flashback end. As the team stood there, suddenly a bat flew from the forest and landed on Renji's arm. It sent a sonic whistle to Renji's mind and his eyes widened. He turned to the team leader and smiled. Girin. They've entered the forest. The blue-haired woman smiled hearing that. Ha ha ha. Good. About time. Let's proceed. Chapter 298, Ambush 2. Land of Sound. Kimimaro sat on the roof of the main base in the Land of Sound and looked at the clouds. His mind went to what Orochimaru had told him. Flashback. Kimimaro looked at his master and spoke. My lord, do you think Daichi will leave the village trying to find Tsunade? Yes. Once news reaches the village that I attacked Tsunade, I'm sure young Daichi will be anxious. He won't be able to stay still in the village and will try to search for her himself. I'm sure he'll leave the village. Orochimaru replied with a sinister smile. You sound so sure, my lord. What if the Hokage refuses to let him go? Kimimaro asked his master. Kukuku. I'm sure young Daichi will find a way to convince that old man. Seeing Kimimaro's puzzled gaze, Orochimaru continued. You have much to learn about human nature, Kimimaro. The more time someone spends with a person, the closer they become. And this bond will be even stronger between a master and a student. And those two, Tsunade and Daichi's bonds run quite deep. I have no doubt that he'll leave the village to find her. That's when Girin will strike. The member of the Kagaya clan nodded but then frowned. There was something on his mind, but he decided to keep quiet. But Orochimaru noticed Kimimaro's hesitation. What is it, Kimimaro? What do you want to ask me? My lord, wouldn't it be better to wait before going after the boy? The Leaf Village will definitely have their guard up after they hear about your attack. So wouldn't it be better to wait till they relax their vigilance? Right now, if Girin is caught, it will expose critical information on us. Once the experiment with Tsunade is successful, you'll be able to create an army that can use powerful wood-style ninjutsu. If you wait, you'll be able to take revenge on the Leaf Village and capture Daichi in one fell swoop. Orochimaru chuckled after he heard that question. Under normal circumstances, that would be a better plan. But not in this case. I've gathered a great deal of intelligence on Daichi Hakama, and I've noticed an important detail. His growth rate is unprecedented. Right now I'm certain he's reached at least a low Jonin level in skill and power. If I wait any longer, capturing him would be even more difficult. Once news of Tsunade's death reaches the boy, he'll want revenge. He'll train even harder and become much stronger. With each passing day, capturing him will become more difficult. So right now is the perfect time. While he tries to find his teacher, Girin will strike. So that's why you asked me to assemble such a large team. The young bone user nodded in understanding. Yes. Even Kakashi won't be able to protect the boy with such a team. And Girin will capture the boy and bring him to that location. Orochimaru replied with a grin. His dreams are so close. He could feel it. Once I have Daichi, we'll go after Sasuke. He'll be the last piece. Tsunade, Daichi, and Sasuke. My ambition can be realized with the capture of those three. We won't fail you, my lord. Kimimaro spoke as he bowed to Orochimaru. Flashback end. Kimimaro felt the wind blowing in his face and turned to the direction of the fire country. Girin. This is the most important mission you'll complete for Lord Orochimaru in your entire life. If you fail, I'll kill you myself. Land of Fire. In a forest a few kilometers outside the capital, several people were waiting for Daichi and his team. Girin thought about the strategy put in place. She looked at the 5 ninjas near her and her eyes narrowed. That Umbu that was spying on Kabuto managed to cripple one of these idiots. Still, we have 9 people on our side. We definitely have them outnumbered. I've already sent 3 to the other side. They'll intercept them from the front. And then mid-battle I'll have another team of 3 attacking from the rear. Once they're weakened, I'll go in for the capture with Renji and Gozu. Girin. They've entered the forest. Renji turned to the team leader and reported at that moment. Ha ha ha. Good. About time. Let's proceed. The first team has been notified. They're going to intercept the ninjas from the leaf. Renji spoke as he listened to the bat. Good. The first ambush team will strike soon. Girin then looked at the 3 sound ninjas and gave the order. Go! Attack them from the back. Wear them down. The 3 sound ninjas nodded and disappeared from their spot. Girin turned her attention back to Renji. Is Kakashi with the brat? Renji shook his head. No. Based on their appearance and comparing it with the intel we got from Kabuto, it's not Kakashi but Genma and Anko. 2 special Jonins. Ha ha ha. Then this mission will be completed faster than I thought. Come on. Shouldn't we keep our distance till the last moment? Rinji asked the blue-haired woman. We'll stay out of their range. But I'm curious to see that brat in action. He's talented, but I want to see why Lord Orochimaru values him so much. Girin's smile dimmed as she spoke the last part. She didn't say anything more and disappeared from her position with Rinji and Gozu following her. With Anko, Genma, and Daichi, the three left the fire capital and were making their way back to the village. Daichi had a lot on his mind as he moved through the forest. Damn it. We didn't find any useful leads. Even if I analyze Nam's whereabouts and find something, for all I know Orochimaru killed that Nam guy to cover his tracks. We might be chasing a ghost here. Is this why I didn't get a quest for this mission? Is there another purpose for me coming here? The Genin sighed as he looked ahead. But then what's the real reason the system led me here? What was the point? It seems all I can do now is trust my two clones. Orochimaru's main base must have something. Based on what I understand, if I can find one of his bodyguards, I'll have an idea as to where Tsunade is. They are his most trusted people. They would definitely know. Genma, who was near the Genin, saw the boy's silence and wanted to cheer him up. Daichi, I know you're worried. But we're going to find Lady Tsunade. We won't give up. He's right. And besides, Lady Tsunade is one of the legendary Sannin and one of the smartest people in the world. If anyone can survive, it's here. Anko also tried to reassure the boy. Daichi nodded and gave them a small smile. I haven't given up hope. I still dash. Just then he sensed three chakras coming from the front. Based on their path, they're coming straight for us. We have company. Daichi spoke. His senses were much sharper than the two Jonins. Daichi's words put Genma and Anko on alert, and only after several seconds did they sense the enemy. The two Jonins were astonished at the young Genin's sensory skills. Genma glanced at the boy from the corner of his eyes. Even with his warning, it still took a while for me to pick those chakra signatures. That means his sensory range is far greater than mine. The three were on alert and were ready for battle. Moments later, multiple small air pressure attacks came and targeted the three-leaf ninjas. All of them evaded and landed on the ground safely. In seconds, three ninjas with no identifiable markings appeared before them. At that moment, before Daichi could use his observed skill, his next quest appeared. Quest created: defeat and capture. A large team of strong ninjas have come after you. Their goal is to capture you. Defeat them and capture the enemy. Daichi narrowed his eyes as he read the first part of the quest. A large group? 3 isn't exactly a large group. Then that means there's more on the way. He quickly read through the rest of the quest details. Conditions: defeat all the enemies. Do not let Anko or Genma die. Capture at least 5 enemies alive. Rewards: 30,000 EXP. Increased chances of rescuing Tsunade Senju and Shizen Kato. Reputation increases with ninja of the Leaf Village. Reputation becomes hostile with certain people. Failure: reputation decreases with the Hokage, Kakashi Hatake. Death of Tsunade Senju. Possible unknown consequences. Accept yes or no. Daichi immediately accepted the quest. His mind quickly sorted through the information and he came to a conclusion. So there are more than 5 enemies, huh? The fact that capturing them is an increased chance in saving sense means these guys all work for Orochimaru. Looks like he's finally decided to come after me, huh? He must have gathered intel on me. So he must know at least a good deal about my skills. And the fact that he still sent people at this time means the ones he sent are powerful. Is it possible? If the Sound 4 or Kabuto are the ones coming after me and these guys are just decoys, then I'll definitely be able to get to Orochimaru if I capture them. Daichi looked at the 3 and took notice that their eyes were mainly on him. Anko and Genma also picked up on this detail and moved closer to Daichi. Then Genin narrowed his eyes. Observe. LV, 51, Yuma. Age, 30. Health points, 6132 chakra points, 5467. Affiliation, Orochimaru. Yuma is one of Orochimaru's prisoners. He was captured 3 years ago and underwent multiple experiments. His body underwent multiple surgeries and his hands have been physically altered with unnatural enhancements. His fingers have been fitted with hollow air tubes that extend through his arms that allow him to use air pressure attacks. He is given a curse seal which can be activated remotely. He is currently a ninja of the Sound Village under the Sannin Orochimaru. Strength 185. Agility 190. Intelligence 49. The physical stats may be subjected to change if chakra or technique is applied. This guy seems like another version of Zaku. Maybe an earlier prototype? He can use air pressure attacks, but unlike Zaku he has tubes connected from his fingertips. Daichi's eyes quickly moved to the second enemy. LD 49, Ryatoba. Age 23. Health points 5109 chakra points 5400. Affiliation, Orochimaru. Ryatoba is one of Orochimaru's prisoners. He is given a curse seal that transforms him into a hybrid of human and piranha. Due to the nature of the curse seal he is aggressive and violent but is submissive to someone stronger. He has a strong sense of smell and thirst for blood. In his transformed state he has sharp claws and high agility. His curse seal can be activated remotely. He is currently a ninja of the Sound Village under the Sannin Orochimaru. Strength 200. Agility 235. Intelligence 42. The physical stats may be subjected to change if chakra or technique is applied. So another science experiment, huh? He looks like a fish hybrid similar to the ones I found on the land of sea. Just from looking at his grin, I can tell that this guy has killed plenty. Daichi then quickly gathered information on the last one. LD 55, Tanjiro. Age 27. Health points 8120 chakra points 8820. Affiliation, Orochimaru. Tanjiro is one of Orochimaru's prisoners. He underwent extensive experiments under Orochimaru and gained 2 additional arms. He was also given a curse seal which gives him a strong boost in speed and strength. He lacks the ability to use ninjutsu but can compensate with high-level taijutsu. His curse seal can be activated remotely. He is currently a ninja of the Sound Village under the Sannin Orochimaru. Strength 271. Agility 280. Intelligence 46. The physical stats may be subjected to change if chakra or technique is applied. So a knockoff version of Lee and Gai-Ha. His strength and speed are far greater than the other two. I need to warn them. Do you work for Orochimaru? It wasn't Daichi who asked this question but Anko. She read the report on Daichi and Kakashi's mission in the Land of Sea and knew what they found in the laboratory there. Anko noticed that one of the enemies had characteristics of a fish and she also noticed the man with 4 arms. That bastard always gave his followers creepy powers. The fact that one of them is similar to the experiment on the Demon Island laboratory and another has 4 arms. They must be Orochimaru's people. This was the conclusion Anko came to. Not bad. You're smarter than you look, woman. Yuma grinned as he looked at Anko. Now that you know who we work for, are you gonna beg for mercy? Ryatoba's asked. The bloodlust coming from him could be felt by everyone. Genma twirled the senbon between his lips and smirked as he gazed at the trio. You really have a low opinion of us leaf ninjas, don't you? Begging for mercy. Shouldn't that be our line? The 3 got angry as they looked at Genma's calm face. Daichi immediately used Observe on Genma and Anko and quickly let out a small breath of relief. Their stats and level are higher than these clowns. They'll be fine. But will that be the case if their curse seal activates or if more show up? Sensei. I think there might be more people waiting to ambush us. I think these guys are just a distraction. Daichi quickly warned the 2. Yeah. I kinda had a feeling. The jovial smile on Genma's face vanished and was replaced with a serious demeanor. We need to capture them all alive. They might have information we need. Anko spoke and the two nodded. The three ninjas under Orochimaru were furious hearing the Leaf ninjas casually talking about capturing them. Attack! Don't show any mercy! Ryatoba roared and the three moved. The battle between the Leaf ninjas and Orochimaru's minions have begun. Chapter 299, Fierce Battle in the Forest 1. Orochimaru's men sprinted towards the three Leaf ninjas. They each selected their target and were looking forward to their victory against them. Genma tensed his muscles but had a calm expression. Here they come. Be careful and don't waste time. They would most likely have backup. Despite the tense situation, Anko had a playful smile. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Her eyes drifted to Daichi and seeing the Genin's lack of fear, her hidden worries disappeared. Let's see what you can really do. The three Leaf ninjas didn't wait any longer and met the enemy halfway. In seconds the clash of weapons could be heard through the forest as sparks flew in the air between the two groups of fighters. They separated from their companions and kept some distance so as to not interfere with the other fights. Daichi was fighting against Tanjiro, the prisoner with high-level taijutsu skills and man with 4 arms. Genma faced off against Ryatoba, a bloodthirsty fighter and a human-fish hybrid. Anko's opponent was Yuma, who could easily use air bullet attacks from his fingers. Orochimaru's men focused on their enemy in front of them. The three remembered the order Guren gave them. Our target is Daichi Hekima, the genin in their group. I want him alive and in one piece. But I also want to see just how strong he is. The other two. You can kill them if you can. Yuma looked at Anko and had an evil grin. With my power she won't beat me. Anko Mitarashi versus Yuma. Yuma quickly took 2 kunai and sent them flying at Anko's head. The special Jonin from the Leaf tilted her body slightly and easily dodged the weapons without taking her eyes off the enemy. Before Yuma could make the next move, he collided with his foe. Anko ducked under the wild punch sent by Yuma and quickly took him off balance with a leg sweep. Yuma, who was startled and falling to the ground, quickly raised his hands in Anko's direction. Air bullets! Several small air bullets were fired from his fingertips. Yuma grinned as he looked at the woman. At this close range I won't miss. The wind-style attacks hit Anko's body and she fell to the ground. Seeing his enemy defeated so easily, he was happy. But that joy didn't last for more than a second or two. The next instant he heard the whistle of several objects coming towards him. Before he could get up and dodge, multiple shuriken hit his body. Arg! If you think it's going to be that easy to take us Leaf ninjas down, then you have underestimated us a lot. Anko's voice came from all around him. Yuma's smile had long vanished and was replaced with an expression of seriousness. He looked around and all he could see was the greenery. His attention turned back to the body in front of him and his eyes widened at what he saw. The fallen Anko turned into several snakes and rushed towards him. Bearing the pain from the shuriken wounds, Yuma quickly got to his feet and jumped to a tree branch. He immediately took the weapons that were pierced into his flesh. I was careless. Damn it. Thankfully this is just a flesh wound. But something isn't right. Yuma looked at the snakes below and a memory came to him. This was not the first time he saw this jutsu. This is the snake clone technique. I've only seen Lord Orochimaru use it. So how can this woman use this jutsu? Peekaboo! As Yuma pondered on this question, Anko suddenly appeared behind him with a smile and kicked him in the back, sending him flying forward. Arg! Yuma, despite being attacked, quickly twisted his body in mid-air and faced Anko. You bitch! Take this! Air bullet wave! Small pressurized air bullets quickly began firing from Yuma's fingertips. Anko jumped to the side and kept moving to avoid the attacks. Even though it looked as if she was on the defensive, it was not the case. He has above average speed and strength, but taijutsu skill and techniques are abysmal. Then there are the air bullets coming from his fingertips. After he shoots an attack from a finger, he can't send another air bullet attack from that finger for at least 5 seconds. It must be because of some physical limitations, recoil, or something else. Anko was carefully observing and analyzing her opponent and figured out the strength and weaknesses of his tricks. Damn it. I can't waste too much chakra. Seeing his attacks fail to hit the target, Yuma stopped his wind jutsu assault. He took a step forward, but the next second fell to one knee. His vision slightly blurred for a moment. What the? Looks like they're kicking in. Hearing Anko's voice, Yuma looked at her. He quickly figured out what happened. Those shuriken earlier. You laced them with poison? Anko grinned as she came near him. Yeah. It's something that'll put you to sleep till I get you some better accommodations. I have a feeling my friends back home would love to have a chat with you. You. Before he could finish the sentence, Yuma fell to the group and closed his eyes. Anko looked at the unconscious body for a few seconds and got closer. All right. Now I just need to make sure you don't go anywhere. Just as Anko was about to touch Yuma's body, his right hand quickly moved and was in front of her face. Air bullets. Despite the extreme close range, Anko successfully moved her body and dodged the attack. But her trench coat was not so lucky. It had several holes torn through it, and the female Jonin was displeased. You just destroyed my favorite coat. All right. Congratulations. You've pissed me off. Yuma quickly jumped to his feet and Anko created a short distance between them. Yuma had an arrogant smirk as he looked at Anko. Do I look like I care? You look pretty lively for a guy who was about to take a long nap. Anko couldn't help but quip. Humph. I was slightly affected at first, but my body quickly fought off the effects. Poison of that level won't be effective on me. Lord Orochimaru saw to that. He made several modifications to my body and poison resistance was one of them. Anko growled as she listened to the man. Of course it is. That bastard Orochimaru loves poison techniques. He knows just how dangerous they are. So it would make sense for him to develop some subordinates that could withstand most toxins. I'll need to be careful. What relationship do you have with Lord Orochimaru? Yuma suddenly asked. Relationship? Anko raised an eyebrow. That snake clone technique. I've only seen Lord Orochimaru use it. And the way you used it earlier was almost the same. I doubt that's a coincidence. Anko's eyes narrowed as she looked at Yuma. Yes. You're right. I do have a relationship with Orochimaru. I knew it. Is she one of Lord Orochimaru's spy? Yuma silently looked at the woman with hidden excitement. But Anko's words poured cold water on that feeling. I want to kill that bastard someday. That's my relationship. Yuma was angry when he heard that. He had seen Orochimaru's strength and knew the leaf ninja in front of him could never accomplish such a task in her life. Don't be so arrogant. With those words, Yuma rushed forward and their fight resumed. Genma versus Ryatoba. Genma leaned back to avoid a fast kunai swipe and quickly counterattacked at the extended arm. He thrust his kunai into the elbow of his enemy, but just as the weapon was near Ryatoba's body, his arm moved faster and dodged Genma's attack. Orochimaru's minion took a step forward and sent his hand to Genma's face. They were in the shape of a claw, as Ryatoba's aim was to literally rip Genma's face. Seeing the deadly sharp hand coming, the special Jonin didn't panic. He looked at his enemy and spit the senbon in his mouth directly towards Ryatoba's eyes. The human-fish hybrid was taken back for a second and swiftly moved his head to evade the flying needle. But this momentary lapse in concentration allowed Genma to escape and create some distance between them. Genma was calm as he looked at the enemy who had rage written all over his face. This guy. Kakashi and Guy. They fought someone like this guy in the land of sea. He had extremely good physical strength and speed. And based on this one's appearance, he must have a similar skill set. If he has an advantage with water-style jutsu, then it's a good thing I'm not near any large bodies of water. You can't escape from me, little rat. Ryatoba roared and rushed towards Genma. The special Jonin didn't back down and ran forward with his kunai. Ryatoba raised his forearm and easily blocked a kunai strike without injuring himself. Genma noted the hardness of the scales on the man's body. It seems those black scales can block kunai and shuriken. They're hard to break. But can they withstand chakra slash? I also need to be careful about his water-style jutsu. Ryatoba and Genma fought with taijutsu for several seconds before Ryatoba suddenly jumped back, making several hand seals. Water-style, tearing current. A powerful water wave was blasted in Genma's direction. The speed of the jutsu would have made it difficult for ordinary chunins or even some low jonins to escape unharmed. But Genma was neither. He increased his speed and quickly escaped the jutsu range. Ryatoba was surprised to see that. I thought I had an understanding of his speed. But it looks like this bastard was holding back on me. You're a fast little prey, aren't you? Don't think this little bit of speed will help you. The ninja from the land of sound asked with a condescending tone. Genma wasn't someone who would be easily provoked. He smiled and replied in a calm tone. I was once the guard of the fourth Hokage. The man who was regarded as the fastest. It would shame him if I couldn't at least keep some pace with him. Compared to that, this is nothing. Ryatoba got angry as he looked at Genma's taunting smile. You bastard. He rushed forward with increased speed and tried to rip Genma's flesh with his bare hands. The Leaf Jonin showed a jovial and cool face but was very careful and was paying attention to the other party's every move. It's really easy to antagonize him. He doesn't seem to have a sense of strategy. He's relying on his speed and force to kill me. Genma parried several strikes and carefully redirected a few others while making sure the scales didn't harm him. The man could feel the killing intent emanating from Ryatoba and frowned. A bloodthirsty person with no problems in killing. I really don't like people like you. Genma suddenly got closer and let out several fierce slashes with his kunai at the areas of Ryatoba's body not protected by the black armor like scales. Ryatoba screamed in pain as blood splashed from body. Genma kicked the man hard in the stomach, sending him colliding with a nearby tree. Ryatoba slid down to the ground with his back to the tree trunk. This isn't a fight you can win. Surrender. Surrender? Ryatoba looked at Genma with anger and pain. The Leaf Jonin nodded. Tell us everything you know about Orochimaru and the Leaf Village will show you leniency. Hearing that proposal, Ryatoba went silent for a few moments. He then looked down on the wounds on his body. His left hand went to the wounds and soon his palm was covered in the crimson liquid. Ryatoba looked back at Genma and a mad grin formed on his face. He brought his left palm to his face and quickly licked the palm clean of blood. Delicious! Ryatoba exclaimed as if he was in ecstasy. Genma was surprised and slightly taken back at the deranged scene the enemy just showed him. You pathetic leaf ninjas. Killing intent and chakra quickly began to flow from Ryatoba's body. The hair on Genma's body stood and he became in guard. I'm not someone who'll surrender so easily. As he spoke those words, several marks began to appear on his body. Genma looked closer and saw that they were originating from his neck. He immediately knew what was happening. Don't tell me. This guy, he's activating his curse seal. Rah! Ryatoba screamed as he looked at Genma. As the marks spread, his body began to transform. Genma was about to attack Ryatoba, but the transformation was quickly completed. The Leaf Jonin tried to sense the situation of Anko and Daichi but was unsuccessful. Anko, Daichi. Be careful. I have a feeling things may not go our way so easily. The battle had entered the second, more dangerous stage. Chapter 300, Fierce Battle in the Forest 2. A short distance away from Genma and Anko, Daichi stood face to face with his enemy. The four-armed Tanjiro grinned as he looked at the boy. The two had exchanged a few blows, but they were nowhere near getting serious. Even though Daichi had his focus on the fighter in front of him, he was also keeping an eye on his two Jonin companions. I can't let anything happen to them. Still, they're Jonin. These guys won't be able to kill Anko or Ginma, even with cursed seals. But I need to be focused on any other chakra that might be approaching this place. At that instant Tanjiro vanished from his position and appeared in front of Daichi in a second with both left arms caught back for a punch. Can you really afford to be distracted right now? Tanjiro yelled as he sent two powerful punches aimed at Daichi's head and chest. Daichi kept a calm facade and seemed to stand still even as the two strong fists came close. I'm not distracted. Tanjiro struck Daichi's body with two powerful blows, but before he could even grin at the successful attack, the Daichi in front of him turned into lightning. Erg! Tanjiro grunted in pain as the powerful lightning current flowed through his body. But that attack didn't stop him. Mustering his strength and circulating his chakra internally, Tanjiro slapped his hands together, dispersing Daichi's lightning. The Genin came out from behind a nearby tree and looked at the man with his arms crossed. His strength is certainly above even high Chunin level. And he hasn't even used the cursed seal yet. Orochimaru must have made him specially to deal with me. Or to at least test my strength. You have sense-killing intent. The four-armed man turned around and looked at Daichi with undisguised anger. That was a lightning clone. But when did he even create and switch with that clone? Slowly the anger dimmed and the man became cautious. So this is why Gurren wanted us to test this kid. I should have known. Since Orochimaru wants this brat, he wouldn't be someone ordinary. But still, don't think you've won just because of that, you little brat. This fight is far from over. Tanjiro spoke as he looked at the boy. Where is Lady Tsunade? Daichi suddenly asked. Orochimaru's subordinate was confused when he heard that question. What? Lady Tsunade? What are you talking about? Daichi was paying close attention to the man's micro-expressions and chakra, and he sighed internally. He's not acting. He really doesn't know what happened to her. But that doesn't mean he won't have valuable information. The Leaf Genin uncrossed his arms and clenched his fists. Since you don't know what I'm talking about, I have no interest in continuing this fight. Why don't you take a nap and get some rest? You're going to need a lot of energy when you wake up. Tanjiro narrowed his eyes and looked at the boy with fury. Are you really looking down on me that much? Daichi didn't answer. The next instant his figure disappeared. The man was quite proficient in speed and he saw the Leaf Genin coming at him. He immediately crossed his arms as fast as he could. He only had one thought at that moment. What incredible speed! Boom! Arg! Daichi's strong punch was barely blocked by Tanjiro, but the force behind the attack sent him flying backwards. He crashed through several trees and skidded on the ground for a few meters before coming to a stop. Severe pain coursed through the arm that took the brunt of Daichi's punch. His whole body felt numb for several moments. He broke out in cold sweat as he felt the terrifying strength of the child he was fighting. What a monstrous power! This can't be. He's even stronger than me. I'll have to go all out and use Lord Orochimaru's cursed seal if I want to win. He slowly got up from his spot and looked at the boy calmly walking towards him. Just as Daichi was getting close to Tanjiro, he sensed a powerful chakra fluctuation and heard a scream. He turned his head to the direction it was coming from and immediately knew what was happening. Looks like that guy Ginma is fighting has started using the cursed seal. A few moments later, Daichi felt a second chakra fluctuation. Anko's enemy has also released the cursed seal. Should I send my shadow clones to help? No. If I curb stomp these guys, then their backup might not appear and decide to escape. It's best to make it look like we're tired and lure them in. Still, I should create some contingencies in case anything goes wrong. Ha ha ha. It looks like the others are getting serious. Tanjiro's laughter brought Daichi's attention back to him. You're strong. For a genin. But in front of absolute powers like Orochimaru, you're nothing. I'll show you. The great power he bestowed onto me. With those words, the seal on his neck glowed and began to spread across his body. The man's physique changed as the cursed seal was activated. Daichi was closely observing every aspect of the transformation taking place in front of him. Tanjiro's already powerful physique bulked up. He got taller, bigger, and stronger. His skin turned red and the white sclera of his eyes turned dark green. Daichi used Observe and noticed the rapid increase in his physical stats. In this state, this guy is no joke. It would take a Jonin to take him down. Still, even at this level, he's not a threat to me. You have sense-killing intent. Are you scared yet, brat? The man asked with a cruel smile. Daichi scoffed and had a condescending grin. Of you? Hardly. Tanjiro's smile vanished and he looked at Daichi with killing intent. Let's change that. The two fighters vanished and met in the middle of the battlefield. Tanjiro thrusted his right leg and executed a fast side kick aimed at Daichi's head, but the Genin quickly blocked it with his left forearm. At the same time, Tanjiro threw a quick straight punch with his upper right arm. I'll take this brat down with my 4-hit combo. To Daichi it was as if time slowed down to a crawl and Tanjiro's large fist was coming at him at snail's pace. He was quickly analyzing his enemy's every muscle movement, breathing pattern, eye movements, and was keeping a close watch on the chakra flow. A large amount of information quickly flowed into his mind and he immediately saw a simulation of the next attacks. Daichi inwardly smiled as he saw the attacks even before they were completely executed. Tanjiro's jab with his upper right arm flowed through Daichi's head, quickly followed by a powerful straight punch thrown with his upper left arm. And then a rising punch aimed at the chin from below, followed by a circular punch targeting the side of Daichi's head. I see. A jab, then cross. Followed by an uppercut and finally a hook. Even if that first jab is avoided, his arm would block my view of his second attack. Not a bad combo. Time returned to normal for Daichi. Already knowing the next attack pattern, Daichi already decided on his next course of action. Daichi's left forearm was still blocking the man's right leg. The same time as the Leaf Genin evaded that first jab, he gripped Tanjiro's raised leg and took him off the ground before the man could follow up with his next attack. Daichi gripped the man's leg and raised him high in the air before slamming him into the ground. The man grunted in slight pain and Daichi saw that he was going to kick him with his other leg. The Genin quickly let go and jumped back, creating a short distance. The boy smirked as he gazed at the fallen man. Your advantage. Your additional arms. My advantage. My mind. You can't overcome the speed and capabilities of my intellect. Tanjiro jumped to his feet and he gritted his teeth in anger as he looked at the small ninja. Damn it. How did he? His reaction speed is incredible. I need to watch out for his tricks. Damn it. I can't take too long or else Kirin will be angry. That's a bitch I don't want to mess with. Without another word and without wasting another second, the two enemies rushed towards each other. They closed in on each other in seconds and exploded into another round of battle. Daichi blocked or evaded every strike that came his way. I need to conserve my energy. I have a feeling that the one behind these guys is extremely strong. Tanjiro attacked Daichi with everything he got. But it wasn't enough. Damn it. Why can't I hit him? Even with 4 arms, this kid is still keeping up with me. How is this possible? Even as the fight grew more intense, Daichi was keenly aware of his surroundings. He had expanded his senses, and that's why he immediately sensed another 3 chakras headed towards the 3 battlefields. Based on the similarities of their chakras, they should be the backup these guys are waiting for. They'll come into contact in about a minute. I should finish this fight before then. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. Time to be more brutal. Daichi focused on the chakra flow in his body and increased his speed. I can beat him in raw power with my techniques, but it's best if I keep some cards hidden. For now anyway. Tanjiro immediately noticed the change in Daichi's fighting style. What is this kid trying to do? Daichi stopped fighting defensively and started going on the attack. He utilized a style focused on pressure points and nerve centers of the body. The genin narrowed his eyes as he looked at the man. Time to cripple your strength, big guy. Daichi looked at the man and smiled. Your strength, speed, and taijutsu skills are good. But it's not enough. Especially against a medic ninja like me. Before Tanjiro figured out what was happening, Daichi burst out with speed and a sudden flurry of strikes landed on his opponent's body. He first aimed for a certain spot on the man's right shoulder. Suddenly Tanjiro's upper right arm went limp. Orochimaru's ninja panicked as he failed to make his arm respond. What did you do? He asked as he looked at the boy. The ulnar nerve. It runs from the neck down through the shoulder and arm, passing behind the elbow and along the inner side of the forearm to the hand. A pinpoint pressure strike and that arm becomes useless. Daichi explained with a smile. He wanted the man to experience fear before he completely defeated him. Before Tanjiro could get his bearings, Daichi followed up with his next attacks. He targeted the muscles in the quadriceps and hindered mobility. Tanjiro tried to fight back, but it was useless. Shit! I can't even follow his speed. Daichi's attacks were meticulous and had incredible speed and precision. The movements of his arms were too rapid for the enemy to follow. He systematically rendered the forearms useless. Suddenly the leaf genin vanished from in front of Tanjiro. Where did he dash? But before Tanjiro could even complete this thought, he felt a powerful strike land on his back. The pain he felt from the attack radiated through his whole body. In just a few seconds he lost feelings in his legs and was on his knees. Daichi walked to the man's side and placed a hand on the man's shoulder. What I hit was the sciatic nerve. It's the largest nerve in the body, running from the lower back, through the hips and down each leg. Damage to the sciatic nerve from trauma or severe injury can lead to debilitating pain, weakness in legs, or in some cases, total paralysis. The seal on the man's body slowly began to shrink and he began to transform back into his normal state. But he didn't notice this as his eyes were on the boy right next to him. Fear was evident in Tanjiro's eyes. You dash. You shouldn't have messed with a medic nin. Especially one who's pissed off. Daichi said, looking into his eyes. The cold, ruthless eyes of the genin sent shivers down the man's spine. Lightning-style daybreak. The next moment, a powerful lightning current flowed from Daichi's body and electrocuted the man, sending him into unconsciousness. Just as the man's body hit the ground, another ninja showed up. He stood a couple meters away and looked at the scene. He looked at the defeated Tanjiro and slightly gulped. No way. This brat took down Tanjiro? That's impossible. The man was scared, but then thinking that the boy must be tired after a fight with a powerful enemy like Tanjiro, his bravado kicked in. If you surrender now, you won't suffer the beating of your life. Daichi didn't say a single word and turned to the new enemy. He cracked his knuckles and looked at him with cold eyes. Not wanting to suffer Tanjiro's fate, he immediately used his curse seal. After transforming, he shouted at the boy with anger. You should have just surrendered. Now you're going to pay for your insolence, brat. Ah. That's what you all say. The boy said in a low tone. The next second Daichi vanished from his spot. With Anko. She was sitting on the ground, leaning against a tree and was breathing hard. Around her were several shuriken, kunai, and destroyed tree trunks. Several parts of her trench coat were torn and she had several slashed and wounds on her body. But the most important detail was the two tied-up enemies covered in wounds. You two really don't know how to treat a delicate girl like me. Anko spoke with haggard breaths, looking at the unconscious two ninjas. I really wouldn't call you delicate, Anko. Spoke Inma, who slowly came towards her with a small smile. He too was in rough shape, but he was not as exhausted as Anko. She saw that he was holding his left arm and saw some blood seeping from between the fingers. You all right? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Yeah. He just got a lucky shot. It's nothing that can't be healed. Ginma replied with a calm tone. Speaking of healing, Do you know where Daichi is? Anko asked. Before Genma could give a reply, the two ninjas sensed someone coming towards them. They heard slow footsteps and also heard the sounds of something being dragged through the ground. They too were tense, but soon let out a sigh of relief as they saw who it was. Genma and Anko saw Daichi coming towards them, and he was dragging his two unconscious opponents behind him. You really know how to make an entrance, don't you? Anko said with a grin. You alright, Daichi? Genma asked the kid. Yeah. Daichi didn't say anything more and went to the two. He raised his arms and immediately 10 green chakra threads came to life. They quickly connected to the two Jonin and they felt healing chakra running through their body. Oh, that feels good. Anko exclaimed with a smile. Genma, on the other hand, was silent as he looked at the boy. Even after fighting two enemies like that, he doesn't look winded or even injured. Not even a scratch or tear in his dress. And to heal two people at the same time like this. What a scary kid. Lady Tsunade created a monster. I'm sure glad this kid's on our side. Within a short time, Anko and Genma's wounds were healed and they were back in fighting form. Before they could think about their next step, Daichi suddenly spoke. It's not over. We have company. Not bad. I saw what you did to those guys. I'm impressed. A voice came from the shadows of the forest. Soon 3 figures appeared and stood at the other end. Daichi immediately recognized the 3 and he knew who the leader of this operation was. Guren. She'll definitely have the answers I'm looking for. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 13. Peace.